All right, that audio should be working. Let me know if it's peaking. I'll turn it down a little. Sorry, this was a mad dash to get set up at the time that I said I was going to start. But we're here. All right, let's see if all of these are showing what they need to be. This one is not. These are, so what's going on with this one? Showing the wrong monitor. Okay, that looks good. Hey Chad, how's it going? Here are some numbers for you. It's my hotkeys. All right, I ate dinner in 2 minutes, so I could be ready for you. I haven't registered anything yet. I mean, I think it's just here, I can bring the lobby in. There are two 1020 PLO tables. I haven't even looked at No Limit Hold'em. Nothing, unless you want to battle some heads up and lose money again, like I did last stream. And yeah, the 5K. So there is this WSOP Circuit Series event turbo. I mean, it's a turbo, so that might not be so bad. But let's look at this together. 5K buy-in, 1 rebuy allowed. We've still got 4 more hours to rebuy. Oh, maybe not. Maybe 3 more hours to rebuy. And then an extra 60 minutes to late reg, but that's not going to help us. It's going to be a tough field. It's 5K. But I mean, that's what we're here for. My light is not on, so my face doesn't look as well lit. So there we go. I might even turn off. Let's see. How's that for mood? Better? I'm gonna go with that. So, because you guys are on a 5-minute delay, so I don't get your answers, but give me the answers anyway. It'll be helpful. So yeah, I'm gonna start by registering for this and chatting with you all. So I'll tell you guys to throw some questions at me, because I'm going to start by one tabling. I mean, it's a big event, so I should focus a little bit, but we are okay. How's this looking? Right there. There we are, Mr. Sweets. I don't think there's any sound today for me, which is unfortunate, but it doesn't impact you. I'm going to pop out this chat. I didn't like the other chat window they were giving me. Best ice cream flavor, asks Eric Comp. I'm going to go cookies and cream. There are a lot of good flavors, obviously. Very controversial question, but that's what I would eat right now. My favorite time of day used to be evening, but now it's morning. I've changed from an evening person to a morning person. And that's really just a function of, I mean, most people, when they say they really like the evening or they really like the morning, it's because it's the time that they are like doing stuff that they're not being bothered. And so, you know, previously when I would wake up at 3 p.m. and stay up until 5 a.m., then I was a night person, because from 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. people weren't bothering me. But and like, it's not that people bother me, it's that like you can get focused stuff done. You can have time to yourself, which is, I think, what most people love. That's something that I love. And but then others who wake up, like if they wake up at 4:30 and they just do their morning routine or whatever they do in the morning, they love the morning because for the same reason, I think. So right now it's morning. Darren T asks, how confident are you in FTing this? I am not very confident, but it'd be fun. It'd be fun. The final table is live. So if we make the final table, we'll be going to, WSOP at Paris and Horseshoe and playing it live. Kurt says good luck. Thank you. Best tourney advice, asks Nafia. I'm not a great tournament player. I think patience is really important, and that's something like in tournaments, that's where I struggle a little bit. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Spurious News says, what do you want to be when you grow up? I don't know yet. I change my mind a lot, but it's pretty fun being a poker player. I've gotten really into coaching recently, like more than before. Previously I still do training videos. I've done that for like my whole life, almost my whole adult life, but I'm doing more group coaching now, and I'm really, really loving it. And so coaching with more of a personal touch is something I'm getting really into, and maybe when I grow up, I'll do more and more of that. DJM, excellent question. Phil, how much studying do you suggest before playing the night before or day of? So it's my belief that, so I did some performance tracking. And what I mean by that is I made a spreadsheet. I tracked like whatever I could about, my sleep, my exercise. I have an Oura ring, so I was charging, but here it is. I track sleep score and readiness and all this other stuff. I tracked what I did each day. I tracked what I ate. And then I also tracked my performance. Now I tracked my poker results, but I graded myself in 3 areas. These were focus, power, and discipline. And long story short, without going into detail about what all of those are, I noticed that there were 2 major things that impacted my performance. One was sleep. And by this, I mean, it was so noticeable that it wasn't noise. There's so much noise, and it's really hard to tell. Like, I'm sure that what I eat has some impact on it, but I just didn't see it in the data. It wasn't clear. The 2 things that were clear, one was sleep, and the second was using my brain power before I played negatively impacted my performance. So whenever I studied before I played, or I had work meetings that were unrelated before I played, that really hurt my performance. I am going to be streaming the next 3 nights as well as this, so 4 nights in a row. And my performance will not be great because my sleep will not be good, because I'm usually waking up at 6 a.m. and now I'll be waking up at who knows when, going to bed at 2 or 3. And then also I work during the day. So this is, you guys get to see my C game. Seth Frank, love your videos, Phil. Thank you very much. You guys stepped up. I asked you for questions, and here you are asking questions. Thank you. Late Night Sun, hello. Spurious says, peaking audio, is it still? I think it shouldn't be now. So, audio good now, says David. Okay. I think we're good. Rudy, good evening to you too. DJM, thank you for all the vids. Helpful and have a chill approach. You're very welcome, and thank you for enjoying them. Ace 4 offsuit, we're not going to play that. We're going to be disciplined today until we are not. Any PLO events planned? Oh, now Poker Income saying the mic is not loud enough. If I make it louder, I can make it a little bit louder. Actually, here, I'll do it on my computer rather than the thing. So this is, I think this should be okay, probably. Maybe all the way. Yeah, I think that's okay. It's not going to peak, but we'll see. What is Eric Comp doing that's wrong? I'm not seeing it. Someone wants him banned. Well, I see some trash talking. We don't tolerate that. But anyway, maybe several of you have to let me know if I need to ban somebody, because it's hard to go back and see. Now you're saying audio problems again? I'm pretty sure, let's see. I can see the, can you be more clear about audio problems? Properties, yeah. Do I have crisp set up? I could switch to crisp, which will block some noise. Let's see. If you hear like some white noise, this, let's see, I'll be able. This should fix that. So this should be, yeah, this should be less white noise. Hopefully that helps. Seth Frank asked, how much does the water setup cost? I want one in my house. How many do you have? I only have this one, and I don't know how much it costs. Somebody did a remodel of my office like 5 years ago. And there was like, I knew the total and I don't remember it, but I don't know how much went to which item. I didn't, or I don't remember the itemized receipt. I got one. Taizer 6, how did you find filming the new doc on your channel? It was a lot of work. Like it was a lot of time spent to film that and work with them on the edits. A lot more than I thought. And it was difficult because at the beginning, we thought it was going to be something a little bit better. Not better, sorry. I'm reading chat at the same time. We thought it was going to be something a little bit different. So we thought it was going to be kind of like half docuseries and half reality show. But it quickly became apparent that that wasn't going to work. First of all, because our day-to-day was kind of boring. But second of all, more importantly, because the guy who films and edits it lives in LA. And so he would come out like 3 days at a time. He came out 4 or 5 times. No, 4 times for 3 to 4 days he came out. And so unless we were going to script everything and like act out the reality show, it just wasn't going to work because he wasn't there to capture things as they happened. But then once we figured out what it was, it took a while to figure out what it was going to be. Once we did, then it fell into place a little bit more. Any idea who these players at your table are? Asks Spurious News. No. And I haven't even looked at their names yet. I'm sure some of you know who some of them are. So if you do, that'd be cool to know. But David, Phil, do you think it's still possible to grind a bankroll from something like 100 to 10,000, or is there not enough traffic on the state-regulated sites? So in general, they're absolutely. I'm very confident it's possible. I don't know specifically on like the MSIGA shared player pool sites. I don't know because I haven't paid attention to the low stakes traffic and quality of games. So, enough to answer that question. I would imagine it's possible, but if the stakes don't run low enough, then it will be a problem. But I think it's definitely possible. And if you can't play on those sites, I don't know. I think it's possible. There are some opportunities somewhere to do it, but obviously you need to play well and manage your bankroll and so on and so forth. Do I want to play this turbo? Payout's going to be like, it's going to be like 20K for first, and it's going to be a turbo. I'm going to add it just because you guys, viewers tend to like tournaments where there's a final table. And undoubtedly we will, bust out of one of these at some point, and then we'll sub in some cash games. So we'll start with 2 tournaments, and another way we could look at them this way. I'm gonna go with this, and then I kind of feel like this one's so much more valuable. So it's so much more kind of interesting because it's a 5K instead of a $200. Let me know what you want. So you want the one high stakes table, and then occasionally I'll switch over if a big pot's happening. You know what? That's what I'm gonna do. If you guys really want the other thing, let me know. Let's see. Everyone says sleep is huge. Yes, it is. I combined that with Pat Ryan after that called a joke, which I don't know what he's talking about, but I read it as sleep is a joke, and I was about to argue with you, but sleep is so important. Hugely important. Eric Comp, how many runners do we expect? I have no idea. We're at 86, somehow in 50th place. I guess people lose chips. That's probably how. And we won't really know. I mean, right now, first place looks like 126,000. I expect it'll get higher. We still have, 4 hours of registration. IG says, I've recently decided to quit poker, at least the grind. It feels like the amount of work and time you need to dedicate versus the reward isn't worth it for me. I feel a lot happier now. Awesome. Congratulations. I believe in poker as a career still, but it's not the best choice for everybody. Certainly. I think for most people, it's not the best choice. So, well done figuring that out for you, and figuring out what works for you and like primarily what makes you happier. I think a lot of people, especially in poker, but I mean a lot of jobs, but we get so EV focused that kind of forget the life EV element and like what's the point of making money and having what's the point of your career if not to lead to a happier life for you. And so if what you're doing is making you really unhappy, then sorry, I got a text from my wife that my audio is fine and some of you might have been talking about something else. If like your work is making you really unhappy, I don't know, there are usually sacrifices to be made and from like a dollar EV perspective that are well worth it if you're a lot happier, because chasing the EV, chasing the money, the point of it is to get happier, kind of like to make your life easier and better and make you happier and those around you happier. And if you're starting from a baseline of much lower happiness because of your job, then the money has to do a lot more work to kind of catch you up. Dr. Theresa says, love the docudrama, brother. Thank you. A lot of work went into it, as I was mentioning. All right. Thank you all for saying audio is good. Delay is 5 minutes. I do live in Vegas. Rio stays true. Oh, man. So given that there is the audio that's not working is Mac app telling me when it's my turn. So that will be harder. I'll have to ignore the chat occasionally. So like there against some players, you can bet this. And it would definitely be fine, but I think it's a little bit more standard of a check. I'm going to go to the main lobby because this has a default setting or like a bet size setting that is too big. You call. And I mean, in theory, this makes a really good call hand because they're never going to bluff with an ace. They're not going to bluff with a 3. So you block value, you don't block bluffs. Game settings, default minimum bet. Let's just make that 2. We'll apply that. Enable custom bet slider. For now. I was going to call this river bet. Now that it's been checked to me, I mean, it seems like somebody's giving up on a bluff. I think my hand's good enough to get value, but I'm going to get called by. Let's find out. I mean, so he should be, this is like a little bit exploitative, and you have to be careful, but he should be value betting everything better than this that is not check raising, essentially. That's a simplification, but basically that. So as long as I'm not getting check raised, I have the best hand, probably. The problem is when he bets turn checks river, a lot of the time it's like 5-7 or, 8-5 of spades or something. So I usually get the fold. And there are spots like that where in theory, the out of position player actually folds like 80% of the time and it's correct in theory, not just in practice. Okay, so B says, I live in Michigan. It is, so like this is in reference to, whether or not you can make it through the small stakes. And he says that it sounds like the small stakes games are there, but anything higher than 1-2 is hard to find. Live a little and play the turbo. Yeah, I'm doing it. But he says 200 PLO plays big at times. Cool. Ricardo Garcia says, Phil, I'm a PLO 5 and PLO 6 player. Have you dabbled in them and what are your thoughts? I haven't really dabbled in them. And so I feel like my thoughts are not useful given that I haven't dabbled. So that's my answer. I haven't really had a lot of opportunities to. I mean, like most of those, I've played Big O, which is 5 card '08, but that's different than 5 card high, certainly. Techno Feeling says I'm beating PLO 5 and PLO 10 on GG at the moment at 25 BB per 100 on a 100K sample, but run infinite under EV. Is it possible? So I would make sure that you're cool. Someone gave me a crown. I would make sure that your EV BB per 100 is not like it is taking into account rake. I think in the trackers they do, but just in case it doesn't, that'll have a huge impact on your win rate. Running way under EV, it totally can happen. It's very possible. Sometimes I think it is. I hesitate to say this because most people think that something is rigged when it's not. Like 97% plus the time that somebody says, these games are rigged or these games are cheated, they're wrong. And usually it's more beginners that say that all the time. However, I have known people who, like this is back 10, 12 years ago or something, maybe 14. I had a close friend who played in like mid-stakes PLO games that he later found out were cheated. And there was like a bot ring that they were all colluding. And one of the things they were doing is because they were sharing cards, they knew that certain hands had higher equity than they otherwise would. And so he ran way under EV for a long time, long time, like 100K, 200K, 300K sample. And so it can be a symptom of that or an indication of that happening. However, it also can just happen legitimately. More often than not, I think it's just happening legitimately. But at some point when it's, when it's so big, you have to consider. Going all in over a whatever this is, 4.5 big blind shove in the turbo. It looks like we're going to win it. Not a huge pot, but we'll take it. Focus back on the higher stakes table unless we get delta pre-flop hand here. Nope. Yeah, Spurious, sounds like you like my idea of keeping the 5K out mainly. Is the Badger for Wisconsin? No, this was, so the first time I put the new software in, or whatever, installed the new software, this is what was assigned to me. And then I went to pick and I looked through other ones and I liked this one best. So I came back to it. And then actually when I switched computers, a different one was assigned to me and I went and picked this guy again. So I don't know. There's no rhyme or reason. AB says, hi, are there suited aces you auto fold in late position in tournaments if playing snug? No, I don't think I've ever folded a suited ace in late position, if it's been folded to me, that is. All right, so interesting spot here. I think we could, like, it's not ridiculous to check this hand. It's a weak top pair. We do have like a backdoor straight draw, and he'll be fairly aggressive on cards like 3 through 7. But as you can see, I bet. I think maybe I like to check a little bit better. We do get check raised, and we're obviously going to call. I'm just going to assume as a default that, the players in this are good. That, the majority of them are good players, and, they'll be relatively aggressive, and they'll, Queen of Hearts, not a great card. So I think probably my hand is best half the time or a little more. But when I'm behind, I'm dead. And when I'm ahead, he's got good equity. And he's going to bluff some of those on the river. We can rabbit hunt. So I'm going to fold. How long does the tournament usually run? Asks and Richard. So like the turbo will be kind of fast, but this one that I'm playing, that I'm showing you all, probably will go another 9 hours or something. I don't know, 10 hours. I could be wrong, but that's from like past online WSOP events. That's what I remember. Fried culture. Phil, what stakes do you play nowadays, and what percent of your income comes from poker? So until 2022, 100% of my income came from poker. Even though I'd run a training, run businesses for 10 years, I put everything that the business made back into the business. And you can learn more about that in the second episode of Galfond that I launched on this channel last Friday. Since then, it's dependent on the year, but like this year, I haven't really played poker. So, I mean, like literally, I've played this calendar year. The couple of times I stream, I played the main event, and I played a TV cash game, and I think that's it. And I don't think I won in any of them. So 0% this year. But from 2006 to 2022 or to 2021 through 2021, it was 100%. And now it just totally depends on how much I play. And so like I think in 2022 I did play some poker, and it was maybe half or more than half. But it depends how much poker I play. All right, Queen Jack suited. We're obviously going to play. This is the player who was mean to us earlier. I don't take that personally, but I am in a 3-bet. You could do a 3-bet only strategy out of the small blind at these stack depths, and I lean towards it. I'm going to focus on this hand while it's being played. All right, it's not being played anymore. Mav, hey Phil, love the streams recently. Thank you. If I sign up for the Run Once annual elite, can I have one coaching call with you? Thanks. No, I mean, we do sometimes do like at least once a year, more than once a year, I'll have I'll be on a group call with elite members, but one-on-one, no. I did start a group coaching program called Beyond the Game, which you can find at philgalfond.com. And that includes, group calls with me every single week, but that's only for kind of mid stakes plus pros, a lot of high stakes plus non-pros who are serious about the game. Okay. Clicking and getting pop-ups that are making it hard to read. Sorry. Okay. Spurious says this guy's Lappy Poker. He used to stream on Twitch. Been playing high stakes MTTs online for a while. Cool. So he knows how distracted I'll be streaming. I'm not playing with a HUD. I don't know if you're allowed to on WSOP.com. I don't think you are. Tilty Fish, hey Phil, good luck. Mind me asking how you approach studying Munker for 4-card? More specifically, what strategy do you implement for finding quick, useful heuristics, trying to maximize efficiency? Thank you. I'm actually working on a course for specifically this. For both games, but just like how to get heuristics from solvers. To sum it up briefly, so I do, this is product placement. I use Vision a lot more than I use Munker. Vision is on runatonce.com because I find the user interface like 100 times more intuitive, and it doesn't have as many. It's got a limited number of river solutions in there, and when I want to do something custom, I go into Munker. When I want to look at certain river spots, I will go into Munker. But 97% of my study, maybe more, is in vision. But the same things are true in both as far as looking for heuristics. So I always start with value range. So a lot of people, they go in, they're like, what are my bluffs? I prefer the opposite. I like to figure out what minimum value is in any spot and start there. And again, I don't want to go on for 30 minutes, but starting from a place of like, what's the minimum hand that I can value bet for a large sizing and a small sizing here. And then I go look at the bluffs and I think about, like what percent of my range is that, that value range, like that minimum value plus. Actually, second, I go in and I figure out like which hands want to slow play or check raise rather than bet. So it's like minimum value threshold, but then what types of hands does the solver like to check raise rather than bet? Like what qualities do those have? Often what you'll see in PLO, I don't know if this is true as much in No Limit. I think it's not quite as true, but in PLO, you'll just see a ton of mixing. Actually, you'll see that in No Limit too. You'll see a ton of mixing with a ton of stuff. And so, it might be like when you're looking at which sets check raise the turn in PLO, you'll see a bunch of different set combos check raising 30% of the time or 60% of the time or 80% of the time. And when you try to look for patterns, there's not a clear pattern. But what you can do is look at the kind of overall frequency of sets that are check raising. And so you might say, you might look and see that 60% of sets are check raising. And then you can build your own heuristics like, okay, if I have a set plus straight draw, I know that that's 25% of my sets or whatever. And like add up a couple of categories that in your head are the ones you're going to check raise. And then you get to the right frequency. And realistically, even if your opponent could know you're doing that, which they won't unless you are making training videos and tell them exactly what range you use, which I don't say exactly what range I use and I change what range I use. But even if they could, it's really hard to exploit and there's no way that they would figure out which ones you're check raising and which you aren't, because all of them, like if they see a showdown that one check raised, like, yeah, it was probably supposed to check raise some portion of the time. Then I would go into kind of qualities that bluffs have and, looking at like which spots are, more blocker centric, which spots are bottom of range centric, where do you want to have more equity versus where do you want to have like future blockers? But yeah, that's the short answer. Okay, I'm going to try to catch up to the more recent stuff and I might go back. Unad, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Michael, no, this is on WSOP.com, not GG. They use a new-ish 888 software, maybe the newest 888 software. The software been crashing, asked Mr. Puts and Calls. So I'm playing on my Mac, which has no sound, because on my PC, where I usually would play and stream, it just crashes all the time. But that's just for me. Other people have had different issues. Like for some people on the PC, it works great. But yeah. Talking about how rich or not rich I am, you could watch the last episode that will give you some clues. Zachary says, do you prefer displaying your stack in big blinds or chips? So I like to do chips until it's short, and then I like to switch to big blinds. There's something about the chips for me that I get like a better feel for. I don't know. It's probably in my head, but it's because of what I came up doing. Like they didn't have convert to big blinds for the first 10 years of my career or whatever. So I'm used to seeing the chips, but it is helpful to not have to do the big blind math. So by default, I usually use chips, but, and I mean, in cash games, I always use chips, but as we get, below 25 big blinds, 30 big blinds, I'll often switch to big blinds. Bob asks, how fun was it to be arbitrator for Berkey and airball. That was not fun. I mean, it was funny, but they were wasting a lot of my time. Bryce has asked, would you rather use a HUD or not? I mean, if the site allows a HUD and I'm playing in player pools where there are a lot of people, then yeah, I'd rather use the HUD. I think it's just very valuable information. If, I mean, I'm all in regardless, but just trying to think, like, when he's raising to 3,600 with 57 behind, he's never folding. And so, or he shouldn't be. So the question is this like a super strong range? Because he could have just gone all in if he wanted more fold equity. I guess we'll find out. Nope. The answer is no. Rob McDougall asks if you're still involved with Bet Rivers. When does it launch? Yes, I'm still involved with Bet Rivers. So RSI, Rush Street Interactive, bought Run Once Poker. And we're going to be relaunching it in the U.S. regulated markets under the Bet Rivers brand, which was kind of only, I mean, it was not even revealed. It was just recently revealed in my last video, and the fact that I was wearing patches during the WSOP main event that said Bet Rivers Poker. But I cannot tell you when we'll launch, because it's not my company anymore, and I need approval to answer that question, and I don't have it. But I will say, so if you're familiar with Run It Once Poker Rest of World, we had a lot of innovations, and leading up to launch, I talked a lot about, like, I wrote pretty long posts about our reasoning behind the features and policies that we implemented. And a lot of them were very innovative, and I was proud of a lot of them. There is, for the US market, we're launching with a lot of the same things we had. We're launching with one more, I wouldn't call it innovation, but unique. We'll just call it a unique selling point that I'm super excited about. And I'm only 90% sure that we're going to have it, because it's another thing I'm kind of waiting on approval for, but I think we're gonna have it. And if we do, I'm really excited. Elma, thank you. Rick V, I've always noticed you're very calm when it comes to poker. Did that take work for you at all, or did that come naturally to you? The answer is both. I don't outwardly react. So like I look calm or act calm always, and I act calmer than I am. I'm still a calm person, but I act calmer than I am. And yeah, I'm relatively calm. But I have worked on it a lot. And, you know, part of that is just playing poker. Part of that is being very introspective and kind of working on myself personally. But then a lot of it is hiring coaches. I've had more coaches than I can count. I currently have like half a dozen. And so, yeah, I'm somebody that believes very strongly in, in improving yourself through coaching and other means. But like, I remember I was living in New York, and I had a nice like condo there, and my friend who lived with me, we threw him a birthday party, and there were a bunch of people in the house, and I was standing with a few people, and in the other room there was just like a super loud crash, and they all commented on how like I didn't react or I'd even like wonder what it was. And I think that's, I don't know, that's just how I am. Zachary says, kind of annoying you can't download the hand histories from these games. Yeah, I do like having hand histories to review. I'm not even familiar with their hand history policies. I haven't been playing, I haven't played enough that I've cared about getting the hand histories since they're kind of relaunch on this software. So is the case that you can't get them even later? Three 10-20 PLO tables running, but All right, so I made a somewhat loose open raise. Big blind called. I'm gonna see that and probably be done with it. It's just, I mean, I have a big pre-flop range in terms of high pairs and stuff. So, sorry, pre-flop range advantage. So I'm gonna go for it. Take it down. Another, you could say, somewhat loose open. Poker income, yeah, I tried to load it as admin and run it as admin, and it still just didn't work for me. So I mean, he's going from 2.5 to 12. See, it's nice to have this do some math for you. I think it's just a fold. If he was a bad player, then I knew he was, I would call. Let's see. Great fold. Matt McGlynn, are you and Dwan still friends? We haven't been, like, we haven't been in touch as much as we used to, but we're technically in touch. But I mean, like, early in our careers, we hung out a lot. And that hasn't been the case because just life happens. But, you know, I still consider him a friend. We will play ace jack. We can take a look at the stacks here. They're pretty short. Luca asks, you discussed what types of hands to play on different lines. Is it more important to get frequency correct or hand selection? So that depends on what you mean. The hand selection is important in terms of like what's good enough to be a value bet, what like roughly what hands you should and shouldn't bluff with. But the in terms of like which exact combos you bluff, I don't think it's critically important, especially in PLO. Maybe a little more so in No Limit. See, I want to see that. Okay. I like to see the chips. Okay. But then, like I was saying, if you know that like you want to check raise a certain percentage of your sets in PLO and like a certain percentage of your top set, a certain percentage of your middle set, I don't think it's very important to pick the right combos. I think it's more important that you get the frequency right. Zachary asks about Bet Rivers Poker. Can you tell us what states it will be allowed in? I think that the company gave an answer that I can give, which is something like our goal will be to launch it in you know all the states that we can legally, and in all the states we have access to. So that won't necessarily happen. I mean, it won't happen all at once, but that's the goal and the plan. Ethan Bennett says, how many total students / groups do you expect to be in Beyond the Game? So depends what you mean. So previously I launched a couple of cohorts at a time, and I did 2 groups of 12 at first and then 2 groups of 10. And these were the high price programs and short. They were, first one was 13 weeks, second was 10 weeks. And I changed it into a year-long program that is like one to many. So I'll have more members as like a theoretically uncapped number of group members. And so the dynamic is different. And then within the, it's kind of hard to explain without having experienced the previous Beyond the Game. But we'll have weekly group calls, which is what we had in the previous one. And on these group calls, and a number of them, we will, for part of it, split into teams. So there'll be like, some with all of us on the call, and then we'll have breakout rooms on the Zoom call where people will split into teams of probably 5 to 10. Depends how many total people we have. And then there'll be kind of in our Discord community or like community, which we'll use Discord for chat. We'll use other things for other things. We'll be like general, and then we'll also split into groups. And I have ace 10 suited. I'm going to check this board is not good for my hand. It's not amazing for my range. This guy didn't 3-bet. He doesn't have ace king. He could have ace queen, I guess, but I'm going to just start betting. And I think after going small in the turn, I can go 2/3, but I'm not positive about that. Not positive about that. No, I'll go 1/3. Alexander says, could you please add the info on the current small blind, big blind to the screen? I don't know what that means, so if you could restate that, I'd appreciate it. Father says, from Galfon, it looked like run at once caused a lot of stress. Would you still do it if you could go back in time? That's a tough question to answer. This, in like the main event, I would call this, but these players are going to be good, so I'm going to fold 8-7 offsuit. Caused a ton of stress. It's definitely kind of like the hardest thing I've done. And it was not a success. So when you look at it that way, in terms of it was definitely bad for my career when you look at it in a vacuum. However, I do kind of subscribe to the belief system of, if you're trying to do your best, if you're living by your values, and you're making the decisions, like the best decisions you can at the time, to kind of have no regrets. And I made the decisions I thought were right at the time. I lost a lot of money. I lost a lot of sleep. But I learned a lot of lessons, and I am grateful for the lessons I learned and the person I became through all of that. And, I can never know what lessons I'd have learned, or where I'd be if I did not go down that road, the run once poker road. But I don't regret it. I can say that. There were individual decisions I made during it that I guess I could say I regret, or looking back, I think they were very wrong. But again, I was doing the best I could. Lucas says, I played on run once poker for its entire existence. I enjoy cash games more than tourneys, so the obvious problem wasn't an issue for me. But a couple major issues with the cash games. Yeah, I'd like to hear those. I'm curious if you go on. I'd like to hear those, Luca. Please let me know. Thomas asks if I have any nostalgia about the Mirage closing in a few days. Any stories there? I know it was a little bit before your time, but yeah. So, the Mirage, obviously it was before my time that all the games were there before Bellagio became the big place. But I played the first time I played live poker in Vegas was at the Mirage. I was underage, because apparently they didn't card. And I was in a meeting up with it was a 2+2 forum, sit and go forum meetup, and we played this sit and go heads up sit and go shootout tournament. Andrew Roble was there. That was the first time I met him. I'm trying to remember who else was there. I bet Dave Benefield was probably there. Anyway, a lot of people that I met, that I then became good friends with. And then I played some live poker there. And then also when I was 21, I hired Tommy Angelo for coaching, and that was a long weekend in person, and it was at the Mirage. So we both stayed at the Mirage. We sat down in the Mirage poker room. He pulled out a big stack of papers that was going to be our kind of curriculum for the weekend. And so those two memories are fond memories and very early, formative in my poker career. So there's a little bit of nostalgia there. After then I didn't really play at the Mirage at all. So I was never a regular there. I never had it was just I played once or twice. Good question from Cool Centrist. How do you be honest with yourself when studying a solver? So by that I mean sometimes a solver does things that you wouldn't do in practice, but easy in study to say you would, but end up not. Yeah, I like to be very honest with myself about what I'm capable of. If you mean from an emotional standpoint, like I say that I would do this, but I'm not. I see the replay of the Ace 10 hand on screen, and I realize I never looked to see what he had. You guys probably want to know that. But unfortunately, I moved tables? No, I haven't. I don't know. I don't see it in the replayer for some reason. So I guess I can't find out. Weird. I guess you have to open them first. Anyway. So yeah, in terms of if you know you can't do it technically because it's just too hard to execute, then yeah, I like to be honest, and I'm always an advocate for simplifying your strategies to something you can implement at the table without much brain power, so that you have that brain power to do higher level thinking at the tables. Here we've got Badugi Pro, the kind of normal size squeeze. I mean, King 10 offsuit, I could 4-bet, but I'm not going to call, and I mean, I'm not going to 4-bet either. It's very reasonable 4-bet, I think. What was it that broke in the other room? I don't even remember. Hunter B asks, in the most unbiased way possible, would you recommend your foundations course if I've already been through the Pete Clarks from the ground up? So I think that if you understood everything in Pete's in from the ground up and you're implementing it well and you're kind of like winning at low stakes poker online or, you know, low stakes or live, like consistently, or, you know, like a proven winner, then the only reason I would watch it is to, I mean, it's kind of, there are some concepts in there that are not in from the ground up, but it's more conceptual and less like practical, like this is what you should bet with this hand, than from the ground up is. I think it's of some value. Like if you're a mid-stakes pro and you've like been a pro for 8 years, you probably know all the stuff in there. And so then I probably wouldn't. But also at that point, it's $50. It's 5 hours of your time, and you could watch on 2x speed. So it's like less than 3 hours of your time. And you get me explaining some concepts in a way that it might like click with you differently. I would say, yeah, if the cost is not, like if $50 isn't much to you, then I would still advise doing it. If, you know, if $50 is, you know, 10 buy-ins for you, then I wouldn't, if you've been through from the ground up. Luca, yeah, 50. Okay, so the money drops encourage. Rat holing too much. Yeah, rat holing was a tough one for us to solve because, well, long story. I don't mean from a technical perspective, although that was an element of it, but like because we could have come up with some simple solutions, but to do like a complex solution would require a lot of time technically. And we didn't like any of the simple solution options we had. But then also, he said the built-in HUD is great, but only applies to your current table. Yeah, again, I guess we could have made it in a way, it's a bigger task, but to make it in a way that it saves all the data you've played with everybody you've played with. But, oh, the reason it doesn't work is because of yeah, never mind. It doesn't work because of the table alias system. All right, so raise, call. Check to him, he bets. I think this is a pretty good check raise hand. It's also a decent calling hand. But I'm going to check raise because I think this is a spot where people tend to stab a lot of like pocket sixes just to make the hand easier to play. And so I think we have a lot of immediate fold equity. And obviously we have some good equity to improve. We also have 8 high, so if we check call, interesting. So he checks. calls the 2 bets cold. What do I put him on? So this could just be a check range spot for him on the flop, and then he just has, you know, ace jack, king jack, strong flush draw. I would think he would 3-bet flop with some kind of set, but maybe not. Cut off in the tank. I don't love it going 3-way to the turn because there's a decent chance my flush draw's not the best flush draw. I'll feel pretty good if I hit my straight draw, or more than pretty good. Now, this is interesting. I could check shove. I mean, I don't turn more outs. It looks like I did, but I didn't. What am I making of that call? So what I'm hoping is he gives me a good price to just call. So on the one hand, it feels like I have to bluff. On the other hand, it feels like he's not going to fold a jack because of the line that I took. I'm repping hand like 7-5. That's probably it. I'm repping 7-5, 7x of hearts. So I actually think this is probably not a good bluff, but sometimes we run into just like the nut flush draw that folds or a king 10 of hearts that folds. Maybe I should just small bet. I don't know. Like, I don't like this bluff if he's a good player. I mean, we already made it. All right, nice. Trying to catch up to the chat now. Mark says I sent you a private message regarding your docuseries on your public Facebook. You'll understand once you read it. Mark, could you, so I don't check Facebook at all. Could you send it to my Instagram direct message and then I'll see it? Sorry for the inconvenience. What's my favorite tournament I played? Asks Jakey. My favorite tournament I played. I really like the 50K Poker Players Championship WSOP event is fun. I'm not great at it, but it's fun. And similarly, the Dealer's Choice, the 10K Dealer's Choice at WSOP is really fun. I like those mixed game tournaments. Turbo says documentary series is awesome. Really enjoying it. Thank you. Asivoj? I don't know. Asked about Rio and MTTs. Check the last episode of the doc. That'll answer that, I believe. RB, have you made more online or live over your career? I've made more online. Yeah, definitely. Dark Star. Yeah, there's one re-entry in this event. I have not used it yet. And I think we have a couple hours left to do it. So that's cool. I've lost some chips on the other table, by the way. There was a... Wait, why is this not working? Okay, well, let me play ace king first. Hotkeys are no longer working. That's weird. I wonder how I disabled them. All right, well, that's unfortunate. I guess I'll test that out when I'm not in a hand. Okay. Settings, let's close this. Hotkeys are all still there. See if just opening and closing the settings helps. Nope. Weird. Maybe number lock. No. Oh, is my keyboard not working or something? No, it's working. All right, my hotkeys stopped working, so we'll focus on this table. If we ever get to the point where we're doing a couple of really interesting tables, then I will just show a 2-table view. And I'll probably keep trying to solve this anyway, because I'm just very confused by it all of a sudden not working, because nothing changed. We are closing in on 1,000. I for some reason, I get kind of competitive with myself about the numbers, even though, like I said last time, it's always between, like, it always peaks at like between 800 and 1,200, or 800 and 1,200, yeah. And I don't know how to get it higher. I do know how I can get it lower, but that's rare. I'd love to break through to 1,500 plus, but I'm just going to do my thing, and whatever happens will happen. I guess if I like final table something, there's a chance. David asks, where should one start if they want to begin study and learning how to play poker properly? There's so much sites and teachers, it feels overwhelming making sure to pick the correct one. So what I will say, I'm biased. I run it once as mine. I created a beginner course called Foundations. That's where I would want to tell you to go. But that said, what I firmly believe, without bias, is that you should start with something structured. So coming on here and watching me stream is, well, you might pick up a nugget or two and it's maybe entertaining, but I can't teach you during this stream, A to Z. Like, what I'm giving you is not what you need as a player starting out. And watching, one-off training videos and run at once, watching like Hustler streams or Poker Go streams, even with commentators who are like very skilled and explaining what's going on, is not what you need. You need something structured A to Z to get you from where you are to like a base level of understanding. And then everything else that comes in, you can start to process and benefit from. And so if it's not my course, I would say start with a course or a book that is intended for beginners. I feel really strongly about that. And then also, if you can afford it, working with a coach is kind of a way to fast track that if you find a good coach. And working with peers is excellent as well. I think registration is closed, but Run It Once is also, we're kind of beta testing something we're calling Alpha Poker for now, which is a group coaching program it's focused on live poker players, who are not yet winning at 2-5, no limit live. I think that was kind of born out of the same thought that like getting people together and studying together, I think is really valuable for beginners. But anyway, that's again, you don't need to buy any of my stuff. But go for something structured. Equity Jam says, what's the best GTO trainer out there? I believe we have it for PLO, it's Vision. But for No Limit Hold'em, the consensus seems to be right now GTO Wizard. That's what most people like. I'm friendly with the creators of Octopi Poker, which, I don't play No Limit, so I haven't used much. My understanding is, they approach it from a different way, like a different type of interface that helps you in a different way. And so I think that's worth checking out if you're a tournament player. I think it's focused on tournaments. But I feel like it seems to be that everybody thinks GTO Wizard is the gold standard right now. Late Night Sun says I should be doing audiobooks. Yeah, if people want to fall asleep, then I agree. Aaron Stone, another MoCo resident. Nice. Thank you very much. Hunter says, yeah, start with foundations or from the ground up on Run It Once. They're inexpensive courses you have forever with tons of great info in them. Again, I'm biased, but I think that's a safe place to start. Like, we intentionally, just like to get a little insight into the business, the beginner courses we intentionally like underprice. Like, we would make more money from the beginner courses if we, instead of charging $50 for foundation, charge $200 for foundation, because we would sell more than 1/4 of the copies that we sell at $50. And similar, like even at $300, we could price it there and probably do better than either of those. But the idea is you price it lower, you get more people in the door, you teach them so they appreciate it. And then when they're ready to move on to, something higher stakes, then they're in the door at Run It Once, and they do that. I'm assuming this might be Bonomo, but either way, my assumption is everybody's good, and I'm going to fold a hand like this. Let's rabbit hunt. Could have bluffed. Mark says he sent. Yep. Okay. I see the message. That is valuable. Thank you. Queen Jack suited. Let's do it. Queen Jack offsuit. Excuse me. I knew that it was offsuit, but I said the wrong word. And actually, Mark, I'm going to do something about that now. A text from my wife to remove the plant behind me because it looks like part of my hair. There you go, honey. Thank you. I'm just trying to decide who to send this text to. Thank you for your patience. I'm going to waste my time bank with 9-6 offsuit. All right. How many episodes of the docuseries will there be, Ryan? There will be 4. So the third comes out this Friday, and the 4th the Friday after that. A little bit out of frame when I stand at full height, but I can do this. All right. Do I have good poker book recommendations that are still relevant? I don't. Well, I haven't read a lot of poker books. The one that a lot of people I respect say is excellent is Mathematics of Poker. It's very dense, it's like a textbook, but it's certainly still relevant because it's based in theory. We still can't switch tables, but here we're going to go all in. I have to do it manually with my mouse. Oh, Andrew says Phil reading Mathematics and Poker, Mental Game and Poker. Yeah, those are both good. And Elliot Rowe, A Game Poker Masterclass, Tommy Angelo's books. Would I consider being an ASMR YouTuber? I've been asked that before. Maybe, but poker seems to be working out. Thank you, by the way, Mark, for that message. Okay, so we're out of that tournament. We're down to one table, and after this next break, I'll look to add a cash game table or two. Oh, it's break time. So I'm going to take, I won't take this full 5-minute break. I'll take less. So actually, I won't go yet. No Home Jerome says, first time watching, so my numbers are going up. Awesome. I know you guys like to leave during breaks, which is too bad. I'll come back in probably 2 minutes and answer your questions while we wait for poker to continue. All right, we're back. I'm going to talk to you guys. Don't leave. Okay. And actually, for someone to look at the PLO games, so they're 10-20, 10-20. I mean, there's somebody sitting alone at 5,100. Okay. If that's the same Knowles we've played, that's Sean Winter, and we've played before on stream, and he's beaten me. So maybe we'll do that. Again, these hotkeys still not working. It's very annoying. I guess I'll spend this time to try to figure that out, and then we'll see if he wants to play. I'm assuming he does. Hotkeys. Are they going to work? They are not. I have no idea what's blocking the hotkeys, but something is. Some more Instagram DMs. Because you guys heard that I read them now. I do usually read them now, although in the past I haven't, and I've like not seen most, but I'm starting to see those. There's still no guaranteed response, but all right. I think you guys would probably rather see me play 5,100 as a PLO than answer your questions. Sunbacon, my wife, is funnier than me. Okay. Now I have to adjust my minimum bet. It's going to maybe cause problems in the tournament, but what are you going to do? And we get 3-bet right away. This is not a great hand to call 3-bet with, but I mean, it's a call. I really wish that I had sound. I'm going to check this one back. Yeah. It's not really like pushing a lot of equity. It's hard to get value with. Gonna check again. It's a pretty good hand to bluff catch on the river with, blocking the ace and et cetera, et cetera. I mean, 7's not fantastic. Because he's definitely going to bet the 6 high straight. He's checked again. If I didn't block the ace, I would say this is a value bet, but I don't think it is a value bet blocking the ace. Cool. I mean, that's often what he's going to have, but he's going to fold. And I do think he's going to go for a lot of check raises on that river in particular. It's been a little, I can't talk. It's been a minute since I played Heads Up PLO. And like I said, I'm not at my peak performance given that, well, I'm streaming. I had a full day of work, kind of. This hand can go either way. I'm going to check. Interesting turn spot. This is kind of, I mean, this is a value bet, but not pushing a ton of value. And let's see who wins. Not me. King deuce suited feels like in a softer tournament I would open this. In this tournament I'm going to wait for king 5 suited. So we're playing a limper. Start with a raise. I'm going to check range on this board and get myself some water too. And he can win this one. Jason Parker says on the break I could play clips of the docuseries. That's a good idea. I don't know how to do that, but I could figure it out, I'm sure. Okay, he's going to win this one as well. Do I have auto rebuy on? Get to see that I would have made a week straight. I like the rabbit hunt. And it actually does give you some information. It lets you know some cards that are not in their hand. So every once in a while, that's going to be useful. That said, rabbit hunting can, how do I put this? It can be a bad habit if it influences your, like if you get results oriented with it and you start to check and be like, oh, okay, that was a good fold because I would have missed, or oh man, that was a bad fold because I would have hit. It can start to like skew your perception of what good play is or what good play looks like. So be careful with that, but it is free information. I should probably bet my whole range on this board. I was trying to decide if I want to bet 50% with my whole range or 70% with my whole range. The reason is just like Queen Jack X with a suit is just so much better for my raising range out of the big blind than his limp call range. Interesting flop. I think it's check. Okay, let's see a river. He is going to have some flushes. Start with a pot bet, and we face the check raise. We'll deal with it. I think this is, well, so this is normally a 3-bet. If he's limping, I'm not sure. But let's try it. Let's try it. Interesting. I'll start with a check. Mr. Puts, no, I'm not on Twitch as well. I almost did that, but I didn't get it set up. is interesting. I really could do a lot of different things on this river. I think check call is kind of the standard, but I block 0 pairs, and I think that getting called by, 2 pairs is valuable when I have a hand like this. He's going to value raise kind of perfectly, like every better straight and every flush. I believe him. But I mean, I do have a good price there, so I have to be a little bit careful. So he's going with limping range on the button. I'm going with no limps. I'm just doing raise only. And against his limps, I mean, I'm kind of going to go linear in terms of my raising range out of the big blind. I'm going to check raise this king of hearts and a gut shot. It's not a board I rep super well, but it's just like, how do I put this? I need some check raises. And I think this is a good hand for it. I need some check raise bluffs and I'll have some check raise value hands. So yeah, I think it makes sense. I think against a limper, this is a fold. Meaning, by that I mean, he's going to have a limping range. How deep are we? When I say that, so when I say like against a limper, do I do this? I'm used to playing against people who raise only. And that's like kind of what I study because that's what I do. But I obviously know how to play against limpers. When I say that, against a limper, I do this and this, even when he hasn't limped, the reason that I asked that question is when he does not limp, his range is stronger. So a limper's generally going to limp weaker hands and then raise, 50% of hands on the button rather than the 90% of hands that I raise. And so I'm asking myself a lot, against a stronger range, what do I want to do? We are going to call here. Left table, I think we can go for 2 big streets. I don't really know if we're beating value here, but we might chop with value. We might beat value. Hey, we beat value. So we could definitely overbet here on the left. The question is, is he just going to believe an overbet? I feel like he will. I mean, I could chop with value here. So I have to call, maybe beat value, probably not. Obviously beat a bluff. Yikes, we get check raised. What? So he's saying that he trapped the turn. I mean, who bluffs like this? But we have ace jack. I don't see how I fold. I mean, how do I fold? There's nobody bluffs like this. What could he? I don't know. I'm just assuming that people can find bluffs in this tournament, but man, I'm not excited. Okay, good. I beat value. Slow roll, I guess, by me. I'm check calling this river because I block all the pairs. This was a weirdly played hand, but I didn't get to explain it. So let's see if I can explain it. Feel bad for, I guess, nit rolling that guy, but I'm a no limit fish, so I don't know. I mean, I think that play's probably fine by him. It's got to be fine. So let's wait till I am not playing a hand. Actually, whatever. We don't need to go over that hand. We have plenty of stuff to do. We're playing heads up PLO, so we're gonna be in hand every time. And meanwhile, on the left, we have ace queen. We're gonna be 3-betting this. I'm in a small bet range on the right. When I say bet range, I mean every hand that I have in this spot, I'm going to bet. It's usually due to the fact that I have an advantage in certain hand categories. I'm going to pot here. I guess I'll small bet. Occasionally you check ace king. And this is like a very weak ace king, so I'm going to go for it. I have no idea what I'm doing. And then, so like I block top pair and second pair, so it makes it more likely he's going to have some kind of bluff. And getting, I guess going for stacks is not too thin, but like he's going to bet ace 10 anyway. Could small bet, I could over bet, I could just regular bet. Check. I don't think I want to check. This is like, this is probably a fish hand from me. I wish I had a little more time to think and was not playing heads up PLO at the same time. So like, yeah, it was just probably dumb. I'm not even gonna, I'll go see what he had, but he had ace jack. Yeah, so I think like I mean, obviously what he had doesn't change the quality of my play, but I think I was a little too hung up on blockers there, and I'm like, well, I blocked the top pair and the middle pair, and it's a good lesson for you to keep in mind that like, there are still, you know, other cards that people will have. Probably pot river. Half pot's okay. Knowles is Sean Winter, or at least it was on the old WSOP, and we were allowed to change our names. I assume he did not because, I mean, also there are only so many people that would play me heads up at 5100 PLO, and he's one of them. So I think it's probably him. Stay aggressive in these limp pots. Until I turn the nuts, then I'm going to chill out. I'll just go pot, unblocking all the pairs. Could small bet as well. But yeah, the no limit hand, probably just bet is the way. And again, like I said, I got a little too hung up on blockers. Very good flop for me. I was trying to decide if I wanted to raise against a bet. This would be a 3-bet against a non-limper. Is it a 3-bet against a limper? I'm not sure. I'm going to just call. Anyway, I'm doing great in the No Limit tournament where I'm a fish. I considered folding to a weaker value bet, and I got no value out of my top two. Not no value, I got a little bit of value. Easy check call with top pair and a gut shot. Yeah, I can see what you guys are seeing. I mean, this is a call. I don't love it. I don't like it either, but I think at this point I can just call flushes because I'm gonna have a flush like 40% of the time. I guess I can call flushes plus another couple hands. This is a pretty good hand to call with too. It's a pretty good hand to call with too. It's a very good hand to call with. I have to call. It's a very good hand to call with. Cool. So like the self-talk that you heard there was a lot of people who I've played don't bluff enough here. But then finally I was like, I think Sean does, and I think like if he's bluffing appropriately, this is a call. So that's how we got there. Is anything notable about his line? Not really. Very standard turn river bet. As far as his flop bet is concerned, it's certainly okay. So nothing weird there. Let's just give this one up. Don't have to win every pot. Hey, we're over 1,000. Welcome everybody. If you want to tell people on Twitter that I'm playing Heads Up PLO or wherever, call your friends, text your friends. Yes, I can tweet, but as soon as I tweet that I'm doing well in the 5K, I'll jinx it. This hand is close. I mean, it's supposed to be a call, but I'm just gonna lay it down and look at that. I was right. Could go either way with this one on the flop. I'm gonna check. Easy check on the turn. Too weak to value bet. I can hear my son yelling hi at the TV out there because my wife's streaming this. This could almost be a value bet, honestly. Against the right player, it's a value bet. I think he's a little too tricky. Four-way action on the left table. Let's focus on this. I probably would check my range here. Would I? I guess I'm calling that. Generally good raise spot because I think he'll have a decent amount of bluffs, but I mean, I would need a king blocker, I would say. This is interesting. I guess I'm going to go all in. I mean, the major question is, can I go all in here with kings? I think I can. And so then I have a really wide value range. My bluffs are just like, you know, hands like this, not many more. This is a call with queen 10-9, I think, but I'm not very excited about it. And then the question is, do I want to bluff here? And I don't. Or sorry, do I want to value donk river? I think blocking the 9 and unblocking the flush draws, I don't. You can also get away with no leads in these spots. He had. Interesting. I mean, not that interesting. Very standard, actually. Ace, ace, jack 4 with nut spades. I mean, his flop bet is... I usually would check that, but it's certainly fine. And then his turn bet standard. I feel like this is probably a hand we call with. He's potting, though. Okay, so if we miss... I think he's like the type of tricky... What a good fold. I think that he will have some dominating, like a good amount of dominating draws there, and so I have to be very careful. Like, if he doesn't have a lot of dominating draws, then it's, you know, a close call. But it's never like a printing money call. And he might punish my range appropriately. I don't know about this one. Could go small 3 times. I think it's good to keep betting and get some draws out of there. 9s, this is probably a fold, but I like to play a little bit loose on the button. And I think that it's kind of correct, too. Easy flop bet. Who am I playing has a... This is Sean Winter. We're 98% sure. He's a very good player. You'll have... I mean, if you watch Poker Go stuff, he's got a lot of final tables there. He plays at least No Limit Hold'em and PLO, cash games and tournaments. Probably some other stuff too. I don't know. David Mendez, congratulations on winning your MTT. I hope I win this MTT also. That would be cool. Be very cool. A call here. Leading river probably would have been a good play. I kind of just thought I was good on the turn. I was good on the turn. He had that. All right. We call the 3-bet. Probably going to flop a 6. Close. I think this is probably a check over here. Half pot. I mean, I'm not folding the half pot with this open ender. gonna have a decent amount of king here trapping. I mean, not a ton, but some. But I mean, I'm gonna show down my sixes. I'm not gonna bluff sixes. Okay. Interesting half pot that like that's not strong enough really to bet, but kind of. So I'm gonna bet here. And I don't know if it's good. But I'm just gonna bet and then check down the river unless I specifically hit 9 that is not a diamond. Just because I think it's gonna play reasonably well this way. Like denying equity to queen 10 is good. And getting called by king jack is good. Getting raised is not good. I mean, it's kind of the bottom of my value range. So yeah, it's like the very bottom of my value range. So easy fold. Don't be a 9. Phew. I am joking about the rabbit hunt comments, by the way, but I'm going to keep doing it. So we check called flop, check, check, turn. Seems like he... Seems like he has showdown value. Maybe like a jack 6-4 kind of hand. Let's see. Interesting. He tricked me. He did not have showdown value. I really expected a hand like this to consider, like, to probably bet the turn. I guess without clubs, he decided not to. And unfortunately, it's going to be a fold. The rare raise fold. Look at that, 1100 almost. Might we break our 1200 ceiling? Check call here on the right. I think we're going to call this 3-bet. And the nuts on the right table. Probably just check call again. It's a little too deep. We just get free rolled a decent amount. He's going really big, which is not fun, but I mean, we're not folding 8-7 backdoor. So what do we do here? I don't know if that's I guess that's a size probably. Wow. So if he jams with kings, like queens, jacks, what is this sizing? So we can't fold. The question is, do we raise? Or I think we can't fold, just too many outs. I'm going to raise. I'm a little just like, there's so much money in here, and I don't know. There's so much money in there to fight over. Like, I don't know. Because sometimes he's just going to have like ace 10, and I don't want him to get there. So, I mean, that's too bad, but we had 13 outs. So, I mean, we're going to hit there almost 30% of the time. And, yeah, I just didn't want to give him the opportunity to, well, you know. But unfortunately, there goes, a good amount of our chips. Do I regret anything? I regret missing on the river. But that's about it. I think we probably check raise ace 8. Could check call, but I mean, check call is more standard, but this is what we did. I'm gonna small bet. Trip deuces, not good. It's not a good hand. You don't have a set yet. Why don't I put YouTube chat on my stream? Because I am not technically good enough. There's a brand new poker game created. You have to bet on someone to have the best win rate versus a computer. 3 months to learn the game. Who are you betting on to save humanity? 1, if you have access to a solver, and 2, if you don't. Man. Best win rate against a computer. With a solver, I might pick Jason Kuhn. Without a solver, I might not be the best, but I'm putting it on my back. Without a solver, I'm gonna bet on me. The big tourney hand was 2 pair against 2 pair when I nit rolled him on the river. We lost our heads up action here, so we're back to. And then I, of course, since you saw that, you're about to see me at the time of this chatting lose that back, but we're still doing fine. 8-6. I think I can defend a little more connected than some of the other stuff. And now, I mean, just trying to think if I check raise this. Small is interesting. Check call is interesting. I do love the rabbit cam. Stick them up. You're right. Gonna bet 2/3. Switch from my 26K stack to a new table because the account is not super flush. I mean, I have plenty for this, but I don't know. The next victim that I'm a winner. All right, we got called by ace high. I mean, not abnormal. Do the hotkeys work yet? No, they don't. But we can go back to the one table view. There are no other good games running here. There are 2 10-20 PLOs with waitlists. So 6s this deep. I could raise. I think I'm just going to call. I don't think I want to fold a hand this strong. I do feel like we're deep enough to just have a 3-bet only strategy, but look at me not 3-betting the hand that doesn't want to 3-bet. Jason. Hey, Rob. Hey, hey, this is Jason from BTG. Flying out of Vegas tomorrow. Won't see you Friday, but I'll talk to you soon. Damn. That's unfortunate, Jason. I was looking forward to meeting you in person. But safe travels, and I'm sure we will get the opportunity in the future. So here we get squeezed. I don't think I can call. I think I could rip it in. I guess we'll just fold. Rabbit hunt. Oh, man. Bad fold, guys. Terrible fold. Terrible fold. Yeah, Jason, we'll have another chance. I'm confident. Need some PG pacing content, says AK. Just watch the first episode of Galfond. Stream delay is 5 minutes. Beth says, you're such a calm person. My friend, given the fact that I'm borderline ADHD, it's amazing to me. Watching you is almost like ASMR. Good luck, my friend. I hope you win. Thank you. I'm pretty sure I have ADD. It's just a different, I don't know. My calmness is, I don't know what it is. I'm just calm. But I do kind of dart around and stuff. I'm getting some texts. Hearts bees for the win. Yeah. I'm addicted to it. They do a good job of getting you addicted. Eduardo says, hey, Phil, big fan here. Good luck, good luck. Thank you very much. Hold'em games moving in slow motion. Yeah, I mean, Heads Up PLO is a lot more exciting and fun. I hope somebody will come back and play with me. Pensy says, hey, Phil, have you ever played with Omaha for Rolls? If yes, how good is he in PLO? I have, but it's been a long time. I think he would be one of the most fun people to play against in a challenge. But I mean, I think he's very good. The last I played with him, yeah, he was very good and like very capable. When you play somebody that's that capable of, putting you in very tough spots, it's uncomfortable. But it's also, kind of fun and exciting if you like that sort of thing. I just want to look at what happened here. So it went aces raised, everybody called, everybody checked. He did not bet the turn with aces, which makes sense. Okay. I feel like river, he could consider betting certainly, but I think he, what's he going to get called by? I think it's reasonable. He doesn't want to get check raised. Okay. Like, I think that's somewhat standard, but some people like would bet the flop, which I don't think is correct, but I don't know. All right, so the question, so we're sitting alone at 5,100 PLO, and is it not showing us in the lobby though? Why does it not show that table in the lobby? It's strange. I'm gonna sit at another one and see if it shows up in the lobby. No. But whatever, we can sit at 2. Okay, the other one shows in the lobby. That's strange. So this first one's like a phantom table. Vancouver Island. It's the table name. I guess I'll leave the phantom table. Stick with the one that's showing. So we're more likely to get action at a table that people can see, I suspect. We're going to play ace-8 suited, I guess. And I guess we could sit at 2550. Oh, interesting. I guess we're going to fold ace-8 suited. Sit it at 2550. I want to see if there's a deeper stack, 2550. No, they all have the 2K min buy-in. I don't like playing short stack PLO. Or short stack anything, which is why I tend to not like tournaments. But here we are, playing the 5K. And what a bad fold with ace-8 of clubs, you guys. What a bad fold. Best asks, do you also think about hand combos when playing PLO? There's just so many, right? How would you even begin to think about that? No, I don't think of hand combos. I think of hand percentages. So for example, like, let's say that this were a PLO and I called here. I would know that my calling range on like a 3 diamond flop has flop to flush like 30% of the time, roughly. And like heads up, a 3-betting range flops to flush like 30% of the time, whereas a button opening range flops to flush like 20% of the time, if the board is diamond, diamond, diamond. So you have any given like 2 card or more of a suit 20% of the time or 30% of the time. So things like that. And similarly, like if there are 2 straights possible, so 9-7-6 is the board. We're playing heads up PLO. I know that I'm going to have, like, if I've raised the button and we see that flop, I'm going to have 10-8 and what did I say? 9-7-6, 10-8 and 8-5, a total of like 14% of the time. And so I look at it that way in terms of like how often I have different hand categories. And then, yeah, go from there. Because, yeah, you can't count the actual combos like you can in No Limit Hold'em. Thank you for bearing with me as I respond to some messages. All right, let's see some of your questions. Lucas said, didn't expect the ace high call on the 8-7-7 board. Yeah, I'm not shocked by it. I think that hand should call some of the time. I mean, it's usually what he's going to have, so he has to call with it sometimes. Are there any other maniacs that would play heads up PLO? There are definitely people who would give me action. I don't know if there's here in the US regulated player pool, so probably not. We'll see. We're sitting alone at 5,100. We're sitting alone at 2,550. We are losing some viewers since the heads up PLO stopped. It makes sense. This is kind of slow. Where's Christ is Lord when we need him? Yeah, I got some action. That was a while ago. A lot of you remember that. Or maybe it's the same person who said it a few times. Michael Nolan says, thought about purchasing the game plan by Kevin Rabashow. You have thoughts about him as a coach or a player? He's an excellent coach and excellent player. I actually haven't, full transparency, been through much of that course specifically. I've watched some of it and I've liked what I've seen. But Kevin is an excellent player and excellent coach. And I would expect that it's high quality throughout. And he's somebody also who's very dedicated to coaching. So like he puts a lot of effort in. So I can't tell you I haven't watched the whole course, but I would expect it to be very good. The tissue says, is there anyone that you think would beat you at heads up, no limit, hold'em at volume, like 10K hands plus? Yeah, I think a lot of people. I mean, like for the first 1,000 hands, I'm probably, like I don't play heads up, no limit, hold'em. So for the first 1,000 hands, I'm probably an underdog to, I don't know, 90 people, maybe more. For 10,000, I think it'd be more like 25 people. And for 50,000 hands, it'd probably be more like 8 people. But and I don't really know because I haven't like dove in. I mean, I think it's definitely possible that with, you know, a year plus of effort, I could be a top 5 heads up no limit player, but I also might not. I don't really know. Slim Joe, Sirius asks, how do you cope with running bad in overall all-in EV for a period of months? It's tough, but honestly, it's tougher to lose in different ways that you don't get to point to. Like all-in EV, you can point to and be like, oh, well, at least if I ran normal in EV, I would be beating these games. But sometimes you just get coolered a lot, and or like the times that you pick to call are the wrong times, and the times that they decide to call you are bad times for you, and not due to skill, but just due to variance. And like your bluffs run into the top of their range. So there are other ways to lose that I think are more painful because they make you doubt yourself a lot more. But to answer your question, I mean, it's never fun. That poker is very hard, a very hard way to make a living. Hard's maybe the wrong word. Can be a very stressful and painful way to make a living due to the variance, among other things. Someone in Beyond the Game asking if I'm Mr. Sweets. Derek says, take it down, Phil. I'm going to do my best. Thank you. Interesting. Zach from Beyond the Game is saying, I should enter the 160 flip satellite. Okay, how do I find that? Okay, first I'll play this hand. King 10. Could go either way. I mean, I don't know what I'm doing in No Limit Hold'em. It seems fine to bet. 160. Coming after me, man. This is a fold. $160. All in satellite. Yeah. So the winner's going to get a $10,000 seat to tomorrow's event. It starts in 1 hour. And is it nothing but flips? It's so dumb. Summary. Welcome to the All In Satellite. This satellite awards a winner with a $10,000 seat. All players will go all in the moment the tournament starts. Players don't have to be online when the tournament starts in order to win. Min-max entries is 64 players. How much rake are we paying for this? I don't care to figure it out. All right, let's do it. Okay. So in 1 hour, we'll be flipping for a $10,000 seat. It looks like there are more. There's another in 3 hours, so we'll see how we do in the first and how we're doing in this event. And if there are cash games still running, and to see like how late we play tonight. I mean, there's a 10-20 game I could join. I don't really know how exciting that is. Actually, I think I don't want to. 2550 is kind of where I want it to be tonight. We need 54 more people for the flip. He wants me to tweet about it. Let's see. See if we can fill it. Let's see. I'll try to get him, Zach. This would have been a good board for me with my 5 high. Okay. Really would like to play more stuff. Let's see who's sitting at stupid No Limit Hold'em that I'm going to get wrecked by. Do we know who this is? Probably one of the top 10 players in the world. Okay, we won't do 5100 because that'll just be a punt. We'll punt a little bit at 2550. Oh, you can't see what I'm talking about. Hotkeys still giving out on us. Let's play some 2550 heads up, No Limit Hold'em. Against probably somebody significantly better than me. And we'll just see what happens. Yeah, but if you're texting me, I'm going to have to stop responding. Sorry, Zach. Okay. We're winning. Should we quit? Oh, it's three-handed. I don't want to play three-handed No Limit Hold'em. I don't know about this, guys. Is there PLO 8? $5.10 is the highest it gets there, I guess. That might be a little bit fun. More fun than this. Here, ace king, we're going to 3-bet, obviously. So I think we go 10 big blinds. Looks pretty good. From tuna and little. Okay. I feel like we could go small, small, small here, but it's kind of cop out, like a taking the easy route. Okay, so this guy has no money left, so I guess we're all in. And now I think we can, no, we're going to lose that. 2/3 this river with tens. I don't know why it thinks that I'm done talking. Okay. 7-8, 3-7. Probably not a lot of deuce 3. You know, I don't have a very good calling hand, so I guess he wins. I know this is a weird thing to do, but I'm going to switch seats here because it just looks better if I'm across the table from him. So I'll sit out after my small blind and then switch to the across the table seat, and we'll, I guess probably we're playing the better of the two of whoever these people are, given the sit out sit in situation. He's going bet check bet. I don't have a very good calling hand. I'll just. Well, is my throat sore? No. This is how I talk. Okay, I have no action. Let's see. I'll take the take the quick bathroom break, and I will be right back. Don't leave. All right. I'm gonna ask Twitter if somebody wants to play me a heads up PLO. 1 minute left. We'll resume. Look at that. We run good. I just realized there's a chat frame that needs to move. Okay. Kings will raise. Why not? We didn't really want that 2K stack to call or jam because it discourages action from others. We want this guy to jam his 17K. Okay. C-bet. After all this time playing poker, do you still get micro excited when you get dealt aces or kings? Like, do you get a tiny yippee in your head? Yeah, a little bit. But also, if I were like 6-tabling online cash games, I probably wouldn't. But I don't really play that much. And so when I'm, 1-tabling a high stakes tournament, then yeah. I need to sit back in on the other tables. I'm going to be eating the bar, so I'm going to move the mic away from my face for a little bit. So we could play yellow 8. It probably won't stay heads up. So Kevin Chen saying, I feel like you got bluffed in that 10-10 hand. There's a lot of gutters that call for 30% pot flop. Blind versus blind, you should be raising a lot more open-enders on the flop. Also betting turn when check too. Yeah. I'm not sure about betting turn with open-end. I mean, yeah, sometimes he will. He definitely has a lot of bluffing candidates. And so like one pair plus straight draw blocker. And then gutters, like you said. So the question is how often he bluffs with them. And I obviously don't know the answer, but man, it's crazy. You just look at when I'm on break, the views drop. That's okay though. Anyway, yeah, I don't feel too strongly, but I reverted back to like my hand, and I don't think my hand, like I don't block any board pairs. Um, Not that he's going to have a 10 in his hand with his bluffs either very often, but I don't block any value at all. I don't know. I'd rather block a board pair. RN, yeah, brutal. As soon as Phil went to use the bathroom, user attendance dropped by 200 people. Yeah, people are very fickle. I mean, look, our attention spans are not what they once were. And that goes for all of us, or most of us, who expose ourselves to social media. Paul says, how dare you take a break, Mr. Phil? Okay, good luck. Good luck. Start reading your mindset book. Nice. Hope you enjoy it. That mindset book is free at philgalfon.com/mindset. But if you just sign up at philgalfon.com for my newsletter, you'll get the mindset book, even though you won't see the mindset landing page that way. But I think it's actually kind of crazy not to sign up for my newsletter if you like poker. It's where I put all my best, like where I try the hardest to make good content in terms of educational content. And it's completely free and comes with bonuses like that book. A6 offsuit. I don't know. I'm going to peel here. I don't think it's probably wrong, but it can't be that bad. Yeah, I busted the main late day two. I actually came into D2 with a big stack. I had like a 180K, which is a lot at the start of day two. I mean, at this point, it's not a lot, but it's not like there will be people with 180K. And I got my stack up to like 200, as much as 250, and it kind of just all went wrong. I was not playing like a low variance conservative style in the main because it's so long that like I wanted to build up a big stack or not be in it. And that's not to say that I like went for minus EV plays in order to gamble, but I did not avoid plus EV spots in the name of preserving my tournament life, which I think would be the correct thing if all you're worried about is, I mean, certainly would be the correct thing if all you're worried about is the tournament, but I have lots of other stuff to do. And so I wanted to, I mean, I'm not saying I busted the main because I'm so busy. But I played kind of like a cash game style rather than tournament style because I just wanted to max my EV, or rather max my chip EV, build up a big stack. And then like once it got serious, then I start, playing it more like a tournament. And otherwise just make it quick, which is what I kind of did. What bar? I mean, I'm not like these are RX bars, but I'm not like I don't really have a go-to. Nothing I'm passionate about. All right, since we don't have any action at PLO, I'll play this guy heads up 08. PLO 8, which I'm not particularly great at. I mean, I am a world champion. I do have a bracelet in PLO 8, but certainly not great at heads up PLO 8. Like, I've played it a lot ring game, like 8-handed, and I'm okay. Am I sweating the Tice versus Becker crossbook? I haven't been paying attention to it. What are they at? right now. It's a pretty good starting hand for heads up. That's a pretty good flop as well. I feel like I've seen a lot of small sizing in PLO 8. And that's a heck of a turn. So I don't know if I want to just pot. I mean, pot's obviously fine. I'm just going to go with 2/3. Trey Banks, is this a bracelet event, Mr. Phil? Yes, this is a bracelet event. There are 109 players left. I'm 31st out of 109. Obviously, we're potting this river. Well, is that obvious? Do we want to bet smaller to get called from other stuff? I don't know. I think it's just pot's going to usually be our sizing on the river. We obviously, oh wow. So we're hoping somehow he doesn't have ace deuce plus a better high, but obviously we're not folding. I think it's very unlikely. Yeah, it's 4-5. I think 4-5 is probably not a shove there, because I don't see how that's going to scoop me. Maybe if I'm like, I don't know. Well, I guess it could fold out. Like maybe I have ace 5 and one pair, and I decide to fold. I don't know if this is a 3-bet or not. I mean, I'm definitely like, I don't know what I'm doing, but I kind of get the game, and we'll do fine. Could bet, could check. Now I don't think I'm going to rep it very well. And lose the pot. There's a decent chance he's bluffing, but I have force, so I'm going to lay that down. I guess we'll just go with pot as an open size. He did it, so it must be fine. Jack 10 offsuit, I guess, a fold. And where's my newsletter? philgalfond.com. I feel like with 2 aces, you can be pretty aggressive because I'm blocking ace 4, ace 5. Plus, I mean, I have a high, so. Now it's kind of weird. I think you want to, like, I want to price out better low draws. And like, if I get called, my equity is going to be fine. You hate getting raised here, but I guess it's just a clear fold. Because I'm going to be drawing extremely slim for high. Yeah. So like, it's just a fold. It's just a fold. My high is almost definitely no good and drawing slim. I mean, I have, I guess, offsuit queen, deuce, maybe, but, and then my low, like if I make the low on like, if this is a river, I mean, I missed. If the river's a 6, like, am I really going to call? I guess I do at that point, and it's not good. Louis says, Louis or Louis? I think that's going to be Louis. Says, I really like your newsletter about perception over reality about players. Thank you very much. As I said, I put a lot of effort into those things. So we call a 3-bet, which I think is good. This is a great flop for us. We're going to be up against a lot of like ace deuce 3, ace 5, etc. And I think we want to size small because like we have a low draw. I don't know. Like, I feel like potting is too big on this flop. He's going to, like, he's almost always going to have an ace and almost always have a deuce 3, 4, or 5. And he's not going to have, like, jack 10, 9 and stuff because those are bad to have. So Now I guess we want to pot because at this point, like, maybe smaller, but you know, had we turned like a 3, it'd be different. Maybe a 6 would be a little different. But at this point, like, if he just has ace-3 with diamonds, like, we need to charge him. If he has ace-5, we need to charge him. He keeps saying tilts. He's not very happy about this turn. Or at least the fact that I'm potting. How do I do anything? Apologize for betting. Let's fold. Deuces are going to be a fold. That makes me sad. That hurts a little bit. The Giggity said day 1 you were feature table, folded ace king offsuit to a 3-bet. That was a 4-bet. I did fold ace king offsuit to a 4-bet. I was up against ace king and queens, which I was a little, well, not shocked by. I thought that the guy who had queens had exactly queens, and I thought that the guy who I talked to the guy later who 4-bet, and he was saying that he felt like that guy had like tens. And so he'd have a lot of fold equity, and I knew that player had been playing very tight, and he didn't because he was newer to the table. And I guess I, like, in my mind, thought that he knew that more than he did. And so I was like, well, if he knows that guy has queens, he's not going to be bluffing here. But yeah, no regrets on that play. Evan Cortez, did I just put 1K cash on the table? Yes, I did. Look at that, full house. I had a feeling. I'd like to be putting 10K on the table and playing somebody at heads up PLO, but no takers. Currently, we had a little bit of action earlier. So ace jack 10 deuce. I'm just wondering if I want to repot this. I think probably not. I think I want to take a flop. It's not like a monster hand, and this is actually like not a great. If he starts potting, I'm going to be sad. But instead, he bets small because if he's potting, there's a good chance I'm getting a free rolled. Or, you know, quartered. Oh, yeah, this is PLO 8. I wonder how I can make that clear. I don't think I can. Oh, also, I might change the advice of someone on my YouTube team. This is interesting. Do I want to bluff here? I think, like, if he had ace deuce, I think he'd be betting. So I want to try to bluff when I have no high. At the advice of someone on my YouTube team, I think I want to change the table background to green. That was suggested. Table layout. Is there felt? I don't even see felt color options. All right, let's play these hands first. Gut shot, easy bet. So I'm not going to have a lot of hands that like good draws to keep bluffing with. So this is kind of my best one. So I was going to keep betting. Instead he leads. I'm going to call because again, like what bluffs can I have on the river that are going to call here? So I think that I get a lot of credit if he checks the river with like a 6 or something, which maybe he plays this way. I don't know. Well, I'm not going to call with 10 high. Background deck. I don't know how to change the. Is this a call heads up? I don't know. I don't know how to change the felt color, so I guess we're stuck with red. I'll back up to 1100 just because I'm playing yellow 8. Or I don't know why, but thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Maybe people are excited for the flip event in 40 minutes, but we still need more players. There are only 19 players. We're probably not going to get enough, but hopefully we do. I have a lot of messages that I've been missing. That's okay. They can wait. I don't know if, I mean, it feels weird to like fold 40% of hands heads up. I don't think you can do that. So I guess you just have to play hands that are weaker than it feels like you should. People who play ring PLO8 are just used to always having ace deuce or ace three or ace ace. And you can't do that heads up. You have to have, like, you just can't fold that much pre. I always end up playing pretty passively. I don't know if that's right or not. So here, if I'm betting, what am I hoping? I'm hoping to get called by trips or something. It's probably not going to work out very well. Like, I'm probably going to get called in chop or get the fold because I was scooping. But I still think it's okay. Boss is asking why couldn't he have Jack 10-9 on that Queen 10x flop. That's because he 3-bet, and in PLO 8, this is PLO 8, which I wish I had a sign. Maybe I can make that. Maybe I can make that. Plus text. Actually just going to fold this. Rabbit hunt. So let's do this so people know that it's PLO 8. This is going to be a 3-bet. Where did the text go? Okay. No, that looks a little ugly. Let's... Oof, that's a good flop. Sorry, I'm a little all over the place. I don't know how big to go on this board. I mean, obviously I have like a monster, but it is only one pair for high. Okay, we're getting all in, folks. Do they have run it twice on here? I haven't seen people run it twice, as far as I know. We are ahead, but he got there with the flush. He also had, I mean, we both had ace deuce. I had the better high, but he turned 2-pair and river to flush, so oh well. And no low came in, so we didn't get our quarter of the pot. Bad beats. OMG. I'm going to act very upset. I guess I'm going to call this 3-bet, but it's probably a bad call. But I'm, obviously so tilted. And I can't fold to any flop bet. There are some good turns for me. Oh, right click to change the color. Thank you. I don't even like this green, but I was told I don't like this. I was told it would look better, but I'm not sure. I guess I'll hear from you guys in the chat in 5 minutes. Yes, PLO 8 means PLO high low. Maybe I need to clarify. Let's pot. I call this PLO high. I think 8 or better. Most people will be fine with, but we'll see. And we get raised, so we're not folding. We're just going to go all in. I mean, I have second nuts currently, and I have a redraw for kind of everything. And I could see him having a big draw. Yeah. That's all us. Interesting that he 3-bet king, queen, jack 5, double suited, which I did not expect. So that kind of changes, well, the jack 10-9 comment earlier. This feels like a fold. I don't know. As we open king, jack suited over here. Take it down. Nothing wrong with that. very interesting turn. Okay. William, what's up? Spawn thinks green is easier on the eyes. Hasn't seen it yet, but yeah. Rick Bays says King Queen 9-8. Fine to see flop. 10 deuce. Good to see you. Says smash that like button. Make sure to subscribe. Yes, please do. I'd appreciate it. I am like, we're kind of closing in on 100,000 subscribers, which would be very meaningful to me. We're at about 91,000 and climbing fast because of the docu-series that we're working on. Let's go ahead and raise. Sick Vet says Winter is still in the main. Is he really playing heads up PLO? Against me on day 4. This hand, I don't know. He's opening enough that I think this is okay. Okay, so to answer that, that's weird. Maybe he was playing on dinner break, which would also be nuts. Do you think Phil Ivey will make a deep run in the main event since now he's cash? What say you? Also, what do you think of Phil Ivey's sustained success over the years in spite of the changing game of poker? So, I mean, I think Phil Ivey is one of the highest edge players in the main event, maybe the highest. So I think he has an excellent chance, like as good a chance as anybody. Or better, I don't know his stack right now. I haven't been paying close attention. But yeah, I think he's great. And also, I think that he is like, I think so far he's the second greatest of all time behind Doyle. And I think there's a very good argument that he's the greatest of all time, but hasn't done it for me yet. And that's no disrespect to him because obviously, I mean, second greatest of all time is still very, very, very great. And I think it's arguable that he's greater than Doyle, but I've talked about Doyle before and why I think he is probably the greatest. I'm going to bet here. It's a little thin. I should maybe have potted to rep. I don't know. Hugh. Well, this is a good flop for me. It says, what's your opinion on unregulated US sites, ACR ignition? In the first episode of Galfon, you mentioned the idea of poker-themed casinos. So I think those are separate things. I don't think those sites are poker-themed casinos. When I said poker-themed casinos, what I meant was sites that would hike up rake compared to skill edge so much that the games are unbeatable. And I don't believe those sites do that. To the best of my knowledge. What do I think about them? I mean, as a representative of an officially licensed and regulated poker site, I cannot condone playing on other sites, but I do understand that people need to get their, like people in states where it's not regulated or where they don't have access to a lot of games. I think I'm just not going to try to win. I mean, I'm not supposed to try to win this pot in theory, I think, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's check offsuit. We'll raise. So Hellspawn saying, change your background now. The green felt looks good. I like this background. It's what I used to have on PokerStars, which I liked. Let me look at the other ones. Because it does, I think it looked better with the red. You're right that with the green, it's not quite as good, but... Sorry, hold on. Let's play these pots first, Phil. All right, so we get raised very small. I'm not sure what to make of this sizing. but I mean, we're calling. It does feel a little bit like a cheap bluff trying to get me off of king queen, but we'll see. Or we won't. I don't know if that's a call, by the way. So what are the bluffs that he would check raise flop with? Obviously some flush draws that have gotten there. 6K. This is all strange to me. Queen jack with a diamond all makes sense, but then he's going to jam river. I don't really want to call twice here, so I'm going to fold right now. Like, I think he'll have, you know, if the hand ended at the turn, I would call. But, because I think he'll have, you know, enough bluffs to value. But, yeah. Now people are saying this felt color is horrible. Now I want mint candies. I don't know what to do, guys. So the background I would choose for myself would either be this, which I don't like now, or let's see this. This is okay to me. So okay. I mean, I like the way I had it first. Let's see if I like any of these other ones with green. That one's okay to me. This is maybe my favorite with the green of the ones that are. I could try this one too. Meanwhile, I don't know, you guys. I really liked the way I had it before with red. I might just go back to red. I might go back to red. Jordan saying that Winter did bust the main. I might go pot turn check river as kind of a demi bluff on the turn. I don't know. Oh, what do I do? What do I do? I was starting to get used to the green, actually. I'm feeling this right now. Queen 9, 3 deuce double. I'm not sure about this. It's a very good flop. Could maybe have led, but I think that I don't need a leading range on this board. Really, it's like complicated to balance, I would think. Gerard. How often do you reminisce on the Rail Heaven days? Not often, but when people ask about it, I think about it. Yeah. Yeah, people are saying it. Yeah. Brad says that without knowing. I say without knowing the man, I don't see Ivy minding being behind Doyle. They had a little bit of a rivalry, as I understand it, so he might mind that. I kind of expect that one day I'll say that Ivy's the GOAT again. Like in 15 years, if he continues. I might be playing too tight pre, just seeing, well, this open and call of the 3-bet with kings. Or this guy's too loose pre, or both. Do I play other PLO variants? No, I don't. Even this, like, I don't really play, but I'm playing right now. Okay, you guys are asking what sites are poker-themed casinos. Do you think GG is basically unbeatable? I don't know the answer to that. I know obviously GG has a very high rake, but they also bring in the most recreational players. And so what they claim is that the games are beatable. And I have to think that at least at high stakes they are. Like they have far and away the highest rake at high stakes games, but those games run and there are pros playing in them and pros understand rake. So they must be beatable. That's kind of my logic. So I don't think that they are a poker themed casino, but I do think they're high rake. But their approach is, take a lot of money in rake and then spend it to get more players who are essentially making the games better. Check back a weak ace on the left, and obviously it's a nice turn. Check raised. And this is probably a draw. It's probably a draw, but it could be like ace 10 deuce 5 or something. I'm going to start by calling. I don't know. But he's going to continue on that turn. I mean, that's a great turn for him. I'm just going to call with the ace 6 because I don't know what he's going to believe that I have. I don't know. That could work both ways, but I just think call is the play. I don't think I should need a raising range on that 6th turn. Bad run out for me over here. I'm hoping that he checks and I can check it down and win with ace 8, but I don't really see how. He would need like deuce 3, but then he's going to bet. So, can I beat value? Maybe. So I'm not going to fold, but I mean, I'm not thrilled. Cool. Check ace 8 and lose to ace 10. That's an interesting flop raise. So like, I didn't think that was a raise. But obviously it's a great raise against my hand. 5s. I guess we're folding. That's too bad. Boss says, Phil, do soap operas still pay like they used to? I remember Farrah talking about how some actors made heaps. I might quit my... Was largely... I don't know about this, and was largely hurt. The business of that was largely hurt by the internet, Facebook. So like, imagine people who are people who are homemakers. They are staying home during the day. They have some time to kill. They used to just put on TV. And nowadays they go on Facebook and they do other things on the internet. And so there's not as much demand as there used to be for soaps. However, there's still some, and I imagine they still pay as well, the ones that still exist, but I don't know. I think this is a fold. I don't know. This open 9-7 suited is probably not an open, but I mean, a 9-8 suited is, and it's got to be close. I think 9-8 suited is. Damien says, is laughing at how I went from saying I hated the green felt to being okay with it and going back and forth. Guess I'm going to bet flop and bet big on the turn, maybe. I should maybe just, like, this is a flop I could potentially go very big. It's an interesting turn. I don't know what I want to do here. I think I have a pretty good bet hand, which is kind of weird, but I don't know. I block. I mean, 10-9 suited is the only thing I block, actually. The 7 is not very relevant, but I unblock clubs. I unblock ace high that's calling the flop. Yes, he can call the turn with ace high, but I just think I need a few bluffs here. Poker Income says Tim Duckworth is Sean Deep. Cool, thank you. That's helpful. Ace 10 offsuit. I don't know. I need to stop being so... I think this is too loose, probably, at these stack depths. Well, at any stack depth, actually. But I could be wrong. this is like, so like the last tournament I played was the main event, and I was extremely loose because everybody's bad, and you kind of can be, but. I'm thinking I might play 1020 PLO instead of this 510 PLO 8. Meanwhile, though, I'm going to check this flop. I guess I'm going to just fold. Am I? Yeah. Good fold. I'm really enjoying the rabbit hunting and being results oriented. Is this a 3-bet or call? I don't know. I'm going to 3-bet. So we flop 2 pair. We're pretty deep. At 100 BB, I could do something here that I don't know that I can do. Like here, I think I just check and I'm in some trouble potentially. Here we get raised. This is weird. I'm not supposed to fold this, but man, I'm not supposed to rip in 20 big blinds either. I don't think. Against a big open. I call and then I don't know what I'm going to do. I mean, I think I'm just beat here with ace-3, but I'm calling anyway. Like, it feels like ace-3 has to be a call. Yeah. And he gets to win. That one just felt like I wanted to fold on every street, but I just don't think I'm supposed to with ace-3. I don't know. I've considered raising the turn against and maybe getting that to fold, but maybe not. He obviously has to think that I'm checking back. Is this a fold? I don't know. He has to think that I'm checking back ace-4 on the flop. Uh-oh. There's a problem with YouTube. Video to maintain. Okay, I'm going to try to edit something in my settings. See if that fixes it. What is my internet doing? So it's saying there's an issue. I'm going to check speed test, see what's going on. I don't want to take the... take the stream down. Three-bet ace-5 suited. Pretty good flop for me, although not amazing. I'm not really sure what I want to do here. I think I just bet because I can fold out like ace-jack. I think it looks fixed. Meanwhile, trying to fold out ace-jack, ace-queen. It does not fold, and this turn is interesting. He checks. What is he saying he has? I feel like he would lead a lot here. But what is he going to think I have? What's going on here? Sorry about the quality if it's we face a big bet, and I'm actually like tempted to call here because that'd be kind of nuts. Okay, let's think. Queen Jack, King Jack of Spades, Queen King of Spades, Queen 9 suited maybe. Why does he not lead the turn with a hand that can value bet here? I guess like 10-8, 7-7. But I feel like he might lead the turn with those anyway. Does he ever have ace queen? That would be bad. That'd be really bad. If he somehow has ace queen. He really might have ace queen. He really might have ace queen. I just don't believe him. What does he have? 8-7 would make some sense. Two combos of that. I'm gonna fold because like my hand's terrible, but I don't believe him. Kinda. I could have lost ace queen, which is dangerous. It's a call when bluffs beat you. I'm trying to fix whatever is going on here, but I don't think it's... It's giving me a warning that like every once in a while the YouTube's not getting enough video data, but I mean my upload speed's 70, my download speed's 600. I'm gonna look this up to see what causes the error. Question, help. YouTube is not receiving enough video to ensure a smooth stream. Okay, somebody says, I get this all the time, but I haven't seen it impact viewers. So I just ignore it. I guess I'm dropping 1% of frames for some reason. I don't know why that is. I'm trying to drop the bitrate to fix it, but I don't know if it will do that live. Anyway, and actually I don't even know if that fixes it, if so. But here we are. Thank you all for being here. We're still at a pretty good number of viewers. We're 9 minutes away from this all-in satellite, but I don't think there are enough people. We need 64 players. We only have 23. Everybody bring your friends. We need to stream this thing. I'm frustrated about the ace-5 suited hand because I really wanted to call with ace high, but I do really think ace queen with a backdoor is possible, or like ace queen offsuit maybe with no backdoor. would bluff the river. It got there and probably check calls the flop a lot. So that's a lot of combos. It's probably like more combos than queen jack suited, even if you take into account how frequently it happens. Seven two Jeremy says it's a sign your internet's trying to get rid of the low on the right. This guy opens really wide, and so I'm gonna 3-bet. This is probably bad, but it can't be that bad. And like, if the flop is, ace ace 9, he's gonna fold kings, because how do you possibly not have an ace when you 3-bet? And here, I mean, it's not great, but we have less than 2x pot. I have 2 pair, and I have a low draw, so let's just, hopefully have him fold, but get it in. And, we're still slight favorites, and we actually lock it up on the turn. So ace 8 offsuit, I'm going to defend. Okay, we're going to call this 3-bet. Ace 8, I guess, is just a fold here on this flop. No backdoor, no nothing. Early position raise, so he's got a strong range. This is an interesting flop. I'm supposed to do some leading here. Let's do it. Let's bluff. Javon says, need more thumbs up. Yeah, smash the like button, everybody. Whoops, didn't work. But we would have made a straight and an ace 3 low. Should have gone with it. Pappy Van Winkle, good to see you. Says Phil doesn't get angry, he gets winner. That is what I try to do. Sometimes have. This open, probably not good, but we're in there. I turned off monetization, so you guys shouldn't be getting ads. I want to keep you here, keep viewership growing. Solace and Bane says, asks, Phil, what's the angriest you've ever been at the table? I don't know. I am capable of getting angry. I'm not incapable. It's rare, and you don't see much of it. Like when it happens, you won't notice probably. But I get angry. I thought of one that I don't want to share. I guess I'm gonna call here because it's such a small bet, and it's like a high board, and I have something. You guys want to continue to see 510 PLO 8, or would you rather see 1020 PLO high? Let me know in chat. Smash the like button. It won't tell me anything, but it's just a good thing to do. And yeah, I'm just playing PLO 8 because I wanted another table, and I couldn't get any PLO action. There are some 1020 PLO tables now that I could get a seat at. I don't know. I find this more fun, but I don't know what I'm doing, so it's less educational for you. Will I move to Canada to play on GG? No, no, I've never played on GG, which is weird because it's the biggest poker site. But I'm settled in Las Vegas with a wife and son, and I'm not going to be taking any long trips. I mean, maybe one year we'll take a long trip somewhere, but I don't know. Let's see. I'll take a literally 30-second, well, maybe not literally, bathroom break. I'll even stay posting my blinds here. Ace, queen, 9, 8. Fold? My Bleach House says those 2-drop frames are too upsetting and I can't continue to watch. I understand. Let's refill water. Ace, deuce. He's opening under the gun, so I think I just call. Not strong enough to 3-bet. Interesting flop. You could probably have some leads on... Well, I wouldn't have many leads. Not thrilled that he's betting. If he had like 450, I would just rip it in, I think, to make it easier to play. Playing this hand out of position is really tough. Tempted to pot turn so that I can bluff rivers. But a lot of the high rivers I hit on, so it doesn't really work. I guess the board pairs and the 9 specifically. King I win, spades I might win. Low is trouble. Like if the river's a 5, I can't call. I guess just a fold. I was going to win, you guys. Such a fish. We're not going to get enough players. This starts in a minute and a half. We have 28. We need 64. So I'll have to find some other way to gamble. Yeah, Will H. All in satellites seem ridiculous paying rake when there's very little edge. There's no edge to be had. Yeah, I think it's ridiculous too, but it seemed fun. It sounded fun for the stream. Team Bass says, hey Phil, good luck. Loving your documentary series. Good luck. Thank you very much. Giggity, why do I keep thinking ace queen or not something simpler like ace 10 suited? He wouldn't have bluffed with ace 10 if you're talking about the 10, like, or value bet ace 10, I think. If you're thinking about the 10, 8, 7, 6 board, I think ace 10 is too thin, probably, for that sizing. He can go smaller. Maybe he would, but I don't know. So that's why I was thinking ace queen or queen jack. Alex Burns, if the big game ever came back, would you want to play on it if invited? Yeah, probably. A lot of those things, like, I'll talk about this later in the documentary series in episode 4. So a bit of a spoiler, but I mean, not really. It's tough to like not have regular poker to play and then go play a high stakes game for one day or go play a high stakes tournament for one day. So like this year at WSOP, I skipped the PLO high rollers, which everybody's like, why are you skipping? And, I just don't like, you know, buying in 3 bullets to a 50K tournament, losing 150K, and then not having any poker to play to make that back for like months. It's just like I can handle it, like I can afford it in my bankroll, but it's emotionally really unpleasant to like, yeah, just have one event be like that meaningful to your monthly results because you don't get another chance. Lyman Brown quoting me, I'm capable of human emotion. Phil Galvin. I like that. Okay, it looks like a lot of people want 1020 PLO. Let's do it. I don't know what I'm doing here, so I can't teach you guys what to do. And it is 1020, but it is deep, so I'm buying in for 4K. We'll play 200 big blinds deep, which I love. The deeper, the better, kind of. A couple of PLO 8 votes, and I'm sorry that I'm out of that right now. I'm gonna play ace 5 suited. Let's just call this time. Andrew Province says, get a NordVPN sponsorship and play on international sites. No, I can't do that. It is against the rules, and I am a good boy. Can't be doing that. I don't have a problem when people do that ethically, morally, but I think with my standing in the poker world, I can't. I need to remove the PL08 thing. Queen 10, Jack 10. Actually, not that many compared to Ace Jack Plus, which there are a lot of. So I'm actually just going to fold now. Would have been an interesting river to potentially bluff one check to. Tens. I think it's just a call again. I don't think I want to get in 25 bigs against under the gun. I mean, maybe I do. Okay, we're playing PLO high, Phil. Let's remember that. So we got the squeeze here. I don't think I can fold. Do I just rip this in? He's going so small. That's not great for me, I think. Is it? No. I think it's pretty bad for me. I kind of want to fold tens. I think he's got a big pair. I don't know why I think that. I just do. But it's under the gun one call, and then he's going such a small sizing. Like, God, I think I'm beat. I'm not going to fold to 5K, but I think that if he sneezes on the pot after this, he's going to win. And high flush three-way is a little too weak. And I'm going to fold tens. Nice hand. We are short officially. 14 bigs. I am going to go into big blind mode now. Where did I finish in the main? Asks Scraplord. I mean, I don't know the place. I made it through two full, like I busted the last level of day 2. I like how this guy, I think, keeps showing cards. I'll try to do that as well. Yeah, we were playing high-low over here until a little bit ago, so some of the hands that looked weird to people was because it was high-low, but now we are playing PLO high, so they should look normal if I play them okay. Weirdly, I feel like, did I lose the 25-50 table? I don't see my 25-50 table, so I'll sit at that again. Oh, you know what? I think somebody sat with me and I didn't see it. Damn. Because, yeah, I think somebody sat with me and I didn't see it because I lost a small blind. So maybe we'll have some 25-50 PLO action. We'll see. It was behind another table, I suppose. This tournament, oh, we might not be able to rebuy at this point. It's a little bit unclear to me. We might not be able to re-enter, which is unfortunate. So we'll just have to run it up. I'm gonna check this. This is a pretty good check twice, bluff river hand. I don't get to bluff. Big pot going on over here at the PLO table. I missed the beginning. I always play both. Yeah. No, playing PLO and PLO 8 at the same time is very confusing. I don't like doing that. Under the gun, the limps. We're going to raise it up with ace, king, queen, queen. Over here, there's a min raise. I think we just have to fold ace 9 offsuit, unfortunately. I'm actually going to value bet this ace, king, queen, queen with diamonds. I think he bets a lot of 10-9 on the flop. And now I don't think there's enough value. Even though I think I probably win. Pity. I don't know if that's how you say your name. If you were to grind, asks if you were to grind your bankroll up, how many tables would you play at the same time? That's so like my answer would not be what I would advise other people to do. I would probably play a lot of tables because I'm practiced at that. So he actually did have one pair, but it was better than my queens. We got there on the river. We had plenty of outs. Anyway, so I would, I play a lot of tables, but I don't think you should. If you're not used to it, I think like playing fewer tables until you are very good at playing more tables is, I almost thought this was a good hand because there I showed him 5, I think. I thought it was a good hand because PLO 8, or not even, it's not even a good hand at PLO 8, but it's better than it is at PLO high. Actually, that's debatable. Pretty good flop here. I'm just going to check call though. A lot of king king and cold calling ranges, and I'm not really like getting better hands to fold or worse hands to call. I mean, if I bet big, I can get queens to fold. That's about it. Dry queens, some kind. And now it's just check. I'm gonna try to take this to showdown. Is this a jam for 12 BBs? I actually don't know the answer. I don't know the answer. I'm gonna fold. I don't know the answer there. Curious what y'all think. This is I'm gonna fold. Bad fold. Bad fold, bad fold. Oh. I show them the 6. I'll show them the 6. Thank you all for being here, watching me play one game that I know how to play and one game I don't. I'll do my best to make this educational, as entertainment isn't my strong suit. If I bust, will I late reg again? Yes, I will, but it's unclear to me if you can still register, because it said there were 60 more minutes to register than there were for re-entries, and now there are only 34 minutes, whatever, 35 minutes was fine for me to say, left to register. So I think that means that re-entry is closed, but if we bust out, we'll find out the hard way. But yes, I will be back in there if I can be. Let's fold the 8 high. Cooney asks, Phil, how do you deal with variance? I feel like the last 3 months in cash, I've lost every all-in spot in 2.5 with 80% or more equity. Is that normal, like all the time? I would bet that your memory is deceiving you a little bit. And there are a lot of other, or like that might actually be true, but you're winning 70-30s and 40-60s. And like, our recollection of how well we're running is or our impression of how well we're running is often not tied to reality very well. So I wouldn't entirely trust your judgment there. Nothing about you, just like everybody. And otherwise, I mean, yeah, very like if you're playing live poker, it can be bad for a while. It can definitely be bad for a while. And I wouldn't. I gotta bluff this for some sizing. I guess I'll pot. Yeah, I mean, dealing with downswings is very tough, and rather than give you a short answer, I would recommend you check out the first video I ever did on this channel. It's called Dealing with Downswings, how I deal with downswings. And then also the mindset ebook that I wrote that is free for all of you at philgalfond.com/mindset. Yeah, check those out because they'll answer that question better than I'm going to off the cuff. Damien says, I wonder what it was like for pros back in the day to lose a $500 or 1K big blind when they were not at the computer. Yeah, I've done that many times. You just kind of, I mean, like, you get used to the stakes and a big blind becomes just a big blind. Chris, yeah, WSOP upgraded to this software. Some would argue not an upgrade. I would argue that it is an upgrade, but with a lot of bugs. Which I guess is a way of saying that, I don't know, the way of not stating a clear answer. But yeah, they did this recently, like a month and a half ago. No action. I mean, I have a PLO table. I have a high stakes tournament, but I want some high stakes PLO cash. Checking to see if anybody responded about playing live, playing heads up. Sean Winter says I would keep playing, but I'm more distracted in the live 25K when we were playing. That's fair. I was trying to get a game started while in live tourney. We'll open this a little bit loose. Start looking at showdowns. Three pair, no heart, I think is just a fold here. In a three-way pot, in a heads-up pot, I'd be more likely to call. Some of you saying, yeah, it sounds like 10-9 offsuit was close. Some saying fold, some saying 10-9 offsuit's the bottom of a shoving range on the button. So I'm glad I was close. Put it that way. Just keep on folding. This is why we need heads up action. It's just like more exciting, you know? Plus higher stakes is fun. I'll make some looser opens like this to keep it interesting. I think this is probably not an open though in your games when you play. I think I just check range on this board. Solace and Bane says, I think Limit 08 is underrated. Yeah, I think it's a fun game. I'm awful at it. That's one of my worst games, but I think it's fun. I guess here I'm gonna bet. This is almost an open. Let's not do it. Conrad Higgs asked if I have any training content for PL08 or Big O. For me, I mean, there's like one video or one or two videos of Big O from back in the day that I had no idea what I was doing, so I wouldn't even recommend you go watch it on Run It Once Training. But there are others, like Zach Freeman has some really good PL08 content on Run It Once Training, and some others do as well. But for me, no. Levi, yeah, I miss watching Sauce videos too. I still go back and watch them a decent amount of the time because I mean the old ones hold up and they're great. But yeah, I miss the new videos from him. Doesn't I mean from our conversations with him, it doesn't seem like he's going to come back to making videos, unfortunately. But yes, I would collaborate with him on training content if he wanted to. William Franzen asks, are PLO solvers more or less effective than No Limit Hold'em solvers? So I wouldn't. They are less advanced because there's less of a market for it, first of all. But second of all, PLO is very, there's way more hand combinations. And so the computing power required is much, much more to get to the same level of accuracy. But they're plenty good enough to learn from, like to learn very, very, very good poker from PLO. Is 7-8 suited a 10 big blind jam from here? I think it is. It feels like it, so I'm going to. This hand's actually weak. 7, 6, 5, 4. We are going to shove this in and hope for the best. The best would be getting called in 4 spots and winning. But a good outcome would be just taking the blinds. I'll take that. I'll hope for the 3rd best or 4th best or whatever that is. All right. We are going to call the 3-bet on the right table. And let's see how it goes. Interesting flop. We'll show the queen if we get out of the way. Unless there's a queen on the board, then I'll have to switch. So he checks. I think this is a pretty good hand to bet 3 times with, if clubs do not roll off, because he'll check call the flop with some aces and kings, with and without a club draw. Then he'll also check with like club draws with no pair, and then on the turn he'll fold the club draws with no pair. He'll fold some of the king, and then on the river, on a brick, he'll fold but he'll call with like aces with clubs. Then on the river, he'll probably fold those hands. Very interesting that he's leading here. I actually don't know what to make of it, but I mean, I have king high, and you know, he didn't have the ace of hearts in his hand, or the deuce of diamonds for that matter. We'll open this. We'll fold here. appears folded an ace. Let's hope he doesn't do the same. Andrew Province says PrimeDope has an excellent poker variance tool. I agree. So primedope.com, poker variance, or you just Google, poker variance calculator, PrimeDope poker variance calculator, and you will get, you'll be able to see at certain win rates how likely it is to go on certain runs. And that was helpful for me during the Galfond challenge. And yeah, as Andrew says, even if you're crushing for 10 big blinds per 100, you could still lose after 100K hands, which is very true. Not strong enough to bet here, I think. I think we're going to win. Sixes and threes. Makes sense not to bet any streets with that. Not very good blockers. We could maybe 3-bet this against a button open, but certainly not a cutoff, and probably not even against a button open. Andrew, all good points. And he says, in fact, the more you play, the more likely it will happen. It will happen, italicized. It's what we signed up for. Yeah. So the thing about a variance calculator is a lot of people look at it the wrong way and they say, okay, well, if I started playing right now, what are the chances that over the next 100K hands, if I'm a 10 big blind winner, I would be on a downswing, I would lose. And maybe it says 4%. But what you don't realize is like every time you start playing, you're starting a new 100K hand sample. You're starting a bunch of 100K hand samples back to back. And they're correlated with each other, of course. But, you might win a bunch for 20,000 hands and then the next day go on a 100K. I don't know if this is probably not a call, but close. 100K hand downswing. And then even over those 120K hands, you might be even or up. But because you can start the clock whenever you want and then measure that downswing, it happens. So it's not just like you have one trial of it. You have many trials as you continue playing and continue starting new runs of 100K hands. So I think this is worth betting, even though I'm not getting a ton of value, but I am getting value. I'm getting called by weaker flush draws. Yeah, he's check calling with kings a lot, but I have good equity against that anyway. Incontinenzia. Was that close? Hello, Phil. Thanks from the stream. Greetings from Germany. Hello. Thank you for being here. And I think now, I'm just not going to run into a boat here. Oh, interesting. When you bet, you don't get to see the river. I wanted to rabbit hunt. Looking at the last hand, 4's open and c-bet on Jack 6-3, and then they checked it down. Okay. We're going to fold 10-5 offsuit. And we would have flopped a backdoor straight draw and a backdoor flush draw. Bad fold, I suppose. Lyman talking about my 7-8 of hearts shove. Said 7-8 of diamonds would be a shove. Hearts is a fold. I laughed at that harder than I should have, but I'm bored. Jack deuce probably going to fold even if folded to. You guys are saying probably bottom of range as well. So it looks like my My rough instincts are close, which I'm happy to hear. It is past my bedtime now at 8:30. This is when things get wild. Mooney says, good night, Phil from Boston. Love your content. Love you done for poker. GG. Thank you for being here. Good night. Sleep well. Hopefully I don't get to sleep for a while because I'm in this tournament, but I'll join you when I can. Go ahead and see bet the ace jack. Hey, we cracked 1200. I did say earlier in the stream, it's always between 800 and 1200. And so thank you for being here. You just proved me wrong. The 20 people who showed up recently. We haven't really proved me wrong because 8 to 12 is kind of still true at 12:10, but let's do it. Let's go. I have to, I wonder if like other content just stopped or took a break. Ace 10, this with a suited ace is a raise, but without, I don't think so. I'll show them the ace though, for fun. Mission Possible. Hi Phil, good luck with the bracelet hunt. Always good to see cash PLO content. Thank you. And yeah, I mean, at this point, with 10 big blinds, I'm more interested in the cash game than the bracelet hunt, but we'll see. Okay, we do have some, oh boy, this is going to be hard. So some short stack joined both of my heads up tables. So I suppose I'm going to leave 10-20 and play both of these. I think I just ripped this in. I'm not good at playing short stack poker, but you know, here we are, here we go. 35%, not too bad. 0% is pretty bad. So let's see if he continues to play. On the other table, he 3-bet and check folded, but we're not going to show. Actually, maybe. Well, no, you got some people really want to see this. $25.50 tables filling up. Value pot with a set of nines here. Only lose to 2 straights. And it's kind of nice to have a value betting hand that's not like doesn't contain any straight blockers because he's more likely to call with straight blockers. Pretty loose call with 10 deuce. I mean, not crazy loose, but noteworthy. I mean, also noteworthy that the 25.50 table now has like 2 people joined right after he did. So I wonder if he's not considered a strong player by them. Gonna make some like a protection bet here. 10s and 7s. Hate playing short stacks. The other table, whatever, it's not important. Call a 3-bet fold flop is what's happening. It tends to happen a lot. A lot of shorter stacks at the table. And he joined my other 5100. How are we going to do this, you guys? Do we go to the 4-table view? Do we go to the 4-table view? Let's see what you all think of this. I should probably switch these so the 251 heads up are over here. I kind of want to leave the 2550, but we don't have a, whoa, let's get that in. We don't have a 3-table view anyway, and I can handle it, so let's go. We are ahead. Okay. Limp, raise, call. I'm going to call this flop. Raise the limp here. Bet the flop. Here we're going to keep calling, obviously, with trips. I'm going to leave this other table. Who cares? We're here to play at 5,100. And you guys can handle one empty spot. It's a pot-sized river bet. That's kind of interesting. This seems like a call. With 10 bigs, we're slightly ahead. Can't focus on both. And we win. That's good. Jack is a pretty good card to call with. People tend to not bluff enough here, though. I fold. So I'll probably be missing out on your chat a decent amount while I'm playing these heads up tables. So bear with me. And actually what I'm going to do is move this down here. Thanks for your patience. We call half pot. He's potting over here. 6 is actually not a good blocker. I think that's a card he'd bluff with, but you know, he's value betting any 3. That actually makes a straight. And here, I think check is just standard. Oh, Cody, we're almost at WSOP coverage, just paused. Get ready for the flood. I hope so. We're at 13. I mean, we are 2-tabling 5,100 PLO, which helps. I pot this turn on the right with 2 pair and an open ender. This, I don't know if this is a call, but we're going to go with it. Meanwhile, we get raised here, which is bizarre. It's almost always value, but I mean, I block deuce, deuce. Some kind of like 8 diamonds. I don't think I can fold ace, deuce plus jack 10. I'm going to get out of the way on diamonds, rivers. On bricks, I don't know. Like, people usually don't have a lot of bluffs here because even like their bluff raises are like ace, king, 10 with king high diamonds, and they just check back the river. I'm a little torn, or more than a little torn. Wish I had seen some showdowns from this person. I don't think you see enough bluffs here. Just gonna fold. I'll make a somewhat loose open. Queen 8. I mean, it's fine. defend, deuces. We're going to check this one back. Against most people, you can value bet jacks here. This guy seems to be playing potentially a little solvery, so this might not be good against him. Daniel sees, hit that thumbs up button. Let's put Phil Galfond on the first page. Thank you. We do get raised, which is unfortunate. Here we're going to rip an ace queen. Yeah, it's not a calling hand. Really like to see what he called with on the top right. Meanwhile, we're all in with ace queen. Let's see. I do have enough chips to care about it at this point. We're flipping, and we're going to lose that one. Damn. So we got 3 big blinds left. I mean, what can you do? Did we shove ace 5? I think we do. Did we shove over this with the dead money? And I really don't know. I'm guessing no. But that was unfortunate. I wanted to win. I started to care about it now that I had 18 big blinds. Oh, I should have done it. Should have done it. If this were an offsuit 7, I might be bluffing this turn, but I think just take my equity. Not going to be 9-4. Let's check. And fold. 1352. This is my peak from streams that I can remember. Thank you for being here. I do appreciate it. This could have been a call. Probably would have won. Look, I would have won with my 4 of clubs. We're very results oriented for those of you who are new here. We're going to fold queens to the 4-bet. Great fold, 6 high flop. Yeah, the orange is a bit harsh. I can't change it right now, or I'm scared to. Well, maybe I can. If I do displays. Oh, okay, I know this person who's playing me. He texted. Okay, bet, check, bet, half pot. I'm repping what I have. He can still have all the boats, so you don't want to go too big here. Sure, let's call. All right. I mean, we're probably going with this Jack 9. After seeing the last few hands, maybe going with that ace 5. Like, going with ace 5 would have been standard, except that it was an under the gun open, so it didn't feel great. Three pair. Let's just check. Jack jacks. Interesting limp here. And I mean, I guess I'm checking. Let's see what the flop brings. I'm not going to fold three pair over here. I think I just jam this flop. I could lead over here, but I do run into Jack Jack a decent amount. Like there's only one straight on the turn, so he's still repping a lot of like full houses. We are 66%. We are still in it, ladies and gentlemen. 7.2 big blinds. And a dream. And a chair. There are 2 minutes left in late registration, so we might not find out if we have the opportunity to re-register. Hopefully we don't find out. But I do have pocket queens. And the money's going in no matter what. Here we go. I think we can call King 10-9. All right. All in with queens. Fold would be fine. Okay, not the worst. That's going to do it. We are up to 16 big blinds and a dream and a chair. Start bluffing with our sixes and our open ender on the left. Three bet with queens. Not thrilled, but we'll call. Decent flop. Facing a check is interesting here. Like, against certain opponents, I would definitely value bet this. But I think the standard is to check. I'm going to bluff here with threes. I have a lot of outs. Face a check on the 10 turn. Again, against certain opponents, value bet this. I think it's just a check. Now we wish that we had value. Well, unless we were going to get check raised off the hand. Bluff on the left. Their equity. Here we're going to raise the nuts. Okay. Probably has some kind of like jacks with hearts, a 10 with hearts. Or maybe something stronger that was going to check raise. Let's see. He had, sorry, multitasking. Yeah, 10 with hearts, as I suspected. Okay. So do we want to fix the display? See if we can ultra multitask. This seems like a good betting hand. Appearance. This is a little bit interesting. A little suspicious. Let's call. Nope, that makes sense. Wallpaper. Something plain. How's that? I mean, that's very plain, but I want to have a little more texture. What's this? No, that's too much. Well, I'm so particular. This looks kind of cool. No, I mean, that looks okay, but and I'm timing out. Okay, this is it's probably just not worth it for the best wallpaper. Okay, we're gonna call it 3-bet, and we're going with this. We're not ahead, but oh, we have a pretty good hand. No reason to wait, I think, for a turn. And it's looking pretty good. Even though this wallpaper is not. How about that? That looks okay. We're sticking with that. Did I raise this pre-flop? I think I did. But yeah, I should focus and know. I can hear my wife yelling at me to pay attention. I mean, not literally, she's not doing it, but when she sees this, that's what she'll be doing. Okay, we'll see bet here. I'm going to defend the big blind with queen 7 suited on the bottom. Try to flop a flush. Trips might be even cooler. Right, you could barrel this off, but generally I wouldn't. Left table 2x pot, I mean, we're going with it. I don't really love that he sized down because it means like either, well, it can mean a few things. I think I'm just going to rip it in because I don't only have one pair. And so making him fold, like if he has like ace jack 5 and is folding, like that's fine. Well, actually that hand I'd like to let see a turn, but a lot of hands like that are one pair that are bet folding, I'm happy to see them fold. Open ender on the left, open ender on the right. No bluffing on the right when we have the pair of 9s. Left table, I think just call. The stack depth. Interesting turn. Going to continue to check. I think this, well, if we had a 4 here, I'd maybe bluff the 5, I think is a little too strong. Just going to try to show it down. And over here, what do I think about this line from him? Whatever. Fold. Obviously, we could check raise with our 7 deuce here. What do I think he has? I kind of feel like he's bluffing. But if he's not, he has ace deuce, and he's not going to fold. IMO. Queen 7 suited with 12 big blinds. I have no idea how to play this if folded to. Queen 8 suited seems like it would be an open. Okay, now it's a fold. Here I'm going to check back, take my open ender equity. Kind of get there. Gonna delay c-bet kings. Kind of feel like we're not getting check raised here, but we could be getting check called by a flush. Gonna check. It's very close. There are a lot of things. There are actually like a million thoughts going through my head here, and it's going to be hard to explain them succinctly while also continuing to play these tables. But basically, the long and short of it is, I felt like that was a spot where he would check a lot of flushes to me because everything got there. So he might think that betting is not going to get called very often. If it was a spot where I didn't think he would check many flushes, then it becomes a value bet and maybe even a pot value bet. And it doesn't even take, like, if he bets most of them, then that's, you know, plenty. Could bet, could check the deuce. Gonna check both of these back. Second nuts on the left, no redraw. 4 times pot. He's potting, that's not great for me. I'm gonna pot on the right. I'm gonna call on the left. Third nuts now. If he pots again, I'm probably not beating value. I shouldn't be. I mean, I'm not beating it. I could be chopping with it maybe. Here, nice call with the queen 3. He checks. Now it's very interesting. So like you're not supposed to value bet hands that you wouldn't, that you maybe fold. But I actually think the way this spot played out, like he can have some sets and I kind of can't be beat. So I'm going to go for value. And that's the kind of thing where you need to know your opponent. And if you do that too often, you're going to get wrecked by checks. I guess we call here with 5-3. Interesting sizing from him. Seems like a bluff, kind of. Bet here with 2 pair and a flush draw. Now we have the open ender and a flush draw, but less than pot remaining. Actually gonna fold king 10 offsuit, I guess. No. I'm just gonna jam. Oops. Good check call from him. I managed to get there with the higher flush draw, but that's a spot where people are generally folding way too much after they check, or only trapping if they have a full house, which they're going to have really rarely there. So it's good to trap with hands like that. So well played by him, and unlucky. I think we're gonna have to call this. I'm not thrilled. A little too much going on. Here with ace 10, 6, 7. I mean, when he doesn't 3-bet off of this stack, he like never has a big ace, sort of. I'm oversimplifying for the sake of talking quickly. But you get the idea. Why is crisp? I think now I'm going to rip it in. And over here, I'm going to small bet, which is very thin, but I have a lot of like missed stuff. So it kind of makes sense. Like I have a lot of potential bluff candidates, 6-4, deuce 4, 3, 6, 7, etc. Let's just limp. Let's bluff. We don't need a break, but we will go to the 2-table view temporarily. Give you guys a closer look at the action. Again, I think the ace-high boards we can attack more when he doesn't 3-bet off of a short stack. Check call here with 10-9-8. And I guess we show down the 9. I mean, we don't win that often, but sometimes. 1350 here. This is exciting for me. Peak. I've always wanted to get to 2000. That seems ambitious for tonight, but you never know. Half pot. I don't know why I'm suspicious of that, because I feel like he could pot a lot of the hands that can value bet here. But I'm just going to fold anyway. Here I'll pot with the 3 blocker and the other stuff that I have, and probably bluff river. We get raised, we're going to fold. Here we call the 3-bet with double suited 5s, I think. And we're going to fold this flop, obviously. Not even sure about that. Like, I've never folded a double suited hand to a 3-bet in my life, but I think at short stacks you probably should some of these times. At times like that. Definitely raising up. Double suited 8s and 4s. Betting flop with my full range. Let's go a little bigger because I'm not going to, this is not like a multi-street betting hand. So I'd like to take my fold equity now if he has like a Jack 7-7-4. That's cuspy. Rather just get him out of the way now because I'm not going to get him out of the way later. Interesting check over here with the 8 high flush. I don't think that's good, but it is like, he's going to catch me bluffing more than I would like. So like it's not a bad adjustment against me. Okay. If he doesn't have a flush, I win. I think that means it's a pot, but it's very thin. Very, 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 very thin. Yeah, he has a flush. If he calls appropriately, I think that's like maybe break-even value bet. I don't think I need to bluff a 4 here. And this is kind of interesting. I'm gonna bet 3 diamonds. Like I block a lot of stuff, so he's gonna fold a decent amount. And now I have 2 pair. Might have the best hand, but what does that mean I want to do? I don't know. Just call with this. Could be a 3-bet against a wide enough opening range. Here we're facing a pot bet. It's going to value bet kind of perfectly. I'm going to call. That hand should not bluff. I think there's too much showdown value for that hand to bluff. So that makes my call good because it means that he's going to be over bluffing that spot. But I mean, like, it was going to work a decent amount. This is kind of interesting for, like, his small sizing is weird. He's kind of saying he has a straight. I'm just going to, I kind of feel like he would bet bigger with to rep the full house, or I don't know. That was iffy. That one was close. Well, I've got full house that doesn't matter. Yeah, you're saying this, it does look like party poker, I think, because the background I set up. And I mean, I'm probably going to lose here. But I have very good, like pretty good call blockers. Actually, the 3s don't really help. Oh, okay. I beat. That's the only value bet I beat. Literally. Queen 10 suited in the big blind. Oh, you don't see that on the bottom. We just got back. And I might be playing a hand. So let's see. Bluff raise on the left, top left, as you can see. Need some bluffs, and like I don't know, whatever. Now I'm going to give up. Nuts on the right. Super nuts, so I don't know. I think 1K is a good sizing anyway. He's probably bluffing. But I have 10 high. So nice hand. This might be too thin. I'm not sure. Let's chop it up. Unfortunate river. I was probably going to get the money. So we got a 2 big blind stack on the button. We've got a 30. I'm going to go small, small on the left. I think that's a good way to play this one. So if he goes all in, now it's tough. Now it's very tough. Now it's tough. If it went fold and he went all in, now he's like stealing the blinds. That's a very easy call. But given how it actually went, I think it's just a fold. Like he shouldn't be doing this with like 8-5 suited and stuff. Yeah, cool. I mean, that's not proof that he wasn't going to do it with 8-5 suited. But. All right, well, good thing that 2 big blind stack was there. We'd be out of the tournament otherwise. A little bit of a loose call of the 3-bet here with king 9 8 4. When we're not 100 big blinds deep. Even at 100, it's, I mean, no, at 100 it's normal, but still not great. We're going to fold jack 9 offsuit. Rhino, Bra says, get on Twitch, you'll get 10K. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if I get more viewers on Twitch than here. I should learn how to multi-stream. Like one day I streamed kind of impromptu and I was like, oh, can I set it up real fast? And I could not set it up real fast. You need something. But now that I have more time, I am streaming the next 3 days. If you weren't here when I said that, come back tomorrow night, the following night, and the night after that, I will almost definitely be here streaming again. Tomorrow's a 10K online bracelet event. And then the other 2 nights, there are bracelet events, but they're not as big as these 2. Interesting. It's obviously a good bluff raise hand, but I don't rep. I mean, I rep 9-8. I don't think he's going to believe me. I don't think he's going to believe me. I think this is a raise. This should be a raise. But just like given how the match has gone, I just don't think he's going to believe me right there, which maybe I'm wrong. Okay, we're shoving. Clearly. That's not good. He reshoves 30 big blinds. So we're going to be behind. Now we're way ahead. We can't lose. We could have chopped, but we didn't. Very nice. We'll check call here with the gut shot in the 7s. Interesting turn. I could have a donking range. That could include this. I decided not to donk. Here he raises in limp, and checks. I'm going to bet. And here I am going to bet, or sorry, I'm going to call. I think double gut shot, flush draw. Right? Is there any reason not to call? It's maybe not a. I mean, I could jam to make him fold like bluffs, but this is actually really close. Very close. There's a chance I win at showdown, which helps, but darn. Interesting. What was he doing against a shove on the turn? Let's go for this. Very interesting turn bet from him with Queen Jack 8. He might have made the read that I would lead the turn with a lot of my what am I trying to say? Well, my good hands. Bet here. King high flush. I'm going to check again. Go for one street on the river. Might raise a bet. Like a small bet. Bet aces here with ace of clubs, which is an important part of the equation. Pretty good turn. I want to see what he had here. And I think I just half pot here. I could check. But no, I think there's too much value. He had jacks with a club and an 8 and a 7, all good blockers. Easy check jam on the left after raising out of the big blind. He checks. We obviously show down the aces on the 5 of clubs river. Nice. Got in money very good on the turn there. But I mean, he had to call. There was nothing strange about that hand from him. And here, I guess we're just going to pot and hope to get called by something. We're going to raise in the Hold'em tournament. Top left, we got called by a flush. I was hoping a hand like that would bet the turn, but it did not. Here we'll get in all in pre-flop with kings. In very, very good shape. About as good shape as you can be in this spot. And we hold. Going well in the PLO. In the Hold'em tournament, we get called by the button when we open off of a 16 big blind stack. I'm going to bet here. I can have some bluffs for sure on the top right. Not really loving this. I mean, I'm going to start with a check. I don't know. And I'm going to check call the 2 big blinds. I'm going to fold here with the king high flush draw and no pair. Up with the nuts on the top right somehow. You guys are funny in chat, but I can't keep up. Check this back, I suppose. Pot raise on the right. Here, what is going on? What am I going to do? I think I'm going to jam. Like, I can have some just like ace 8, ace 10, and he can have jack 10 or something. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. I assume he folded when I raised the river with my nuts. Yeah. Sorry, I got distracted trying to look back at hands. I don't know what, I think I just defended here with ace king 7-7. Gonna fold the 9-3 off. And gonna check the turn with ace king. Check the turn here as well with queen jack 8. So we're arguing about my queen 10 suited play. Daniel, thank you for telling them to hit that thumbs up. I appreciate it. 1,300 viewers right now. Not too shabby. We are streaming high stakes heads up PLO and a 5K bracelet event. So, you know, you'd expect some. We're delivering. We're giving you the good stuff. I could probably just make this stream into a course and sell it for $400. And instead, all I ask is a like and a sub. Let's bet over here. It's not the craziest hand to check back. You want to check back some top tube hands, and especially on a board this dynamic, because like there are very few turns that I'm going to continue, like turns and rivers, I'm going to continue betting on. Check raised. We're not going to fold and we're not going to raise, so that means we're going to call and see what the turn brings. If it's a brick, we are going broke. If it is that card, I don't know what we're doing, because we do have the 8, we do have the queen. If he has like ace jack 10 with spades, he's doing this and he's probably jamming the turn. If he has a set, is he jamming? Probably. I mean, I'm not thrilled, but I think he's going to have a lot more flush draws than straight draws. He might have combo draws. It doesn't look like we're going to fold, I feel like. But if he got here with whatever it is, you know. Just trying to count combos in my head somehow magically. Could he just have king 10 and we're ahead? Yeah, I think we need a call. All right, we were ahead, but we didn't win. We got set over set and we didn't lose that much over here. So a couple of pots didn't go our way. That's okay. He's allowed to win some. We've been running pretty hot thus far. I feel like we have faced the 4-bet a decent amount of the time here. I forget if we raised on the left table or not. I think this is a good call, but it's close. And now we're not going to fold. The question is, do I just rip it in his face? I think the answer is yes. I think he can fold some hands that have us beat. And I mean, against that, we're flipping. And we're going to get there for the bigger all-in. So we save our run good for the bigger pots. That's how we do it here at the Phil Galfon YouTube channel. We're not like near the bubble, are we? 40 spots pay. There are 82 people left. No, we're not. Because I was going to shove this if we were, but we're not, so I'm not. King 3, I think, have to call here, but it's not doing great against a value range. I mean, it's behind a value range, obviously. But he's going to have some bluffs. Turn the nuts on the right. With the redraw, I'm going to raise. Like, I mean, he might own me with a check raise here, but I think, you know, a lot of stuff missed. So now when we raise big on the turn, I actually don't think I can, well, maybe I could pot the river, but it's close. I'm going to go a little smaller. Just because by the time you almost pot the turn and then pot the river, you, like he only has to call down with a very small portion of his range. Yeah. Like you don't get called by much worse than that. So, All right, calling the 3-bet. Pretty nice hand, but obviously like we whiff a lot of flops and have to fold equity, which is unfortunate. That is not one of the flops that we whiff, nor is it one of the flops that we have to fold equity on. So let's hit one of our outs, or just have the best hand. Now we'll have to hit one of our outs instead. Right table with 2 flush draws out here. I don't think starting to bluff the 6 blocker with the ace of hearts blocker is a good idea. I just have higher, like I need to choose, I need to be more picky about my bluffs. And now we just show down ace jack and lose. He was check calling turn. Think we can raise this? A lot of 4-betting going on. I think we check call 6s with the gut shot. And against this 4-bet, I don't know. It seems like the equities run too close for us to fold. And now we're just going to put it in. I don't think we should check. It's a good flop for him. And we are going to lose that one. It's okay. Let's have some high cards in our limping range. We'll bet this with the 8 of diamonds. Check without. Interesting turn spot. I think it's just a check. I think it's just a check. I think it's a check. Bet would not be that bad. Huh. Very bad river. Because now all of his kings, queens, jacks, etc. win, and like he can pot and bluff a lot too. So we're hoping for the check, and we're hoping we win against ace jack or something. Ace king, chop it up. We have decent blockers to call with. Not great though. He's not going to bluff with an 8. We don't have a jack or a king though, and those are a lot of value bets. We have no, I think it's fold, but this is worth considering calling. We have no like straight draw blockers for the most part. We have very few of them. Ace 9, 6, 4, I think is not quite there. About this turn with strong draw. Bet this. I mean, it's a bad hand, but we need some bluffs on this board that don't actually make anything when the draws come in. Now we'll just give up. Use real draws to continue bluffing. I mean, there are a lot of straight draws available on this board, and the question is now, do we want to bluff the river? If check 2, I think probably. On the check raise thing. We're going to fold our 5s. Let's see if we can win a showdown with 6s or improve. That's improving without improving. Or maybe the opposite of that. Not improving while improving. Yeah. Too bad. Check our nines here. It's a good river. Just pot it. I don't think anything else is going to work out better. I'm going to go to the two table view for now, and then if something's going on, I will let you know on the other table. But I mean, it's, you know, I'm folding almost always, and the hands are playing so slowly that let's get the nice view. I also want to make this table even with the other. Okay. Let's pot here, fold here. I'll bring you back down there if we play a hand. But yes, we are still in the 5K bracelet event. Short, but not desperate. This is kind of a cop-out, this bet on the right table. Just bet and then check down. Easier way to play the hand. I think it's not the best way to play the hand, probably. So we flop a wrap on the right table. And you're going to fold on the left to the 3-bet. We maybe shouldn't have opened. But we knew we were going to flop a boat. He just took our opportunity away. It's a weak wrap, so I don't think check raising is good. You don't want to build a huge pot for when you get draw over, you know, straight over straighted. Now I think we just have to fold. I think we have to fold. It's close. 5, 6, 7, 10, jack. 3. I think the 3 helps enough. Interesting sizing from him to go half pot here. I'm not going to call it with the 3 though. I'm going to bring you back to the 4-table view. We defend the big blind against an early position open, and we flopped a pair. Over here, queen 9, small bet turn, 2/3 river, feels like 6-8. I've taken too long to raise though. And here we're just going to call. Be an okay bluff raise on the flop. It feels like a small bet to get called by ace high. We can have some 7/8s. We can have some deuces and 3s. It's obviously a little thin. I think we lose when he calls that fast. I'm gonna fold this. And I guess we'll keep it there for our ace-4 suited. I have no idea how to play if one of these guys raises. Well, if this guy shoves 7 big blinds, well, I still don't know how to play it. This feels like, I mean, it's not a fold. It feels like a jam. As we get check raised with our 10. What does he have? I'm going to jam the ace-4. Good luck us. Okay, maybe. All right, we're going to check the 10. Okay, he's bluffing. Here, I mean, we're going to call. We have the second nuts. He's betting small. I think we have the best hand, but it's a little thin to do something about it. We'll go back to the two-table view. So I think this is probably a set. Well, maybe not. Let's see. It was a set and a flush draw. So that's why. Here, let me bring it over. He had the nut flush draw and a set, which is why he's betting, so he can bet call. And like, I'm not really pushing equity or playability against, certainly not playability, but I'm not pushing equity against that. Here I turn the wrap in addition to my flush draw. It's actually a little close here because I'm often getting check called by like King X of diamonds, which has me in rough shape. But I mean, this is a board that like, I have all the ace ace, I have more of the king king. You get check raised so infrequently. And this happens. When does he have Jack 10? He has Jack 10 probably like 18% of the time or something. This probably is only a half pot. It's probably only a half pot, but I'm just going to pot. My thought process there, I think this is probably supposed to be a half pot, but I think he'll believe that I'm repping less with a full pot bet. And like when somebody has this board run out and then they half pot, it just feels like it feels like they have it and they're picking the right sizing for their value hand. Whereas if they get here and pot, it's like, oh, I missed and I want to rep the straight because I have a 10 in my hand or a jack in my hand or whatever. And I'm no longer repping a set, obviously, which I had the big advantage in on the turn. But I think this is technically maybe slightly too thin. Maybe, maybe not. I know it seems crazy that it would be too thin with the second nuts, but he just has Jack 10 so often because every Jack 10 that calls the flop probably calls the turn, almost all of them, when it turns to open ender. Maybe not all of them if he just has dry Jack 10, but it just means he has a lot of Jack 10, has some of the same straight as well. Maybe it was fine. We've been rescued many times in that No Limit Hold'em event, which I'm thankful for. I'd love to make a deep run and actually make a live final table. That'd be fun. After not really playing any events this year. Live. 150 is weird sizing, but okay. Okay, okay. I do feel like my game is suffering from streaming. I don't know how to explain it, but like I'm definitely not super dialed. Um, huh. This seems like a bet. Um, let's rep it. How often do we have nut blockers plus a club draw? Interesting. Rep it. What would I do with 9-8 here? Probably bet. Probably bet. Clubs are not good for me. I'm gonna give up. I'm gonna give up. Yeah, he might with the 5. And their clubs are not good because of hands. Well, not necessarily hands like that, but rebat this butte. Hey, you guys, you always think that something's wrong with me, but this is just how I talk. I am drinking water. We're gonna call the check raise with kings. We're gonna see what happens. One straight gets there. We block it. He was repping not a straight, really. We're going to check raise the 10-9. And now we're going to check call the 10-9. What are we going to do with kings? I'm going to fold. Okay. Chop it up. And we'll go to the 4-table view because we've opened. We get clicked here. This is a very weird sizing, in my opinion. 2 big blinds to 4 big blinds. Let me just look at the chip view. And I mean, it's a little more than that, I guess, but we're going to call. Now it's going to be interesting. I mean, like, I'm not really beating pre-flop value. Pre-flop value is like ace king, maybe jacks plus. I don't know. I guess jacks I beat. But I mean, I'm not folding top pair yet. We get raised on the right table. We're obviously going all in. We are pretty far ahead. And we will win. His play is good. He didn't do anything wrong there. And we have pot size bet left in the Hold'em event. don't like this. I really don't like this. I mean, ace deuce, ace five. I don't think I can have a leading range. I think I probably have the best hand on the right table. Left is weird because I usually have a king, but I don't think I can lead because I don't have air. Maybe Jack 10, I guess I could have. Jack 10 suited, so maybe I can lead. Okay, let's see what he had here. We lost our action on the PLO tables. Oh, and we have ace queen. We're up against ace 3. Yeah, okay. Ace 3 off is a little wild. How do we want to do this? Let's go back to a one table view. Nope. There we go. So I don't know how to take notes on this thing, but that would be a good thing to note if I knew how. Note. Right click. It's not going to do it. Okay. Never mind. Triple click. Quadruple click. Quadruple right click. Nothing. Okay. Okay. Good flop. Small sizing is, I think, the only one we'll use here. So this is interesting. He's not going to have a king very often. I mean, king 10 suited, king jack suited. King 8, king 3. It would be awful to get check raised by something here. I still think I'm going to bet. And then I am not going to value bet the river unless I improve. The few times that he has, like, I don't know, ace 4 diamonds or 3-4 diamonds and shoves here, like, you know, good for him. I just don't think it's going to happen enough. And like, I think I have the best hand here. Probably, I don't know, 75, 80% of the time. But I just don't think he's calling it off. And like, he's always calling it off with better. I block a queen. So yeah, I think it's just check. Cool. He actually could have shoved that and owned me pretty hard because I was going to fold. All right, we are up to 40 big blinds. We are 16th of 63. Let me see if I could review some hands now that I have one table that other people have played. I mean, no, it doesn't let me go back very far. Do I defend with 6-8 offsuit? Um, I think so. I mean, against middle position, yeah. Here, I don't know. I think so. Everybody's stalling. I don't like stalling. I don't like that the structure allows, like, I don't like that people are incentivized to stall, and I don't blame them for stalling, but it's just so bad for the game. Pretty good flop for me. Not folding. I'm just gonna call. I kind of worry that his c-bet range is kind of strong on this board because I feel like he would check a lot of, you know, king queen and ace jack type stuff. So I think attacking it's not going to work out very well. So I'll just be folding the turn. The question is, if he checks turn, what do I do? Let's see. Idiot savant. You think that the heads up yellow was fake? It was real. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, you're saying, guys are saying triple click for notes. I've tried it. Maybe you're joking, by the way, but yeah, I can't get them. If this were the main event, I would call here with 4-6 suited against under the gun, but this is going to be, you know, presumably a good player, and I don't think I can make it work. 6-5 suited, though, is a call, so it's not actually crazy. I think 6-5 is a call. I don't really know. It seems like it. I guess we're saying a very small area on the avatar to click for notes. Do I want to play this? I kind of do, but I'm going to make a disciplined fold. 6 high. Oh, look at that. I found it on this guy. Magically. Do they have to have cards? Okay, so they have it. Weird. Some players have it, some don't. All right, so I just can't take notes on the guys on top. It might be a different specific place for them. Martin Cabral, is that really him? Interesting. Okay, we can fold this. I appreciate you all being here. Wow, we're at 1463, which is awesome. Oh, now it says 1434. Still awesome. The best I've done in a while. I can see your chat now, so I'm catching up a little bit. Seth says, Phil, at what point do you quit someone ahead? I have this problem on online and at live play. I basically never quit somebody ahead, not because of ethical reasons, although that's, I mean, ethics is the wrong word. Etiquette. Not just because of etiquette reasons, but because, like, if you're going to play them as default, why would you not play them when you're ahead, when they're more likely to tilt and you're more likely to play well? Look at that. I would have won against all the hands that have me beat. Not that that matters. Just having fun. Rhino, yeah, I did have 2.7 big blinds a couple levels ago. I guess I had chip and chair and a dream and a wish. We're going to open Queen Jack from the cutoff. Is this really Martin Cabral? I mean, probably. Well, actually, I don't know. It seems like a name people would pick also. We get called. Good flop. I don't think we want to check here. I mean, it's not crazy too. And at this point, I think checking is better than betting the turn. You can, it's kind of close. Betting the turn, you get one street of value against like 6-7, and yeah, maybe I do like that. I've been doing that a lot though. No, this is kind of the problem with checking. Is now like it's not even a good bluff catcher on a deuce. Like, you know, easy call of a lot of bets, but now it's a little ugly. Would he bluff a hand like ace-5 of diamonds? You know, ace-5 diamond heart. Maybe he checks pretty quickly. And I think I have the best hand. All right, let's see what he had. Non-believer. King 7. The 7's not a bad blocker because I'll have some like 2 pair hands that are betting. But that worked out nicely. We're going to fold Queen 10 off against 10 big blind shove. Everybody's going to tank and stall, which is fine. They probably wish that I would. All right, we got action. I mean, not, we don't. But 2 people are all in. There are 58 left, 40 cash, so we're not quite at the bubble. Lucky for under the gun. Ace 9. With a 4 big blind stack, I think this hand goes up in value a little bit compared to like a Jack 9 suited. I don't know. I guess it's not that big a deal. I'm going to open it. Even though, I don't know, seems questionable. You guys are telling me, or Ashton Henry says 6-5 suited is a mix there, referring to my small blind fold with 6-4 suited. So your intuition is accurate. Good. I'm glad to hear that I'm close on that as well. It looks like a 25-50 PLO game is running. I'll get on the wait list, but I'm 4th on the wait list. I'm excited for this bubble. Hopefully I can be big stack on the table at the bubble. Danny Go says the top 3 seats is bugged for the desktop. Those seats need to be clicked in hand history. Okay, cool. I get jammed on for 12 big blinds. It's 4, 4, 6. So to call 10 to win 16. Like 40% equity. I don't think we have. I mean, we probably are close. We're probably close, but not quite, I think. It feels really close, because if he's going to jam like ace-5 suited, all the wheel suited aces, this feels very close. He's going to shove queen-jack suited, 10-9 suited, obviously all ace-10 plus offsuit, which is unfortunate. But even then, we're like not in that bad a shape. I think it's a call. That's actually worse shape than I thought. We're very lucky. My memory of like ace-9 versus ace-king, I think we were 26%. I thought we were like 30. And we needed like 37, 38 to call there. All right, lucky me. I'll be right back. I'll be back less than 5 minutes. All right, we're back. Oh, you get a seat in the PLO game. Is it still running? Let's see. All right, so we'll switch to the 2-table view. And I don't know why these hotkeys aren't working anymore, but that's okay. Yeah, I thought, whatever. My equity memorization is not where I'd like it to be. It looks like this game's breaking. I was just thinking how I've like superheated so far at every all-in, which has been nice. I'm not complaining, but I lost every all-in in the main event. I think literally, which was like 4 out of 4, 5 out of 5. And so feels good to get some back. I mean, Like, honestly, this is just as valuable to be winning these all-ins at this point because I was day one, day two of the main. Chris Williams says, big fan Phil coming from the DFS world. Wish you had memberships. I'd be gifting a ton. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. And thanks for being here. Sion. Sorry if I said that wrong. Sion? Your streaming is always so good for someone who doesn't do it that often. Love the content as always. Thank you. I always worry that that my stream is going to be because I'm not like a typical streamer is pretty high energy, and I'm not high energy. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but I do it my own way, and more strategy content heavy, more Q&A, and I'm glad you appreciate it. So thank you. SS asking about that Queen Jack hand. Do I ever worry about him check ripping river on that board? Seems like a board his range connects with way more than yours. Always worried about value bets and spell like that. Yeah, I was definitely worried about that, and I was trying to factor it in to my the equation of is this a profitable value bet? He's talking about this hand, which I happen to have still up, not because I was staring at it, but because it just remained up, and yes, I definitely worry about it. But I don't know. So you really have to know your opponent. And I don't really, I mean, if this is Martin, I don't know him that well. And if it's not Martin, then I don't know who it is. But what can happen here is like, there's a leveling war going on, whether, he knows he's in it or not, which is, this doesn't look like a river that I'm going to bet very often in position. So if he has a good hand, why is he going to check? But then if he knows I know that, and then I am going to value bet thinly, then he should check and get check raises in, both for value and bluffs. And so it just depends what level of that leveling war he's on. And I think what tends to happen is like the first time I play against somebody, or, early in playing against them, they check hands like this and they bet their value hands. And then after playing against me for a couple hours, or, have seen this happen 3 times, then they start check raising more. And then I have to, and like what some of the best play, Phil Ivey and Victor Blom are 2 of the best people at, maybe the 2 best at leveling that I've played against heads up, where like they find the perfect time to stop betting hands like this. Like they anticipate when you are going to counter it, and in advance of that, they adjust. So like before you do counter it. So yeah, that's the trick, is figuring out like when to stop doing it. And obviously I'm at a little bit of a disadvantage in that I'm streaming, and these players, like some of them are probably watching. And so I am going to have to like temper my default against them because I'm explaining my default. But I'll just have to feel it out. I do like to go by feel sometimes. Eric Comp says Galfon's greater than Poker Go. I appreciate that. I don't think that's true, but I appreciate it. Omar, yes, this is for a bracelet. We are 12 of 57, and we are playing for a bracelet. I'm tweeting so that more people show up. It's like my best chance at 2K concurrent. I know they're dropping off now because I don't know why they're dropping off now. Probably somebody else doing something that they wanted to watch. Or maybe just people going to bed because it's 1 a.m. on the East Coast. It's 7 a.m. in a lot of Europe. Omar asked about the suits being covered in the ace-9 hand. No, you're not seeing the ace-9 hand yet. I'm not sure. I mean, you said ace-king versus ace-9. So I wonder if what I'm seeing on the stream is not what you're... I don't know. I'm confused. But yeah, were my suits covered? I'll be watching the replay right here soon. Monk Lily says Martin threw poop at you while you were away. That's funny. I mean, why wouldn't he? After I made that bad call and sucked out. King 5 offsuit against a 15 big blind stack. I think limp is going to outperform shove. I don't know about shove. It's limp. Obviously do need to fold this against a shove, but Rylan, do you own Bitcoin or stocks? I mean, I own some of both. Every poker player owns Bitcoin. Anthony says, running like God, the power of positive energy. Yeah, my suits weren't covered and I was still in very bad shape. So I don't remember my, I guess I don't remember anything about ice. We're going to fold 5 high on the button. Monk Lily doesn't like the other streamers. Bunch of animated graphics and them screaming. Yeah, you won't get the screaming from me. I'd love to get some animated graphics though. No cash games at all. Completely dead. But I'm sitting alone at 2550 and 5100, so we'll see. I guess we should focus on the one table view. A little cold. Is the AC up? Yeah. A3 offsuit is a fold. I'm confident in that. By the way, this new I got a new like microphone arm. It's way better than my other one. I'm not an affiliate for Beacon, which you can see on there. But I mean, maybe I just had a bad one, but it's so much better than the one I had. It can go everywhere and it's not annoying and I can push it like all the way out of the way, which I couldn't with the other. So yeah, that was just a thought that was on my mind right now. Israel Valise, any big pots to recap from the tourney for those who joined late? Great idea and question. The replayer doesn't go back very far, unfortunately. So here was one with ace queen that I guess you're getting spoiled right away. You know what? Let me go to the two table view so I don't time out because there's no sound. But all right, here with ace queen, we raised under the gun. Big blind defended. Small bet flop standard. He calls. I decided to half pot turn, which I think is a little non-standard. It might, I mean, it's certainly got to be okay. I think it's probably not good. So the king, we should have a very high betting frequency on the king. He's not going to have a lot of, like, king 5 offsuit and stuff has to fold flop. King 10 offsuit, I don't know. King 9 offsuit, I don't, maybe he does. So like, he's going to be, this king is bad for his range and good for my range, and so I should have a high betting frequency, including a lot of king X. But I think I can also include some hands like this for value. And I did. And the deuce, like, I think on like a 7, I have a pretty clear check because there's going to be more queen 7 than there is queen deuce. There's going to be more 8-7 than 8 deuce because he's going to fold those pre. I maybe could have jammed here, but I decided to check. And I'm curious what a solver would say. Yeah, that was that. This hand we talked about a little bit, but I opened in late position. Got called. I flopped top pair, bet third pot. Turn, I talked about betting. This is a little bit similar to the ace queen. I mean, it's different than the ace queen hand, but it's similar in that, like, if I bet a decent size on the turn, I can't value bet the river anymore. So do I go for two streets now, or do I go bet, check, bet? This time I decided to check. Thought the reason I like checking here, I didn't have time to talk about it, but if he has a hand like, you know, ace 5 or a hand like he had, which was king 7 of clubs, you already saw it, so I don't mind spoiling it. Then on like a spade, he's going to bluff a lot. I mean, he's going to bluff on most runouts, so it works nicely. And also, even if I bet turn and get called and the river's a spade, it starts to get a little bit thin to bet river. I think that I think this hand's supposed to be a fold. I don't want to fold it, but I mean, stacks are so short. I think it's probably a fold. Yeah, let's be a net. So I checked back, and then river 7, he checked, and I was trying to decide if this is a value bet or not. I mean, I talked about it kind of recently, so in the end, I decided to bet. I talked about this leveling war recently, and he didn't believe me. He called with king 7, so that was nice. Here's my terrible call with ace 9. I mean, it's probably terrible. I opened, he shoved 12 big blinds, and I called. Like, I think there's 56 in there. I have to call. What is that? 35. It's not that bad. I don't know. Yeah, 35 out of 90. So I need like 35. Yeah, so I need like, I don't know. I can't figure it out. 38% equity or so is what I thought it was before. But as it turned out, against ace king, it doesn't show here, I guess. I thought I had 30% equity against ace king, but it said I had 26, even with 2 live suits. So I think just my perception of equities, like in Hold'em, is rusty. But I thought that I had 30% here, and I thought that I would have 70 against, ace 5 suited, or like, 68. And then, he would have all the like queen jack suiteds and the 10 jack suiteds and 7s that I'm flipping against, etc. So I thought with the pot odds, it was okay. Probably it wasn't, given what I just learned about equities. And that's all the hands that they have. that I can go back to right now. Thank you for asking that. That was a great idea. Rhino X, I don't know how much the water thing cost. I was saying earlier, I got it in a chair's in the way, but you guys get it. I had my whole office redone, and it was on the list of like the itemized list of expenses, but I don't remember what it said. I mean, that's something you could look up online, though. It's not super unique. There's the installation is not going to be very expensive. It's just a matter of the cost of the thing. I had water already there because stupidly when we built this house, that that weirdly shaped corner behind me was designed to be a bathroom, but there's also a bathroom right across the hall here, and I was like, we don't need two bathrooms right next to each other. As it turns out, I kind of wish that I did have one here too, but anyway, so there was already water there, so we didn't have to do plumbing. How many BBs is average? Let's see if they'll tell us up here. Average stack is 125K. My stack is 142K, so I'm not much above average. That's kind of surprising given that I'm 14 out of 52. There must be some very big stacks, obviously. A couple 400K stacks, a few 300K stacks, a lot of twos. Yeah. I guess a lot of us with similar stacks in the middle. Tyler K, do you remember playing the cash game streams at Binion's during the poker room? Yeah, I do. I mean, that was the first time I played on a TV cash game. 6-5 offsuit against the small blind. I do want to also start paying attention to hands that were shown down, but there are not a ton of those. I'm looking at some now. If anything's super interesting, I'll let you know. Kind of interesting. This hand went limp check, 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 flop, and he bet the turn reasonable 2/3 pot with no outs. And then check, check, river. So, I mean, a little bit interesting, first of all, that he bet with no outs. It's also not everybody calls this turn with king high. I think it's a good call, but I don't really know what note to take about that, but might as well. We're only one tabling. And then, I mean, just I think it was a good call, not just because of the result. Andrew says, let's get to 1K likes. I have to be honest, I have no idea how many likes we're at. Oh, 770. Nice. I never looked at that. I always looked at viewers. Yeah, we can get to 1K likes. 770. There are 1,400 of us here now. Probably some of the likes came from people. I mean, definitely some of the likes came from people before. If half of you hit like right now, we would get to 1,000. I'm pretty confident. Thank you, Andrew. Andrew Snap says Hundo is big Hoonie. Okay. Thank you, by the way, for, I mean, red is just good player, basically. Good or aggressive, good and aggressive. My color system's super weird. In that, like, I can't even explain what they mean, but I just know what they mean. Happy River, if I always play standing up. So I'm like taking turns sitting and standing up. I'm sitting down more than I'm standing. And actually, like, I usually sit. So when I'm playing, like when I've played my challenges and played heads up, it's probably 90% sitting. But I do occasionally stand up when I feel like it. Andrew, can you give us a tour one day? Just the office. Sure. It's, you're seeing, well, you know, you're not seeing that much of it. It's a mess. Like what you can't see is a mess. And actually, I think in episode 4 of Galfond, there's a there's a shot of it at a very messy state, and Farah was embarrassed about it, but it's going in. It's in. Tim says you only got 2 cards, misdeal. I agree. All right, were there any other showdowns that were interesting? Let's see. No, that was an all-in. That was an all-in. That was an all-in. That was me. Oh. We are way past my bedtime. Okay. Ace King versus 8s. 8s are gone. I'm sure that was standard. However that was played. Euphratus says folds the bathroom. Yeah. Any names I recognize? No, I don't know who anybody is. I'm getting some info from you all, which I appreciate. Thank you. Ace 3 suited will be opening, of course. Fiber optic, Hal, do you have Omaha 8 and Big O courses? Not courses, no. On Run It Once, in Run It Once Elite, we have individual videos, like multiple individual videos on those games. But they are not the majority of our library. Now, fortunately, we have put out 2 videos every single day for about 12 years. So we have a lot of videos. So even though they're a minority of our library, there are a few. But yeah, just one-off videos from some good players and coaches. Not for me personally. Like I think I have a 2 video series where I was playing like 200, 400, 5 card. So like 5 card PLO, high low, so big O. It might have been 5 card PLO high. I don't know. And I didn't know what I was doing. So I wouldn't even recommend you do that. Go watch that other than for fun. But yeah, that's that. Let's go back to the one table view. We're going to open King 10 suited, obviously. So we're 13 out of 50. As we get down to like 46, I feel like we can start to apply some bubble pressure, certainly at 44. Right now we're playing disciplined, proper-ish pre-flop ranges to the best of my ability to guess. Lynchy, Phil amazing documentary, and then we talked about some. I don't want to spoil the for people who didn't read it. I don't want to spoil some of the episode 2, but my net worth is not 100 million plus. Zachary, yes, this is the 5300. We are still in. I don't know how to show that it's that. Oh, I guess this would, maybe we do that. We're gonna have to fold to this jam from the big blind, unfortunately. So yeah, I could put the, that there so that people know. It's not a bad idea. Andrew Province, tell us about your diet. How do you stay 28 forever? I appreciate that. I think there's some lighting and camera stuff going on, but also the way to, hey, we're up to 920 likes, 80 more likes to get to 1K. I didn't really say I would do anything, and I won't do anything, but I'll be happy. I'll smile. Way to go with the likes, everybody. You actually, like, everybody listened. The people who watch me stream, I think, are better than the people who watch other people stream. You guys are good. Calvin, episode 3 will be released on Friday. Saul said, "Holy crap! I took a break, and how did we run so deep? I was down to I was down to 2.7 big blinds a long time ago too. So like probably I was down to like 10K and no, less than 10K, 3K or something. I don't know, but we made it happen. We're still making it happen. What was I about to say? Oh, how I stay young. I think the key to looking young, still looking good, is to look worse when you actually were young. And that's what I did. Just make sure to be overweight and never do my hair when I was young. 8 deuce suited. I think we can defend against the button. And hopefully flop trips. That's what I'm aiming for, but a flush would be okay. Maybe we'll turn the trips. So this says 1 big blind. I want to see the real amount. All right, the real amount is 1 big blind, I believe. We're going to call. You could have a leading range here. I just don't mess with it because I haven't studied No Limit Hold'em leading ranges here. But you know, I know that people do have a small leading range, or like some people bet everything for small sizing here. It's a half pot bet. Interesting sizing. I think I'm going to fold. Father, the cash game's all dried up. Yeah. And Ludwig said, can you play a PLO table? Too, big fan. Thank you. I was playing PLO. I'm sitting alone at 2550 PLO and at 5100 PLO, and nobody's playing me. There are no 1020. There's nobody even sitting at 1020 PLO. And even at No Limit, which I don't want to play, looks like there is somebody sitting at 2550, which only just happened. I don't really want to go lose a 2550 right now. I could. I mean, I'm up like 40K, I think, in the PLO cash games today. So I could afford a little punt. Although last time we streamed, I punted like I lost like 30K playing tournaments and heads up no limit cash. So I've just won that back. Maybe I just want to stay there. And yeah, I am gonna FYI, I'm gonna stream tomorrow. I'm gonna stream the next day. I'm gonna stream the day after that. So now, what's today? Wednesday. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I haven't I'm not like an official stream. Like I don't have a schedule posted or anything. But you guys listening to me now, you know that that's my schedule. You'll see me the next few nights, unless something goes wrong, which you never know. Payout structure request from Kevin Chen. Absolutely. So 40 spots pay. Go to the 2-table view. 40 spots pay, and let's see. Looks like first is going to be 258K. 100K for fourth. You know, it goes up from there. And I'm going to switch to 1 table as I have a playable hand. 40 spots pay, we are down to, and 40th place, by the way, is $7,685, which is about a buy-in and a half, a little more. It's 5K buy-in, or it's a buy-in and a half. It's $5,300 buy-in. We are kind of starting to approach the bubble, soft bubble. And I am third biggest stack of this table, maybe the biggest after this hand. So like if he opens, I jam ace queen. If this stack opens, do you jam 26 big blinds, or you 3-bet small and call it off? I think you 3-bet small and call it off. But I mean, it's ugly. Maybe go a little smaller than that, but I don't have like good. Whatever. Krista says you can fix the sound, update iOS on Mac. It will take about an hour. You might have to free up space on your Mac to download the new iOS, then reinstall WSOP. Voila, sound. Okay, nice. I didn't know that. So we are calling this off with ace queen suited, and we're not happy about it. But hey, 1,000 likes. And no, Patrick, I will not give everybody a run at once subscription now. But I do appreciate you, and I said I would smile, and I am smiling. So thank you. That's cool. I've never actually looked at my likes during streams, but I don't think I've hit 1,000 because I've never asked for likes before. But yeah, I'm not going to be folding ace queen here, but more like an obligatory call than a fist pump call. We'll fold the jack 6. Let's keep an eye on the player pool, on the number of players left, 46. 40 pay. As we get down to 43, start to bring the heat a little more, I think. Yeah, so these are the payouts. Oh, you can't see the bottom. You still can't see the bottom. I think I can't help you see the bottom because I can't resize this. And we're at the top of my screen. So unfortunately, you don't get to see the bottom, but it is pays 40 spots. And I mean, as usual, the real money's up top at the final table, as you're only getting like, I mean, yeah, even to get 9th is 26K, which is 5 buy-ins. I mean, 7th is 40K. That's what I just won in cash games. So we need, I mean, we're playing for the bracelet. I'm not playing to get 4th. How many total entrants? So first place, as you can see now, is 260K, or sorry, 258. There were 265 entrants. That included some rebuys, I assume. Oh yeah, it looks like 205 entries, 60 re-entries. We're on our first bullet. Managed to sneak in. Jordan says, love the streams, PG. Have you considered playing some light background music while playing on the stream? Yeah, I always when I used to stream, not like regularly, but I had a period where I streamed a decent amount, and I asked about that, and people just said, "No, don't worry about it, because we'll just play music if we want to." It's kind of a hassle because to find what is it called? Well, whatever, to find the ones that you have rights to or aren't gonna like take down your video or mute your video is a little bit of a pain, and so yeah, I just don't. But I would be open to it. I just need to, solve it. CJ says all the very best. Love from New Zealand. Love right back. Thank you. How many plays till the money? We got 4 more till the money. Kevin Chen says, I think it's dangerous to have a leading range when your opponent bets 1 BB on the flop. You're supposed to be wider, so your range doesn't include as much 5x, and your opponent can have a lot more 5x. That makes total sense, Kevin. So I'm glad that I don't. Thank you. Lance says, what's the play with the docuseries? I guess you mean what's the point of it? What's the reasoning behind it? My wife thought it would be fun. So I said, okay. And the idea is to make YouTube content, that people really love and gets a ton of views and grows the channel. It hasn't succeeded in that to the level that I wanted, for like the amount of time and energy and money we spent on it. I think it's the best content we've made, by quite a bit, but it's not outperforming our best. Like it's, they're going to be like our, 5th, 6th, and 7th best performing videos probably. So, not a huge disappointment, but a slight disappointment in terms of outcome there. But I don't know. People have really enjoyed them, especially the second episode. I think spoke to a lot of people, either for both people who are business owners, who have reached out to me about it, and also people who've lost somebody close to them, who have reached out about it. Sorry for the spoilers. Andrew says the final table of 9 is played live. Yeah. Oh, I didn't know it was going to be 9. That makes sense though. Well, actually, these are 8-handed. Well, we'll see. Yeah, I think it'll be fun to be live if I can get there. It'll be fun. Cian, yeah, I'm planning to stream. There's a WSOP event every night coming up. So there's first, tomorrow is the biggest one. This is a 5K, which is very big. Tomorrow's a 10K main event online. And then the other 2 are smaller. I don't remember what they are, but obviously I'm going to try to play cash games alongside them. So we'll see how that goes. A quick look around the table. We're probably going to have to call everybody. Interesting. So AI 3 bets to 5. This is going to be an interesting hand for us to play. So if he's doing this for value at 20 big blinds, it's like queens plus ace king. Like I feel like jacks might just rip it given the bubble situation. I'll have some bluffs. Have I seen him play any hands or do anything? Not really. I don't think I've seen him. Okay, nope. Since he hasn't been at the table long, but he hasn't played a hand. So, I'm not thrilled. I'm just going to call. I think this would be a shove, kind of like a standard shove, but I don't know. At these positions, approaching the bubble, I'm not entirely sure. I think 3 big blinds I have to call. And then hopefully turn the best hand somehow. I think unfortunately we're going to lose this pot. Thank you all for the likes and for being here. This is fun. Losing this pot is not fun, but Okay, we're going to fold. Could I have done something different somewhere besides shove pre-flop and lose more? Maybe. There's my queen. I mean, I probably still lose. I don't know. So unfortunately, we're now the third biggest stack. We don't get to bully the bubble as much, but we still get to a little bit. And especially because I don't care if I cash. I mean, that's not true. I do care, but I want to win this bracelet. So, if they want to bully me a little bit, then we might just get it in good. Catching up. Moonlight Master. Welcome. Can we not bust when I join the stream? No, did you just wake up, Moonlight? Father says, Phil, can you see yourself still being a world-class player at 70 years old? I think it depends what you mean by world-class, and it depends if I want to. I think probably it's not possible to be one of the best, 5 players in the world. But to be able to win at high stakes, I don't know, to be one of the top 30 players in the world, I think it's definitely possible. And if I want to be. So, yeah, I don't know. That's my answer. Andrew, it's not asking for likes. It's reminding viewers also we love you. Thank you. I love you guys. I guess this is just a fold against 2 big blind open under the gun. Remy asks, how did you get over your fears/nerves playing nosebleeds at a young age? I think that was actually the key, is that I did it at a young age. And so by the time I was playing, 300, 600, and 500 1K online, at that point in my life, I was all my friends were broke college kids, other than my poker friends. And so it didn't even seem bad to me. I had only started playing at it was within the first 3 years that I got up to the highest stakes. So it wasn't that long ago that I didn't have any money. And the idea of going back to not having money didn't really scare me that much. So it was just easy. And then I got the practice playing. It's such an advantage to start out that way rather than, start after you have a family and are leaving a job and have expenses and things like that. So, it was just fortunate, honestly, to start at a young age, and it made it easy. And then, of course, over time, I just spent so much time at high stakes that I was used to it. All right, ace queen offsuit, 4 off the money. We're hoping either buck dancer shoves ace 10 or hundo opens and then folds to the jam. I guess what we're really hoping is to get called and win an all-in, but let's be realistic. We can't control the all-ins, although it seems like we can today. And here's a min raise, and obviously we'll call a shove. Cole said, how did your flip tournament go? It didn't run. It needed 64 players. I think it got 30 something, and then didn't run. Unfortunately, it would have been fun to stream. I probably would have won. Interesting. You guys are saying the ace queen suited hand is supposed to be a flat there. All right, here we face the jam, or effective jam. I don't know why he's going less than jam, but we're just all in. And this is a big one. This is a really important one for us to win. So send your good vibes. Send your good vibes. Oof, we're in bad shape. And we did hit the turn. It worked. We just, we're not going to lose all ins, I guess. This is how you win a tournament. Well done. Thank you for the vibes. I think you did it, honestly. And no, I don't care that it's on a 5-minute delay. I think that your vibes can be sent backwards through time. If it's folded to me here, we've got 14 big blind stack and the big blind. We got a 12 big blind stack here. I wonder if this is just a rip with king 8 suited. The thing is, the small blind's not going to fold. And I think that makes it worse. If this was like a 5 big blind stack, it would be better. So I think I'm going to min raise instead and fold to a jam. And I think I'm kind of protected by this guy, like, because he's going to play. And so you don't have, like, you can't take down the blinds for these other players. Nathan James asks, how did I recover from 3 big blinds? You're looking at it. I just won the all-ins. I mean, is this guy waiting to see if 3 people bust out before he has to put his stack in? Because I think that seems unlikely. But possible, I guess. It's not hurting anybody. Unless my stream delay catches up to me somehow. I'll refresh to make sure I'm live in case, like, because if, oh wow, he folded. If this guy calls and we play multiple streets, then maybe he was looking at every single table and trying to calculate, you know, if he could outlast everybody. All right, phew. Don't have to worry about stream sniping. We're at 1570. This is the most I've seen, I think, on my streams other than Galfon Challenge, which was not really me streaming. Very exciting. Thank you all for being here. I'll try to make it work. I'll try to keep winning all ends. Let's see. Michael, oh, I just wanted Phil to see the message. When will the 3rd episode be released? Oh, people were complaining that you said it 3 times. That's okay. Don't do it again, but it'll be Friday. Dan K says regarding the docuseries, the performance of the series might get a bit of a bump once all the episodes are released. Yeah. We're also thinking about maybe putting all 4 together as a single video, which I think the YouTube algorithm seems to like when you have longer videos. Mike asked what I think of Peter Clark as a coach. I think he's a world-class coach, which is why we had him make from the. I mean, he makes a lot of videos at Run Once because we think he's fantastic. Moonlight Master. I was lurking for a bit, but I got out of bed recently. Nice. Jay Woody asks, can I explain why I think Doyle's the greatest of all time? He says, I'd love to hear it. Yeah, so essentially in 2015, 2016, 2017, I was playing in a game called Big Bet Mix here in Las Vegas. I just moved to Vegas, and this was a 100K buy-in, 12, 13 game mix where we played all no limit and pot limit games that were like random. So there was No Limit Hold'em, there was PLO, PLO 8, pot limit triple draw, like those were some of the more normal games. But then there was like pot limit double draw high, and there was no limit single draw. There was pot limit Badoogie. We played some pot limit studs sometimes. We played Big O. We played pot limit crazy pineapple, very crazy pineapple, which had a slight variation. But anyway, it was a lot of, like, there were a few businessmen who played kind of regularly, and then a lot of kind of like my generation of online players who played, and occasionally some like previous generation players would play. And I think all of them lost except for Doyle. So like these were like 50-year-olds coming in and like 45, 50-year-olds coming in and not being able to beat this game. And then Doyle in his mid 80s at the time came in and was, I think, a small favorite in the game and was a winner. And to me, that just like, I just thought like, how good must this guy have been when he was 30, when he was 25, and everybody was completely clueless, because he did figure out a lot out, I think, on his own. And I asked him one day at the tables, because I was just like, I was really curious. I didn't know how he would answer or if he would answer. But I asked, when you were my age or younger, at this time I was like 34, no, 33, 32, whatever, doesn't matter. Did you just like crush the competition? And he, in a modest way, basically said, like, confirmed it. He was just like, Phil, you have to understand that in those days, nobody who played was educated. I was the only person who played poker who had gone to college. And so it was just different. And so, yeah, I just think when you think about it generationally, like the fact that he could still play high stakes poker well in his mid 80s and late 80s, just like he and all he's done, over that long life of playing poker, it's just, yeah. I just think he's got the claim to greatest of all time. And sure, like when he was 80, he was not the best player in the world at the time, but he was still a great player at that point. At a time when so many 50-year-olds who used to be good, like the game had passed them by, but it didn't pass him by, which is what I think, why I really believe he's incredible. All right, hand for hand play, no more stalling. That's good news. Subra says, why don't you ever play on HCL cash games? I've considered it. I was talking earlier in the stream about how I don't like to just like do one-off high stake games. But if there was like a 2-week period where I was going to play like 7 times, and like then I might do it. The reason that I don't like to play high stakes games like in one-offs is because I'm not in action right now. I have nothing to play regularly. And it's not fun to like play one day, lose 180K, and then not get to play again. It like makes it harder to take the losses. And also with games like that, like there are logistical concerns. I have to get cash or chips. I don't know. It's just like a lot to do for just one day of play. But I've considered it in the past, and I'll consider it again. Here I'm going to defend ace 8 offsuit. Pretty good flop. I don't think I know anything about this player. So we'll just, we have 4 times pot and top pair, so it's going to be a little bit tough. I could bet. I guess I'm going to check instead, because I already did. I guess I'm going to check raise, right? I actually think check raise is probably not the best play, but I think it's a very reasonable play. And like he should want to value bet like 7x or better. And I mean, this is like, ace jack, I might shove pre, ace queen, I shove pre. So I'm very high in my range. Not that I need to be, like any ace would be good enough to check raise there. Oof. So he checked king jack, which means my play is terrible. Terrible. I mean, there's the bubble considerations, and this is why I said I don't think it's a great play. I actually thought he would bet that, but I thought he'd bet fold. And so I thought I would get the bet from a hand like that, and maybe even from eights. But although he probably bets flop with ace. But anyway, I thought I would get the bet from that, but I thought he would not call it off. And so I think I should just bet. I mean, if he's I figured I would get the bet from that and some bluffs. And so I would get the one bet either way. But if he's checking that like king jack, then I just got wrecked by not betting. Jed says, shout out from Feller Badger and good luck on your final table run. Thank you. Hey, Leroy says, love the docuseries. Thank you. I appreciate it. We worked hard on it. Joe Ingram in the chat. What is up? Good to see you, man. Thanks for being here. Rampage in the chat. Hello, hello. Ace Queen, no problem. Was that against you, by the way? I don't know who your name is on here, but sorry if it was. Joe Ingram. Yeah, I am up past my bedtime. Michael says, hi Phil, love the documentary, seeing the raw emotions. How do you always maintain the same exposure and always stay calm throughout? I don't know. I am naturally calm. I also appear calmer than I even am, which is already pretty calm. Brian says, likes and comments trick the algorithm. I don't know if that's a trick, though. All right, we are in the money, which I guess is cool. Mike says, Mr. Galfon will be streaming these till the end. Better get some coffee. Oh, wow, I would have made the nuts. Yeah, I'll be streaming this till I stop playing. I mean, I'm going to be up either way. I don't drink coffee anymore. I don't drink caffeine, and I actually find that it works better for me. I am tired already, and I will be tired, but I'll do it supplement free. I actually might, now that you mention it, maybe take something else. What time is it? 10:55. Yeah, I like to take L-tyrosine for focus. Maybe I'll do that. I will take please hang out, chat with each other. I'll be right back. I'll be less than 2 minutes. See you soon. All right. We're in the money. 10 out of 38. Top 9. Make a live WSOP final table. Almost at 1,100 likes. Almost 1,700 of you there, although you're going to drop soon because you're going to see me on a break. And yeah, I'm excited. Thank you for being here. I did say I wanted to hit 2K one day. I didn't think I would have a chance, but I guess if I approach the final table, it might happen. All right, let's see. How can I say Doyle's better than Ivy when 99% of the world? I mean, Ivy, like at the time that they were both playing, Ivy was the better player. But I think that And if the answer is not Doyle for greatest of all time, then the answer is Ivy. So it's not like I don't think, like, I think it's 1 and 2, and I don't know which the order is. I picked Doyle, but I just think that Doyle at 30 is more dominant than Ivy at 30, and Doyle at 40 especially more dominant than Ivy at 40. I'm guessing. I mean, I have incomplete information. I wasn't around when Doyle was 40. I wasn't around when Ivy was 30, I think. No, I guess I was, but I was. And he was very good. As expected. Sorry, trying to catch up before we resume in 2 minutes. I am still sitting at PLO tables. No action. I did get action earlier. It went well, finally. Galfon in the $1 million game next year. I'd like to play in the $1 million game. That would be fun, although I'd like to play more than one day for the reasons I mentioned earlier. Richard Hunt says, can I ask a question? What is the poker room rake on big cash game? Let's say it's 1K, 2K blinds. So usually they have a like a time drop where it's like, oh man, it's been a while. Like $10 per player, $8 per player per half hour. So if you have 8 players paying $20 an hour, it's $160 an hour. So like paying 10, or whatever. So it's not that much, and it doesn't matter what the stakes are. That's just what they'll do at the high stakes table. So even if you had blinds of 5K, 10K, I think they do that. You guys are seeing the King Jack check owning me. Ben C says, love these streams, Phil. Thank you very much. Micro, yeah, I think King Jack was scared bubble play, and yeah, I shouldn't have checked. It was a big mistake. I've actually made several mistakes this tournament, and I think I played really well in the PLO cash games. I think I have not played great in this tournament, and made a couple of good plays, but overall not amazing. And I think we're getting lucky. Ooh, electrolytes, says Andrew. That's a good idea too. Let's do that too. I should get sponsored IQ Mix electrolytes that have, I don't know, they make you smarter too. Because they say IQ in the name. Makes me get hydrated more too. Chat is popping off, Jed. I agree. Nyan, am I going to do any heads up challenges in the future? I sure hope so, but I need an opponent who's going to play me here in Nevada, or the shared player pool, and I need to, what am I trying to say? Yeah, I need a match. And I would even play No Limit against somebody who's not a top 5, 10 in the world No Limit player, given that I don't know how to play. Or half challenge. I am open to try to get action. Yeah, 258K for first. Pocket 8's here. Obviously going to open. And then call everybody's shove. Unless multiple people shove. Okay, here we go. Let's do our thing. It all ends. And this one's going to be tougher. It's possible still. Oh, I thought it was going to happen. Okay, we lost one. That's okay. Anya says, do you still talk to Tom Dwan a lot? I mean, not that often, but I mean, I can text him, he'll respond, and vice versa. Polarize you. Do you believe in the saying "happy wife, happy life"? Sort of. I think that yes, makes your life better if your wife is happy, but I don't think it's a sufficient condition. Some people have happy wives and are still unhappy. Michael Shale, thank you for the kind words. I'm not going to read it all because it's long and kind, but I read it to myself. Solace asking, why can't we open 3 big blinds in an ante tournament? You can add deeper stacks, but with stacks this short, it's better to open small. And as to why, I mean, because the solvers say, but my guess as to why is that you're kind of like committing too much. Like it becomes a lot better to jam against you if you're opening to 3 and then folding the same range. So you have to open much tighter if you want to open to 3 because you incentivize the jams too much. Right, so that was a setback, losing a single all in. AK asked how my June went in terms of profit. I think a 3.5 big blinds. This would be an interesting 3-bet fold. Because what am I going to choose to 3-bet fold? That's too big. I wanted to go 8 exactly, not 8.8. I mean, I still have to obviously fold to the jam, but it's a waste of a big blind. Fiber optic. No, Doyle didn't give me one of his cowboy hats. What the heck? Oh no. He clicked it. Look what I got myself into. 5 big blinds, 4.5 to 1. I think this is just a fold. I wish I went to 8. I think this is just a fold. Because I have to flop like a lot. This is weird. If this guy's like not good, then I'm getting wrecked here. All right, good fold. I do still like that. I mean, I think, okay, so King X offsuit I think is a really good hand to do that with because like Ace X offsuit I want to call with. And like, yeah, a lot of other stuff I want, but there's King Deuce, King 3, King 4, King 5, King 6, King 7. And so I do have to be careful with my frequencies. Do I shove Ace 9 here? I don't fold. Do I shove Ace 9 for 20? Yeah, I think so. Here we go. I don't know why I have a bad feeling about it, but we're all in. I can't take it back. I'm curious if this is a shove. I think it is, but I'm really not sure. I like 16 big blinds. It's a shove. It's got to be. Here, if folded to on the button, I think I just rip it in. All right. Let's see. Did Doyle give you? Did I already answer that? Doyle did not give me one of his cowboy hats, unfortunately. Gonna fold to the under the gun open. How likely is stream snipe? I don't think it's happening. We're on a 5-minute delay and nobody's taken that long in the hands. Where does the name Mr. Sweets come from? Mr. Sweets 28. So 28 was my number when I played sports, mostly football. This is my favorite player. So I'm from the DC area, and so Washington's, previously Redskins. They're not called that anymore. Commanders now, football team. My favorite player is Darryl Green, who's number 28. And Mr. Sweets was it was a nickname a friend gave me based on what do I do with this? I'm gonna fold. Long story, but basically came to him in a dream. And it's stuck on. It's stuck on. Stuck on me. YTS Party says seeing Phil sit down, pull in 40K tonight at Cash PLO is like that face. Where do I sign up? You sign up at runonce.com. But getting to win at Heads Up 5100 PLO is not going to happen soon. Actually, I have a Heads Up PLO course, but it's you should already be a winning PLO player because it's expensive. Dakota says, as a fellow business owner, really appreciate the docuseries. Here to share a bit of your 5-year, 10-year plans and vision. Thank you. I'm trying to think 5-year, 10-year plans and vision. I kind of have them, but they're not very business specific. Or what I mean by that is I have like financial goals and goals for like things that I want in my life. For example, I want to only be working in 5 years. I want to only be working on things that light me up and not spending my time working on things that are kind of a drag. But it's not very specific in terms of I want to be doing coaching, or I want to be playing poker, or I want to be whatever. I get excited about new ideas all the time, and that's actually like part of doing what lights me up is having the freedom and flexibility to do whatever my new passion is. So there's not a vision in terms of what specifically I'll be doing in 5 or 10 years. And if there was, it would change. Advice for playing $100 to $200 Heads Up Sit and Goes online and building a bankroll. I don't really know. I never played in those games. I played Sit and Goes, but I don't really know the Heads Up Sit and Go scene. I don't know the Heads Up Sit and Go scene. I would worry that's one of the most prevalent like botting games, so I'd be a little nervous there. You guys are you guys are watching my King Deuce hand. Do I watch any other poker content, scoping out pleasure, or any coaching sites? I know you're pretty busy. What about other times in your life? I watch Poker Go stuff, but I actually wouldn't watch it that much, except that my wife does. And actually, then I end up continuing to watch after she goes to bed because I'm kind of like hooked. But no, I don't watch a lot of other poker content, honestly. Like Run It Once training videos. I watch a training video every single night to fall asleep. So, yeah. But that's not, like, at this point, it's not even so much study or entertainment. It's just like helps my mind relax. All right, let's see what you guys were saying about the the electrolytes are acting up. King Deuce, yeah. Moonlight Master says, let's not talk ourselves into that one. And everybody's saying, oh Lord, here we go on the Ace-9 offsuit jam. And he says, seppuku. Everybody's saying good luck, thank you. Oh, are we defending the 7-5 offsuit? Yes, we are, against cutoff open. We flopped a pair. We've also got some heads up PLO action, so hang tight as I get that set up. I'm going to play this pot first. So we're going to call 6. I'll share the other table shortly. Ace, not a great card. Big bet. A lot of ace X. A lot of ace X. I'm going to fold. You know, I don't know. I folded. Now it's over. We can move on. I raised this against a limp. C-bet, and he's going to fold. All right, so this is 51 heads up on the left. He didn't fold, which is good. On the right, we got the 5K. We are 22 of 35. We need some help, but we've gotten it before. Here, I think I'm usually up against a flush, so I'm just going to bet. Because, like, I don't think he's going to call check raise very often. I think he's going to call bet very often. And I was wrong. But if he doesn't have a flush, he has showdown value, so I don't think I'm going to get a bluff out of him. Somehow it's getting cold in here again. Check this back. I think king 4 offsuit's just a fold. We'll see what this guy does in terms of how often he's limping and what kind of range he's limping. But to start, I think the hands like this are raises. And we'll open Queen Jack, and we'll call against the 2 short stacks and fold to the 15 big blind stack. This hand I'm going to bet again. So I unblock a 6, I unblock clubs. I think I get a lot of turn folds. I did not get the turn fold. It's a pretty good bluffing hand. But I just think unblock clubs. I don't know. I just think he has it too often. This is unfortunate. So I think we need to call, right? I think I need to call. Actually, the pot odds are not quite where I thought they would be. 2, 2, 3. So there's 5. I need like 36% equity. I have to have that, right? Yeah. I didn't think that was a shove. I don't think that was a shove. But worked out. We got it in bad. What's the current payout if I bust out now? Let's see. We'll fold this. Oh, it says, current payout, it says up here. So 7,685, which is, I think, the minimum. We'll win more than that in PLO. Maybe. Yeah, Matrix says, assuming he opens GTO from the button, ace 9 offsuit has 55% equity versus range. If he opens wider, you're printing. Yeah, but having 55% equity is not necessarily enough to make it a shove, because when he calls, I'm going to have bad equity, and when he folds, I'm only going to win what's in the middle. I think it was probably still a shove, but I don't think being an equity favored is not enough reason to shove. And actually, you do shove some hands like 10-8 suited that are not equity favorites. CWix, do you know how much of the Rio catalog is part of PokerGo VIP? I mean, there are, I think, 100 videos that are part of PokerGo VIP, and we release what is that? 730 videos a year on Run It Once. So it's a small portion, but it is like stuff that uses the PokerGo footage, which tends to be higher stakes, like videos that people like. All right, so we raise this limp. We flop top pair on a board that's pretty good for us. I'll bet and then kind of done with it, unfortunately. Like, this hand could be a lot of things, but this is what I did. Okay, it's hype. Take it down. I shouldn't have made the joke that I'm going to win more than that in PLO and jinx myself. Josh, welcome to the chat, and thank you for answering the Elite versus PokerGo video. Yeah, 8,000 Elite videos is what we have. So it's not quite that. But yeah, we got some good stuff on there still. Can't see my stack in PLO. Sure. Thank you, Moonlight. Good looking out. I guess I'll move this one up too for now. I moved the other one down because I wanted people to see the title, or like, see what tournament it was when we're in the one table view, but yeah, this will work for now. Gonna go small. And I mean, I'm checking range on the 5. This would be a pretty good betting hand, actually. A lot of people think when you have like everything like this, it's a good check. But I actually like betting these hands because you get called by dominated draws. And now I'm going to pot and hope that I'm not beat. You guys are asking what he had. What was the hand in question? I don't know. 5 minutes ago. Let's fold 9 high, although I've had a good feeling. Nope. Yes. Zennial Gaming. This is a 5-minute delay. You guys get to watch me win the all-in with Queen Jack right now. Could pot this river here, but I wanted to make sure he never considered folding a queen. I think he called too slowly to have a queen. Yeah, he had 2 pair. With a king blocker, which is somewhat relevant Not super. Occasionally, I want to pot these boards. I'm going to do it with this. Dry top 2. Not the best turn. I'm going to small bet and then I'm going to check river. Because I actually think he has a lot of ace-3. Maybe some straight draws. You guys don't like my my queen-jack play, it seems like. Oh, Trevor's saying stack preservation. Yeah, I'm not like... I'm playing for the win. I'm not playing to ladder up at any point, so I'm not super concerned. So, like, stack preservation is important for 2 reasons. One, you have an edge on the field, which I do not in this 5K field. 2 is ICM, which is like, you know, moving up pay ladder, pay jumps, and I don't care about that. So I'm not concerned with preserving my stack. I'm just trying to gain chips. Moonlight Master with the LFGPG. Thank you. Happy to win an all-in. Happy to win an all-in. We'll delay c-bet this. I like to go pot on overcards usually. And on like a brick, although there are no bricks on this board, I would go half pot. Unpleasant. Like, I'm going to lose here. It's funny, I could turn this into a bluff, but I think it's a little too strong. Actually had the best hand on the turn. I mean, I expected to often, but I expected him to have like a flush draw if not. Just going to call this. If we were full stacked, I would 3-bet. Interesting turn. I don't know. Maybe I just bet big here as like an equity denial thing. I went small. I'm not sure about it. And now with spades. I'm going to check call. Not usually the best line, but I block the 4 and the straight, so like it's less likely as a straight or like 2 pair with the 4. So he probably had 1 pair on the turn, which means I want to try to induce a bluff rather than get called, because I need him to have 2 pair to call me at least. And I mean, I was right, well, right, in that he had 1 pair, but he didn't bluff because he didn't have a spade. I think that hand plus a spade probably bluffs. Pretty nice flop for deuce 3, 4, 5. Ryan Draper says that ace 2 soft shove was -4 in EV big blinds for him. Bad shove. Yeah, I thought that was bad, but what do I know? Light wants to see the bet sliders. That's a good call. Oh yeah, I wish I was sitting across from this guy. Sorry, Moonlight. I didn't pick it. He came and sat with me. I'm gonna call a 3-bet with kings. Oh, and here's another player, which is not what we wanted. Like heads up. I don't know about this. And it's just a fold on this flop, unfortunately. I know it looks... If you're a no limit player, it doesn't look like a fold. Queen Jack offsuit, my favorite hand. Let's see. I think it's probably an open from the hijack. Now it's a fold. My Beyond the Game crew asking me, or asking if anybody's still in this event. It sounds like... Oh, when I had king 6 and flopped a boat. Confused. I mean, I remember when I flopped a boat with king 6. It was like the beginning of this heads up match. But why are we talking about it? That I would have had a pair and a gut shot. He folded and we're lost for what he had when the flush got there in the river. He snap folded too. Yeah, I mean, he must have had. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. He must have had like 10-6 straight draw or something like that. Right, at least one beyond the game guy is in this still. I don't know his screen name, and I guess I wouldn't tell you. 3, 10, 10, 10. Not the best pre-flop hand, but it's gotten a little bit better. We're facing a pot-sized bet on the flop. I feel like that's... Well, I don't know what it is. Not folding a 3 just yet. 1829 of you here. Awesome. I hadn't looked. That's really exciting. I think we're going to get to 2K if I keep winning all-ins. Scott Heavens asks, what is the highest stake live cash game you've been in? First I'm going to check raise this river, and he's going to check back, but he's not going to call, so it doesn't matter. I played a 2K, 4K game. That's 400K buy-in once, and then I've played like a 200K buy-in game several times. Andrew says Queen Jack was a good play because you got the chips. I agree. I agree. Hey, we got called. So he potted the flop with a pocket pair. Could be ace-ace. That'd be a little strange. It was kings and 4s. That's bizarre. Can I take a note? I'm going to call that. It's bizarre. I don't like that play. Sorry that there's some space available. Side. Crazy Horse, thank you very much. I hope I bink it too. If I don't, you know, that happens. But do what I can. Do what I can. Yeah, this is still the 53 WSOP event on the right. I was trying to have that in the frame. Whatever. For the one table view, I had it in the frame. Now I don't. I'm going to fold my 6-4 to the raise and all in. Andrew says, like and sub, get to 100K tonight. That'd be awesome. I don't know what I'm at in subs, but I know I was at 91K before we started, or close to it. And be very cool to get to. I'm very excited to get to 100K. I know I'll get there in like the next couple of months, but to get there sooner would be thrilling. Who is its hype? I don't know. I'm curious as well. So if anybody finds out, you know where to find me. Right here. My friend from BTG is sending me notes, and he has a funny note on a player that I won't repeat. guess this is a fold. Andrew says Phil's due for another bank. He's only gotten the last 43 of them tonight. No, I lost one all in. Eights versus ace 10. So I think I'm only like 11 for 12. Phil has 3 bracelets, but none in No Limit Hold'em. That's true. This could be the one. I got a second place in a 25K No Limit Hold'em event, 6 max. That haunts me to this day. Let's not talk about it any further, actually. Seems like a good betting hand. It's not a great board, though. It's not a great board. King deuce suited, I'm going to fold. Seems a little bit close, though. Or maybe a lot close. It feels like king 7 would be an open. Suited, obviously, not offsuit. There's a sort of significant pay jump in 2 spots, which I think is why we are seeing some stalling. Somebody sent me a fish thing, which is cool. I'm going to fold this. I don't know. One level up guy says, hey Phil, what are your thoughts about stories of poker pros who used their last few buy-ins and bink big and describe it with, I knew I would make it? How does it project poker for the masses? Yeah, I don't like that, and I think they didn't know they would make it, obviously. Jack 10 suited, do I just rip this? I think I do. Because it's going to be... I mean, 2 stacks are under 10 big blinds, so it's only these 2 other stacks. I don't know about this. But the money's in. And Jack 10 suited's a good hand. I mean, I know that shoving is better than folding at 15 bigs here. But it might be better to just min raise. Oh no, we got action. We didn't want action. Okay, I mean, we're due, right? Just another 5 and we'll win the hand. All right. You were right, Andrew. We were due. Vinny's son, this does not play to completion tonight. We play to a final table, and then the final table will happen live. Yeah. So we play down to a final table, and then we'll have a live final table, which will be fun. Chris D, other than PLO, what mixed games you like to play, Phil? I mean, a lot of them I like. I think a lot of them are fun. I'm not good at most of them. So, I don't know. Yeah, a lot of them are fun. I'm not good at most of them. I'll leave it at that. I'm going to check back dry king 5 here. Now we'll go for 1 big street and then check. Xennial said, nicely pronounced. I hope I pronounced it the same time, the same way this time. Love your content, man. Facing Fears video is super relatable. It hit hard. Awesome. Awesome. And one of the best poker vloggers on YouTube all around. Thank you very much. And I'm glad that hit hard. What do I do with kings? I have no idea. I don't like short stack PLO, by the way, but here we are. Yeah, Facing Fears. I like a lot of the content that I think is most valuable. People tend to, they tend to not get as many views, but I'm going to keep doing them when I think they're going to be of value to people, and that reinforces that for me. Thank you. King 5 of offsuit. I'm going to defend in the big blind, and I plan to flop 2 pair. Let's just start betting our kings. Lots of draws we can get called by. Maybe should have gone a little smaller. And we didn't flop 2 pair, so we're out. This is a no 2 pair, no bet situation. Look at that, we would have missed. Brian says 91,500 subs. Okay, nice, so we got 500 more. Kevin Chen says crazy. We're down to 2 big blinds at some point. Yeah, and that was early, so it was very few chips compared to what I have now. And I don't know if you guys can see this, but we have aces. We are one off the next pay jump bubble, so people are going to be kind of tight. Pay might get loose because of that. So maybe he'll just rip it. That'd be fun. If he just ripped ace 5 offsuit. Nope. We're going to limp. I don't think we're going to get shoved on because we block 2 of the aces, but if there's ever a hand to limp trap, it's one ace and another ace. I maybe limped a little too fast there, actually. Why do I whisper? This is just how I talk. It's like painful to talk loudly, and I lose my voice pretty quickly too. I think I have weak vocal cords. I don't know about this one. I mean, I think it's just bet and then jam the river, but by the time I get called down, it's not super thrilling. Like, I'm ahead, but not by a lot. People tend to be tight when they're calling off for their stack and there's a pay jump coming. So, I mean, I'm going to jam now and expect he'll fold half the time, which is a little more than he should, and then expect that I'm beat 37% of the time when he calls, and I'm good 63%. And here we're going to fold jacks. He hasn't called yet, so I think we have the best hand. Lance Farmer says, how's the government not ban? I don't know what that is. Who's my scariest PLO opponent online? Scariest is an interesting word. I guess like Isildur was scariest, but I did okay against him overall. I mean, he had a big winning day against me. I mean, I think Barry Sweet is the scariest of them all right now, and I've only played a little bit with him. Yeah. Unsurprised by the fold. Maybe if somebody else busted out first, he would have called. Queen 6 suited. I wonder if this is just a jam. 14 big blind stack in the big blind. I don't think so. But I don't think it should be a fold. It's a 10 big blind stack. I think this is a shove. God, I'm rusty. I used to be good. I used to be good at first stack play. I was a sit and go player. All right, we'll fold. Yeah, lots of 40 big blind players here. Very disappointing. Is there another table? Let's see. Nope. I'm going to sit at one, though. Andrew says, release a No Limit Hold'em course immediately. Yeah. You just got to win the all-ins. That's how you poker. That's how you do poker tournaments. Solace and Bane says, helping one person a lot is greater than entertaining 100 people for 1 minute. And I agree with that. That's in reference to like my most helpful videos that people don't like to watch. Thank you. I agree. Donkey says, thanks for the stream fill, a super high stakes bracelet event, and a huge PLO. You're the man. Thanks for the free education along with entertainment tonight, boss. You're very welcome. Thank you for being here. I appreciate all of you for being here, hanging out with me, chatting with me, especially hitting the likes. We're almost at 1,200 likes. We're at 1,824 concurrent viewers. 2K is so close. I can taste it. I don't use that expression. That sounded weird. Pastrami, you guys are looking at the ace hand now. So don't overplay ace. Wait for premiums like queen jack offsuit and jack 10 suited. I agree. Jack 10 suited is better than aces. Sorry. Yeah, I'm on a 5-minute delay. This site is WSOP.com. Michael, I cannot talk louder than this. This is the volume for me. And bet, turn, check river. Like, give up on this bluff. I mean, it's a reasonable hand to keep betting, and maybe on a river 4 or 8. Christy says, Phil just finished the foundation course, loved it. I've been playing poker on and off for the last 7 years, just started taking it more seriously to be a career. What other courses should I start? Awesome. First of all, thank you. And well done. I was saying earlier in the stream, whether it's my course or somebody else's, if you're starting to take it seriously, starting with a course that's structured is the way to go. I think, so it kind of depends on how challenged, like if it felt too low level for you, or if it felt like right on the money or a little bit high level. So if it felt like right on the money or a little bit higher level, I would go to also run once from the ground up. And we have if you want to play cash games, there's from the ground up No Limit Cash. If you want to play tournaments, there's from the ground up MTTs. If you want to play PLO, there's from the ground up PLO. If you want to play sit and goes, there's from the ground up sit and goes. So that's where I would go next. Only $100 or maybe 150 for some, depending on the course. And those are like next level up. If you felt that foundations was like way too easy, then I might go to run it once essential or run it once elite. Probably run it once essential. I guess I'm going to fold queen 3 here. I don't beat value. I'm drawing dead-ish against value. I mean, I beat some value. He could have like ace king with clubs or something, but I don't know. All right, 24 players left. Current payout, 13K. Next money jump is in 8 more players. So people are going to get a little, I mean, they're not going to get crazy, but they're going to be a little less scared. Just checking some texts. Ace-8's an interesting hand here. I mean, if he checks, I probably have the best hand. I'm just going to go for one big street. There are very few rivers on which I'm going to want to keep betting. My role, Andrew asks, why are the 40 big blind tables disappointing? How much post-flop edge to be had? Yeah, I mean, the strategy is, look at that. I should have just gone all in. I don't know. I just don't like the strategy as much. And it's more about just like 3-betting with high cards and, I don't know, stuff like that. It's not thrilling. Interesting that he's leading here and he's leading half pot. He's kind of saying he has king. It's weird. I block Jack 10. I don't block king. Ace king, maybe. What bluffs does he have? None. I don't think he's bluffing. So I'm going to fold. The reason I don't think he's bluffing is that, like, if he had 10, 9, 7, 6, he'd bet the turn. He wouldn't check call the turn. I think he just has king with spades. Oh no, we went up to 1900 and then we dropped off. We can get there, guys. We can get to 2000. All you have to do is not leave. And then open 6 more browsers with new on separate computers, maybe. Is it hard to shift from No Limit Hold'em PLO? I mean, yeah, you have to. I mean, like learning the different game. It's a new game to learn, but a lot of the concepts carry over, especially if you learn from like a theoretical perspective. It's more helpful. Tim T says, helping you get 1 subscriber closer to 100K. Thank you very much and welcome. S. Valadon says, does Spencer know the hand rankings yet? He's been taught them, but I don't think he remembers. A lot of 1020 PLO running. I'm not going to hop in, but just noting that. Crazy Rich Agent says, I'm new. What site are you playing on? This is the updated WSOP.com. They previously had worse software. This software has actually been very buggy. However, looks and feels a lot nicer when it works. And on the Mac, like I normally am on my PC when I stream and play. But I had to set up my Mac, which has been a big pain in the ass to do it like with all of this. But you guys are worth it. And it works great on the Mac except for the sound. But apparently somebody said earlier, I forget who said it. But you can update the software, the Mac OS, and it'll work out better. Like the sound will work. Oh man. My friend just busted this event. I wanted to final table it with him. Michael Hunter, Phil, what's the best investment you have ever made? All the best investments I've ever made have been into myself. Learning new skills, getting coached, partnering with peers to improve at poker and other things. I think if you're the type of person who is like, if you're the type of person who's driven and curious and hardworking, investing in yourself is going to be always the best. I mean, always is an overstatement. You get it. Is that Cash Game Omaha? Yes, this is Cash Game 5100. On the right, we have the $5,300 WSOP bracelet event number 23, No Limit High Roller Championship. And we are 10 of 22. We are trying to get to a final table and win a bracelet. It'd be pretty fun. Table background is old school. Yeah, it is. It kind of reminds me of I don't know if y'all played on like Prima like 18 years ago. I'm gonna pronounce your name wrong. Perisic. 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 Do I meditate? If you do, when did you start, and would you recommend to poker players? And your thoughts on how much it improves your win rate. So I don't regularly meditate. I've struggled with it a lot. I think it's obviously beneficial. I use other like for mindfulness. I prefer like to journal because that's something I enjoy doing and I stick with. And it's a different kind of mindfulness exercise. But I think there are a lot of ways to, get mindfulness exercise, and that's just one of them. So on the left table, I'm actually going to bet a little bigger here on the right. On the left, I mean, it seems like I'm up against ace 5. So do I have 40% equity against ace 5? No backdoor. I actually I think against full range, I would have won. I think against his full range, probably not quite there. I'm going to take a 1 minute bathroom break. Don't go anywhere. We're at 1824. I mean, you guys always leave. It's just what's going to happen, but I'll be right back. Did you leave? The high roller's on the right side. Lizzie. I'm going to return here to the pillow table. Crazy Horse says I got it running on 2 devices, 60-inch TV because I'm blind, and on my phone to be able to quickly comment. Nice. We'll take it. We'll take the viewership. Looks like we were up to 1844. Probably going to drop off soon because on the delay, I'm going to take a break. But I'm excited. This has been really fun. I appreciate you all for being here. It'll be much more fun if we final table this event and win a bracelet. But even if not, we've had fun. I'm gonna check. Dylan, you're very welcome, and thank you for being here. Sola says, I heavily respect draw players do 7 single and triple. Yeah, draw is, I think draw is really fun. Guess I'm calling here. I'm not thrilled about it, to be honest, because I could be dead a decent amount of time. He could have been going for check raise with King 9 or King. The snap check. This is very, I mean, I have the strongest range. I'm going to go for it. when it's hype checks back the flop, he's not going to have king 9 very often, like ever. I am going to be check raising the flop with king 9. Pot ripper checked the reverse, so I don't know. I'm giving him less credit for king 9. I think it's hype is going to have a king very often, but for him to call with a king when pot ripper's behind him, I mean, like, okay, my blockers are terrible. This is not a theoretically sound play with my hand because I have the ace of spades and the queen of spades and the 4 of spades. And queen 10. So like this is the wrong combo entirely, but I just think this spot is good because I can rep it very well. And I mean, I'm going to need its hype to fold king deuce and ace king. He'll call with king 5 and king 9, of course, but I don't think he's going to have king 9. So if he folds king 5 and sometimes folds, or sorry, he calls king 5 and calls king deuce. Usually, sometimes, I guess always calls king deuce, but then like folds trips because I'm repping a boat. Then I think it'll work out profitably. So won the pot. Yeah, we are, Ralph, welcome. We are on a 5-minute delay. Paris, this is the 888 poker software, but this is WSOP.com. Von Doodle, any poker books I'd recommend? I am not very familiar with poker literature in the recent past, so I'm not the best person to ask. Moonlight Master says, actually better for me to have cash on the side. I've seen Phil punt it off a little too easily. Punt equals playing creatively. Yeah. Playing one table, I just, you know, I'm a heads up. I'm used to playing heads up multi-tables of PLO. So a single table of 6-handed no limit short stack tournament just doesn't do it for me. That goes back to way earlier when I was saying like I do have ADD. People don't think of me as hyper. I'm not hyper, but I do need stuff to happen or want stuff to happen. Okay. I'm going to raise this one. Let me know if you would in the chat. Type R in the chat if you would raise. All right, we're getting the all in. It's a short stack. We'd love to get Lesnar in there, but we'll take what we can get. And we were in very good shape. And now we've got it. Were we really 88%? I thought it was always like, no, I guess that's maybe right. I thought it was like 85 or 82 or 80. Spec says real pros wear a catheter. Yeah, stream pros, I mean, it's not the worst idea. Father says Antonio said he used to pee in a bottle when he played outside. Did he really? I never heard him say that. Matthew Garcia says, should I call off work to watch this whole thing? Well, when we get down to 9, if we get down to 9, it's either 9 or 8 that it'll stop. And then it'll be a live final table in, I think, 4 days or something. 3 days or 4 days. So it might not be that long. I don't know how fast it's going to go for us to bust out half the people left. I just heard a loud sound, which is weird because everybody's supposed to be asleep. I don't know. Just leaving my door open so I can hear if anything is going on. Chris, thank you very much. Michael Hunter asks, hey Phil, what author alive today will be read in 200 plus years from now? So funny thing, I think this will surprise some people, but I like, until this year, I probably read like 8 books as an adult. But I just started reading and enjoying it for the first time ever. So I probably read like 5 books in the last month. So ask me that question in a year, and I think I'll have a good answer for you. But now I'm not very educated on authors. Interesting that we are dropping more. Kyle Smart says, just subbed. Welcome. Thank you. 3 questions. Have I played short deck or thoughts on the game? I've only played it like literally 30 hands of it, so I don't have many thoughts. I think it's I don't know. I don't have thoughts that are like qualified. Favorite unconventional poker variant you've played for money? Have I ever played Penguin? I haven't played whatever that is. Sounds fun. Favorite unconventional poker variants? I mean, it's not that unconventional, but pot limit triple draw. Deuce to 7 is probably my favorite weird one. Yeah. All right, Queen 10 suited. So I think we're just going to call this. See a flop for the first time in a while. Oh, it goes raise call. So this calling range, it's interesting. Everybody was over 20 big blinds. We're going to call the 3-bet with 10 high. I mean, we're not folding the flop, but it's actually not as good as it looks. I guess I'll just call. That's a bad turn. I still think I need to call. Queen 10, I mean, it's obviously not supposed to be a call, but you could bluff raise some stuff like this sometimes. I'm going to. Let's see. Yeah, I have to call. If all my outs are live, it's a very, very clear call. And I think, a lot of them are going to be live most of the time. Cool. 5-8 suited. I'm going to raise. Okay. You guys like raising the ace. Ace's hand as well. I did too. Here we get jammed on with 8-5 suited. Type fold in chat if you like a fold. Phew. This is probably just a fold, I guess. Welly or Wheelie asks if I know anyone else left still in the tourney. No, I was talking to someone in my coaching group that was, but he busted out. I think probably in 22nd or 23rd or 21st or something, like pretty recently. And thank you for the good luck wishes. Martin asked the same question. Um, I don't, but I'm sure I do. I just don't know who these people are. Um, I could probably look some of them up, but at this point, I don't think there's a point because obviously, like at the actual final table, if I can make it, which would be awesome, um, I'll know who they are because they'll be real people. I think it's not a burglar. It's just a house noise. Okay, we lost our action here, so let's go back to the view. And let's move this down and see what it is. I'm gonna fold. I don't really know, you guys. So like my default is to play too loose, but that's what I do in like softer tournaments. This is not a soft tournament, so I actually have to play like sort of accurately, which I don't know what that means because I don't know pre-flop ranges. It's actually easier for me when I'm in like a super soft field. I'm just like I'm gonna play whatever I want. But here, I'm supposed to know. Excuse me, I'm supposed to know the ranges, and I don't. RK Tile says, "What year was it when you had that place with the indoor slide?" I moved to New York, and at the end of 2008, the slide got put in. Probably the beginning of 2009, and then I left in 2011 because of Black Friday to go live in Vancouver and play online poker. So it was just a little over 2 years. Um, 9-7 offsuit, I think, will defend. Oh, I think this makes the defend a little bit worse, but I think it's still a call. A lot of people think that the extra caller makes it better, but I don't really feel that way because this range is pretty strong. Yeah. Flop a gut shot. Hopefully I get a price to see a turn. Or it goes check, check, check. Okay. We've got number 2. I don't really know what to do here. I think everything looks strong because I shouldn't be betting this board very often. And like, to be honest, like, I don't know if I find enough bluffs here. So he's not going to have a boat except for Jack 10, which he will have some combos of. All right. I could also check there and maybe, I could check there. He might value bet Jack. I guess we're going to call here. I could raise fold, but I'm going to call. Yeah, this is the high roller. You're watching me have no clue what I'm doing in the high roller. Abhishek, good to see you. Um, how many big blinds you'll have to win from this point to make the final table? Is that a valid way to think? Um, I mean, valid, yes, but I wouldn't. It's not going to impact your strategy very much. So, I mean, the way to look at it is, average stack right now is 331,000. So, average stack at the final table is going to be like 700K. So, you know, you know. I think I just bet my full range on this board and then check back the turn if I don't improve. Hey, David. First is 258,000 and something. A7 offsuit. I don't know about this one. I'm going to open. The problem is, I guess I need to fold to these 10 big blind shoves. It's kind of gross. If this guy were 10 big blinds, I could just open rip. Actually, I don't even know if I can open rip A7 offsuit. Again, I'm probably betting my full range when he doesn't, raise pre-flop. He will have some ace X, but probably not ace 10 plus. So my 7 kicker is pretty good. But nice to pick up those pots. 4 out of 20. And based on Abhishek's question, we only need 300K more chips to be, 260K more to so like 20 big blinds more to be average at the final table. Thomas Lavelle says life is good when you don't know the ranges but are 11 away from a WSOP final table. Yeah, I think so. Like a lot of people think that Spec says Ilder wants to play you 10K, 20K PLO right now. I don't have a bankroll for 10K, 20K PLO. I think a lot of people don't realize that I don't know how to play tournaments. I've been a cash game player my entire career, save for the first year and a half that I was a sit and go player. And I wasn't even a pro then. So I've been a cash game player my whole career. Tournaments have never been kind of part of what I say I do as my job. I've played some WSOP events, really for bracelet hunting many years ago, but like not to win money because I didn't expect to be a big favorite in the events. Pierce thinks clear fold with the 9-7 offsuit. I think it's a clear call if the small blind doesn't call, but I don't know if the small blind calls. Noodle says you're using your PLO sizings, Phil. Yeah, I mean, yeah. You guys are watching the 9-7 hand. Yeah, it would have been nice if I doubled up that hand, but we'll take it. That said, I think in like the main event type, like deep stack soft tournaments, I think I can play quite well. But this tournament is not. It's at this point we're short. Everybody's short, and everybody's pretty good, or most people are good. So I'm not good at this. So I'm here because I'm running hot. All right, this should be interesting. Kind of easy to play. Well, this is like the one. So against these two raising, it'd be an easy call. Against this person jamming, it would have been an easy call. Against this 20 big blind stack raising, I think it's an all-in. And this call, I think, makes it more of an all-in. This could be nines or tens occasionally, and occasionally a trap, but I think more likely than that, it's, you know, king queen suited or jack 10 suited or pocket fives or something. So I think this is just an all-in. There's six big blinds out there to fight for. And yeah, I do worry a little bit about nines specifically. GL us. Send the good vibes. They work backwards through time, so send them. Oh no, we need them. We need them. Yeah, I didn't feel it. That's okay, you guys tried, thank you. I'm pretty sure I'm happy with that shove though. And shocked that I didn't hit the heart, actually. Ace-8 offsuit, I think is going to be a fold here. Unfortunate, that would have been a nice one to win. But I can't complain, given, you know, how the entire tournament has gone. We've got action on the 5100 PLO table. I'm going to check back the ace-3. Can't go for two streets here. It looks like this table's filling up, so I will keep that in mind. And we'll call. Okay, standard from my opponent, although pot size is a little more standard on the river. This will be a 3-bet. Not our flop, so I guess we just check fold. I don't think I can shove this in. 1942 concurrent viewers. We might hit 2K before I bust out of this tournament. Hopefully I don't bust out of this tournament. Just need a little more run good. Check, check is interesting. I'm gonna bluff. And now I'm gonna bluff again. Andrew, province. Andrew, I appreciate you in chat. Says Great Galfon is live. Tell your friends. Tell your friends, everybody. We're almost there. But I do need some heat. I need some heat to make this final table. There is a money jump in 2 spots. That's pretty significant, but we're not playing for that. We are playing for the bracelet, so it might go broke, and that's okay. Ace-7 offsuit, 12.5 big blinds from the hijack. Seems like a fold. It is nice, like, being short is a bit of an advantage here. I'm going to min raise. Because players have to worry about everybody behind them to, like, isolate me. So they can't shove the same ranges they could if they were all 15 big blinds deep or what have you. Gonna 3-bet aces. You get called by the small blind. That's gonna be, what is that gonna be? Gonna try to make him fold ace-5 suited, I guess. I don't know. This is not a good flop for me against the small blind cold call, but hey, it worked. And here we got money in pretty good. I mean, not amazing, but good enough. 16 big blinds. Did we just rip? Do we just rip? I really don't know. I know it can't be that bad, but like, I need to balance this with like ace queen offsuit, right? Ace jack offsuit. So that like they can't. Well, actually no, because they're not going to like hero call king queen suited, I think, just to get in a flip. So I don't know what I need to balance with. I mean, like they're going to call sevens probably in a lot of the spots. Here we're going broke, 14 big blinds against this small blind, whatever he wants to do. Yeah, you guys saw me lose the pocket eights hand. It happens. Sorcerer said punt. I'm pretty sure the eights was not a punt. Evan felt the heart. I felt the heart too. I didn't feel it, but like I believed it because I've been hitting everything. But I guess when you're this deep in a tournament, you're playing with other people who have been hitting everything, and so it's like your run good powers against their run good powers. And I don't know exactly where everybody stands when it comes to that. We're almost at 2K. If none of you leave, I think we'll get there. All you have to do is not leave for 10 minutes. A lot of you hate the jam with eights. I think it's incredibly standard. If the opener had 30 big blinds, it wouldn't be good, I think. Or maybe it still would actually, but when the opener has 20, I think it's kind of standard. Looks like this game's potentially going to break. There is a 25-50 game that is going to start. Guess we might as well. Wait, I'm trying to buy into this. It's not working. What is going on? I mean, I'm trying to buy into this 25-50 table. It's probably going to fill up before it works. Let's fold queen deuce. Let's show him the deuce. Excuse me. Could bet call this. Could also check it back. Let's check it back. 25-50 game filled up. Now I'm on the wait list. It's too bad. Bet. 9 suited. Let's open it up. Yeah, 30 BB. If they were both 30 BB, I think eights was not a jam there. But I think given that the opener was 20, right? And I don't expect the caller to have like to be trapping much at all. Seems pretty good to me. I don't play on coin poker now. Okay. We will see bet. Okay, two big blind open from the cutoff. Here with kings, with short stacks, we're just gonna put it in. Do we rip? I think we just rip at SPR 1 because we can kind of just shove our full range. You guys are talking about the what I should have done with sixes. I am really curious there. I have no idea. I see open fold. I see raise fold. I see, I don't know. I see a few different things. We're going to call it off with fives and threes here. Interesting that he's going small. I'm probably drawing dead. We'll check call here. Okay, that worked out. I kind of didn't think we were going to get bluffed here. I thought it was going to go check, check, and we were going to win. Instead, this. I mean, King X makes sense. I see. Andrew, yes, I do have a water bottle filling station in my room. Dream therapy, no, I don't play on coin poker. It seems like this 2550 table's opening. I'm going to ignore it for now. Because this guy's still playing me heads up. I would have flopped a set, I knew it. Jamming. 21 big blinds effective. Curious to see what that is if we get to see a showdown. I guess I just check queens here with the straight draw as well. It says sixes was the worst pair jam there, and eights was a very easy jam. Yeah, I thought eights was a very easy jam, but a lot of people in chat disagreed. So it's good that and sixes I thought I was unsure. I guess I'll bet the turn here. Again, my room has gotten cold. My AC has a mind of its own. WGT thinks 8-8 was probably plus chip EV, but bad with ICM. Yeah, but I'm playing chip EV, so that's okay. So do we jam threes with 17 bigs from this position? If 6 is under the gun, it seems close. Just gonna rip in 8s here. I hope this guy just jams so I don't have to make this decision. I think it feels like too much. 16. It feels like too much. I don't know. I think probably that's borderline. I mean, it's got to be close to borderline. I'm such a fish, you guys. Hey, we're over 2,000. I'm very excited about that. I'm a little upset that I'm a fish and I didn't play my threes. Okay, this hand I think you play. And just open min raise. Zeniel, yeah, you caught the 2K viewers too. You caught it sooner than I did. Oh, no, yeah, no, actually you didn't. I was thinking that you were on a delay, but you're not in terms of seeing the viewers. Wait, are you? No, you're not. That's a sign that I'm probably not going to be playing my best if I can't figure out how time works. Yeah, it's a real bracelet if you win. I mean, some people say that online events are not real bracelets. I don't think they should be, but they are. And also this one, especially, you know, it's a final table one, so why not? I don't know if there's any play other than rip this in. I think you could small bet this, actually. Small bet would be okay. James, no, it's not common for them to do live final table. I think they do it for like the few, that's a good turn. Just the few like big ones. Oh, it's a bad river. Standard from him. Nice hand. Brett M says UTG, their 6s was a fold. If that's true, I think my 3s were probably a fold. Except for the fact that I would have flopped a set. This is definitely a bet at 100 big blinds. At 70, I don't know, but I'm going to do it. Okay, we'll limp call 7s. Flop the nuts. I mean, second nuts with a redraw. I probably jinxed myself calling it the nuts, but here we are. I think it's a pretty good hand to raise. Okay, clear defend here. it's probably coincidence, but I feel like Glesnar has cold called a couple times, which is not a very common. I don't know. You don't see it a ton at these stacked ups. I mean, they're stacked ups you do. But I don't know. I feel like was he the one that I jammed against with eights? Lose that big pot with eights. Yeah, I think he called. So I am gonna. I don't know. He's not. Well, he could have ace queen. Definitely could have king queen. I'm not gonna raise get this in. Yeah, he did cold call and then fold to that other. When I had eights, that is. Which is not weird that he folded, but just like the frequency of a couple of cold calls might mean he's playing loose pre-flop. I don't know. And pot ace king. Checking is pretty reasonable as well to check call because I block calling stuff. Deep in the tank. This king of diamonds turn. Checks it back. I don't think, I mean, I'm not going to turn this into a bluff. Could 4-bet this. I'll just call and play post flop. And I mean, I have to get it in now. That's too bad. It's in very good shape on the flop. But you can't win them all. Do I want to rip this in or not? I think I don't. You guys are saying ace king has to fold. King 10 offsuit. Who was dealt into this hand? Because I feel like we got some more people. This could be a shove depending on the... I guess he's betting so big, I just put it in. See which ace he has, probably, or draw. It's unfortunate. Yeah, I don't know about 3-3. You guys, it seems like it was iffy. Constantine just signed up for BTG as discussed. I hope we have fun. Awesome. You're gonna love it. It's gonna be great. And welcome to Beyond the Game. I will we'll email you soon with some details. I can't right now. Yeah, 17 big blinds we don't open shove a lot. And I feel like threes are not a great raise hand because of their unblocker qualities. I don't know. I guess we just fold this too. Here I'm betting small. I just think it's kind of all that's required. Fourteen of 16. This is going to sound silly, but I don't want to make the final table as a short stack, as like bottom two in chips. So I hope we can get all in before then. I think this is just a bet. It'd be an interesting check raise against somebody who like delay C bets too much as like a bluff merge, whatever. Ashton saying 3-3 pure shove from the cutoff in chip EV. Yeah, so that was a miss by me. And obviously it would have gone well. We get check raised. With the back doors and stuff, I think this is a call. I don't need to bet call every 9x. That'd be too many, but I call the turn as well. So here's the thing. This is a good bluff spot in that I always have showdown value. The problem is, like, usually I have the best hand if he's folding, because otherwise he probably has trips. And yeah, like a good player, I don't know if he's good or bad, by the way. I'm not saying he's not, but like a really good player folds trips here a good amount, and a bad player never folds trips. Or I shouldn't say that, but some never fold trips. So I'm not really sure here. That I was not expecting. I mean, that folds obviously, or maybe not obviously, but that should fold. But I don't know. All right, we were 15 out of 16. We're playing some heads up PLO. We got a chip, a chair, and a dream in this tournament. This, I think, is actually an uncomfortable call. Oh boy. I'm not open folding Jack 10. I'm going to raise rather than rip. Like I'm going to 2 big blind rather than rip. If I were 9 big blinds deep or 10, I would shove. But at 12, I think I can do this. Cool. Reasonable 2-barrel hand. I think it's a little too weak. Yeah, for some reason I didn't feel like that was going to work. Trying to get rid of this guy spamming our chat. So I made it so you have to be a subscriber for 20 or more minutes to send messages. So if he wants to keep opening new accounts, at least he's got to wait a little bit. Agent Zero says, good luck, King. Thank you. Thank you. I need some at this point. I've had a lot in this tournament so far and in PLO cash games up until recently, but I just got to keep playing all my bad hands. Lucas, great question. So I remember earlier you were talking about the goats. Would you put Stu Unger in contention for the title? I never had the privilege of playing with Stu Unger. I've never, like, other than, you know, the short clips, I never watched him play. And so I don't feel qualified. And you know, when I say that I think, you know, the GOAT is between Doyle and, I think this is a shove, between Doyle and Ivy, I am neglecting, you know, Unger, Reese, you know, these greats who I never got the chance to play with, and I just can't know. And so, you know, do I just say I can't have an opinion about the GOAT because I didn't play with all of them, or do I give my opinion? I gave my opinion, but a lot of people do consider Unger the most talented that there ever was, and obviously he had some like career management issues that made him not as successful as he could have been, but I didn't play with him. It sounds like he was, you know, a genius. All right, back to rivering the nuts. Rob Sock G, are there any players you wouldn't play heads up PLO? Don't have to name them. I think there's only one that I wouldn't play for a lot of money for like a long amount of hands. I would try him out, but it's Barry Sweet. I just think I'm probably like anybody else. I don't know if I'm a favorite or not, but I know that I have a chance. Like I think I could hold my like. What am I trying to say? I think there's a good chance that I could be the favorite. I think from what I can tell, I mean, like Barry Sweet's beaten everybody at every game, and it just seems like I wouldn't want to lock in. I wouldn't want to lock in like 20,000 plus hands against him at reasonably high stakes because I think there's a good chance I might get just demolished. And so yeah, he's the only one that I feel that way about, and doesn't mean I'm right. Doesn't mean everybody else is. You know, this is an interesting hand. I kind of just want to go all in. I don't think that's a thing. Now it kind of is. Let's see. Let me think this through. Bets. Could be in rough shape. But also he can just have like 5-6 and be targeting an ace to get one good street. And like now, I don't know what I do against the jam. Uh, 6. The thing is, like, five three, 5-6, 6-6. Like he can just be jamming so many hands that, man, this is tough. But he can also just have ace-3, or 5-4, or 4-4, and just like I'm wrecked. I'm never way ahead. Like ace-5, maybe that's the best case. But it just feels like with 2-1, I think I'm supposed to call. I just beat some value like 5-6. Okay, nice. That was an important one. His play is really good, I think. And fortunate to win. Now we're 3 of 16. All of a sudden, it's pretty nuts. 14 out of 16 to 3 out of 16. Brad Smith, I'd rather just shove 10,000 on black than play Phil heads up PLO. Yeah, that would be wise. I mean, like you get what, 48% when you put it all on black. If you play a bunch of hands against me, you're going to be a big underdog. I'm trying to read. I missed a lot of chat. I mean, I guess I'm calling. His sizing is very interesting. I mean, it's not that interesting. Not my river. Hopefully sound's still working. Getting some weird messages. I mean, we just showdown now. Again, like if I had 6-6-7 with like I could bluff here, but not kings. Yeah, that's too bad. I did feel like his turn bet was a bluff, but I mean, what am I going to do with kings? I'm not going to shove. Still up like 40K in PLO, but the last couple hours have not been as good to me, as kind to me. The PLO tables, but it doesn't matter because, you know, we're doing it at No Limit Hold'em in the tournament. We are now 3 of 16. Current payout 20K. Next money jump is to 26K. We're calling this 3-bet, and then we're going to go P. But I'll be back in a minute. I only take short breaks, and you guys leave when I do. And I could hold it until the next tournament break, but I think it's just unwise. I got to bring my best, bladder included. I'm actually going to go small here rather than big. I just think like the same number of hands are going to fold, basically. All right. 60 seconds. Hey, everybody. Oh no. They left me. I should have seen that coming. I should have seen that coming. I'll join the 2550 waitlist. Just bringing a phone charger up here. I'm very sad about this PLO turn of events. Here's a 2550 table that I suppose I will join. It's not going to be fun. There are going to be a lot of short stacks. But, you know, we can't just one table. We could one table if it was the final table, but the final table is going to be live. And then I'll one table. You guys are seeing the big hand. Thank you for the excitement. You guys are awesome. I've never seen my chat pop off like this. Appreciate you. Dream Therapy, in the midst of all this, asked if I've ever played against Omaha for rolls. Yeah, but it's been a while. Um, it's been a while, and I mean, he was always fun to play against. I'm sure he would be again. And Josh says, "How do you not jump up and clap and say let's go?" I don't know. Like I, I don't have the desire to. The same thing. Like I've often thought when like when you see people in live poker get like really mad and like punch the table or scream. Um, I often think like I don't think like, oh, why would they do that? I think, or like, how do they not control themselves? I think like I don't even understand having the urge to do that. Like I don't have the urge to punch a table when things go poorly. Like it's not that I have to hold myself back from outbursts like that. I just don't have the urge. Tully Dog says, this bracelet has your name on it, Phil. LFG. I mean, it has been my day thus far in this tournament. Like I haven't even played that well. And they're just, it's just coming to me, it seems. So I'm actually going to open it up a little bit loose here. We're 3 of 16. We have the table covered except for 2 people. I guess actually, so the 2 bigger stacks are at this table. But I think people are going to be tightening up a little. And, like 10-9 suited's an open here, 10-8 maybe, 10-7. It's basically the same thing because we're just getting a lot of pre-flop folds. King Gagard says, almost 2,300 people watching. You deserve it, Phil. Hope this channel continues to climb. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I appreciate all of you for being here. Like I said earlier in the stream, all my streams are like 800 to 1,200 people. So we really did it this time. I wanted to see 2,000. I didn't think I was going to. And I'm very excited about that, even though I don't act excited because I'm incapable of that. Easy check on the turn. It's actually a little bit interesting to bet small and bet small again. Let's do it. Let's bet small twice. Nope. Boss says, Phil, if the 9-9 was checked to you with 7 big blinds in the middle, 12 big blind behind, how bad could shoving be? I know it's not a thing. Yeah, it can't be that bad. I think, deuce 8 suited. I don't think I can quite shove this. I'm going to limp. I don't think it could be that bad. And you'd be surprised sometimes, like, if you give a solver every option, it uses the shove there sometimes, I think. Seven big blinds. I think this is just going in. I think it's just going in. I really don't want to see the big blind come along with his 22 bigs. That would be very bad. Maybe I should have made it smaller. Oh no. Need some heat. A lot of heat. Oh, that was unfortunate. Maybe. How bad do I feel about that? I mean, like, he folded. So, I don't know. It is what it is. We're back to 12 out of 14. That's a bummer. But like I said, I'm playing chip EV. I think that was plus chip EV. I mean, I also think it might just be right, even in ICM. But we really did not want the big blind to wake up with something, and he did, and somehow we didn't get there. So I am sorry to disappoint with that one. I really wanted to make a deep run here. And I also I wanted to have the big stack and push people around because that's fun. That is fun. I feel like this player is opening up a little wide. All right, 13 out of 14. I mean, it's 14 big blind poker. I will at least not screw it up too badly. Let's limp. Why not? Moody, yeah, I usually peak at 1.2. We're at 2K. It's awesome. All right, we'll bet fold this. Nice hand. I'm feeling sad about that, not really because I regret my play, but just because we were 3 out of 14, and now we're 13 out of 14. And we were kind of 90% plus to final table and go to the live final table, and now it's more like 30%. Lucky Maggie asks if I can act frustrated or angry. Well, this is my genuine. I'm not angry. I'm a little sad about losing that one. That's the best I can give you. Moonlight Master says it's actually 8 players, I suppose. Yeah, I was thinking it would be 8. Okay, let's check this. Oh. And he says 10-8 suited is an open there. Yeah, referring to my 10-7 open. Glad to hear I'm generally not too far off. Beautiful hand here in the big blind. It's unfortunate that I don't get to do the shoving. Maybe I'll get to defend against a min raise here. I'm hoping for the min raise or the fold. If it goes fold limp, I think this hand's a shove, but it's obviously debatable. I'm actually going to call here because I don't believe him. Could maybe even jam. I just really am not believing it for some reason. Oh, that's too bad. I can't call a shove. Okay, he had ace deuce. A little surprised by that. Ah, we would have gotten there. Oh no, we wouldn't have. Great. Good thing he shoved and didn't limp call, because we'd be out. Man. I don't know what this is against under the gun open. Call off of 9 big blinds? This seems weird. I'm going to call. And if I flop top pair, I'm going to get all in. And if I don't flop top pair, I mean, this just seems wrong. But here we are. And I thought I was going to flop top pair, but I didn't. It's too bad. Let's see how it goes. Bluffing-ish on the left with top pair. I mean, this is gross. I guess this is a call and then fold. It's pretty sick. But I have the back. I mean, I have king of spades. Maybe it's not because the big blind came along. Maybe it's just a fold to the 2 big blind bet. Yeah, I think this is a bad call for 2 big blinds. I don't know about pre-flop. I think the flop call is bad. And now, unfortunately, I got wrecked.
Obviously, if he calls, it's a fold. Yeah, okay. I think it's a fold anyway. But yeah. I think I wasted 2 big blinds there at least. That's unfortunate. And now I'm 13 of 13. Pay jump in one, but we're not playing for the pay jumps. This will be a shove if folded to, obviously. Like I said, I really I don't want to go into the final table as the short stack. You guys saw the sevens. Yeah, someone put in the solver. I'd be curious to see. We are all in flipping. We are way behind. It's not looking good, folks. This could be it. GG. 13th place. I mean, we would have busted. Had we not lost those 2 extra big blinds, we would have busted anyway. But that is it. Unfortunately, we go out in 13th. Missed the pay jump, but hey, we'll take the 20K. We've got... Oh, actually, maybe I'm not up as much in PLO cash as I thought. If they were, are they giving you the payouts as you go? Interesting. It seems like they might be. So maybe if I won 20K there, I'm only up 25K at PLO. Still fine. Still a good night. 45K, 40, 45K. And now that we are down to just this one table. Oh, just as I say that, our 51 table starts. Let's play a little bit. That is a bummer, but, you know, I ran hot to be there. Ran hot to be there and regret 2 big blinds. That 2 big blind loss there. I mean, this guy, I think, has been weird enough that I can peel here. And that's going to be a fold to any reasonable size bet. Yeah, I mean, the thing about tournaments, and part of why I dislike them, is that it just comes down to did this guy just make like a bunch of accounts at the same time when I set a 20-minute limit? Anyway, yeah, it often comes down to 1 or 2 hands, and I mean, like, tournaments are really exciting for that reason, and you get to crown a real, like, a single winner, which is awesome. Like in cash games, you don't quite get that. So I'm not hating on tournaments in general, but what I don't really like about them, well, is that there's a lot of just like the money goes in, and whatever happens, happens, and that kind of dictates the results. He's jumping to this table. I don't really know what's going on here. I appreciate all of the very kind support throughout the final table. I'm sorry, or throughout the event. I'm sorry I didn't final table. I really wanted a final table for you guys. Brad Smith, I can't read the full thing. Whoops. Okay, sorry, I'm trying to moderate chat. So this very annoying guy. Okay, 3s look good. Let's go ahead and call. Queen Jack, check down. This game's gonna break. You guys are seeing the
Oh, okay, and he's saying king queen off is like 75% call, 25% shove. So that's, I did that fine. But then I think the flop call was bad. And as you can see, it didn't work out. And we'll call a 3-bet over here on the left. Ugh. I think it's, man, that's a lot of backdoors. I don't know. This might just be a get it in with the backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw. I think it is. Yeah, we were in very good shape against that. I mean, like we were almost flipping against that with needing 40%. Although, very good shape. We're still on one table. Oh, there's another one. Jesus. Sorry. So this guy's hopping around a lot, which, you know, it is what it is. I don't know. I mean, as long as we have 2 tables of 51, I can keep hanging out with you guys. If I have to resort to one tabling 25-50, I'll call it a night. Yeah, GG. Thank you all for the support. You were awesome, and we were trying. I'm still going to be here. I mean, we have 2,200 viewers. We're obviously going to lose some now because we're not fighting for the bracelet anymore. But I'm going to make it count. You know, well, I still have some games to play. Hopefully, some money to make. Oh, okay. And actually, the payout did come later. So this has been a big. I mean, I'm up 65K today, so it's not all bad. It's not all bad. Colonel Kirk says I can go to sleep now. Thank God. Yeah, I've been there. Like you're watching something that you just can't stop watching, and you want it to end. Maps. Yeah, I said I thought that it might have paid me as I laddered because when I won, it didn't pay me, but now it did. It was like a 10-minute delay or something. I don't know. So I was wrong about that. 4 of a kind is good. I don't have diamonds and I don't have a king, so I'm not going to slow play. But here on the turn, not having diamonds, I am going to trap. See if I can induce a bluff or let him catch up with diamonds. I have no idea what he's representing here. Ace king, like, because if he has a queen, he should be able to go bigger. Maybe a weak queen or ace king. But I mean, I'm just going to jam. Pot, rather. Yeah, as Moonlight said, I'll stream the next few days too. So I'll stream tomorrow, I'll stream the day after tomorrow, and I'll stream the day after that. Moonlight Master, yeah, the YouTube moderation tools are a little lacking. Can put him on a 24-hour timeout for a lot of this. Looks like speaking of timeouts, I timed out here. 3-bet this. I think it's fine against a button open. Against early position, short stacks, I probably shouldn't. Jojo asks if I could talk about the open to 2.5x instead of full pot pre. Yeah, I think that's what you do at these stack depths, but I'm really not entirely sure, to be honest. We'll 3-bet this. I mean, this guy's doing it. So I'm pretty sure it's right. 4-bet. 850, 850. I mean, I think I don't really know. It seems close. That's a really unfortunate flop. I don't think I can fold though. There's too many backdoors. I mean, I need like 18% equity or 15% equity. Let's see what I have. 14, so very close. And that was against aces, which is like about as bad as it gets. So yeah, clear call. Clear call on the flop, I think. Pre-flop could have been a fold. Pappy Van Winkle says, I'll never leave you, PG. I may, however, fall asleep while watching on EST LFG PG. I appreciate you staying up this late, EST. I mean, I'm up very late for me. So we're doing it together. But no worries if you fall asleep. I understand. Moonlight, are you able to time out? I'm timing him out for 24 hours. Each time, obviously, we're going with this pair and open ender. Worth it asks if the did I win? Yeah. Worth it asks if no limit players. If we're no limit players, we don't play PLO. Are we still allowed to stay and watch the stream? Yes, you are. You're more than welcome. Sure, let's bluff. Call 3-bet on the left table. It's not a great hand, but it does fine. Calling 3 bets, obviously. Here we get check raised. Our bluff did not work. All right, I'm going to have to change the stream settings to see if I can control this guy. Timing out as I try to moderate. Okay. Apologies for the people who, this hurts the experience for chat, but you now need to have been subscribed for 2 days, and we need 35 seconds to in between messages. This is a good turn bet on the 6 because I block turn 2 pair. I have some extra outs, so that makes a good bluff. I'll limp this one. Good bet, could check. I think check's probably better, but whatever. I did have all the queens that hand. I think this is not a defend, but we were probably going to hit the flop. Oh yeah, all the backdoors. All the backdoor draws. As Moonlight says, yeah, for all the lovely peeps that are barred from chatting right now, we are sorry. I'm very sorry about that. Make sure that you subscribe if you're not subscribed now, because we might have to keep doing this. So like I might need to make it a 4-day wait next time, or a 2-day wait next time for this guy. How does it work on you? Is he just creating creating new YouTube accounts all the time? Or do you not need a YouTube account to get in chat? Yeah, these are cash games. Guess I should change the title. Well, I don't know how long this is going to go. I'll just keep it. I don't know. Yeah, this game's already breaking. Open ender. This is close. But I mean, it's a bad board for my range, so he's going to bet a lot, and I'm not going to have a lot of great hands. So feels like this is in the top third of the hands that I have. Or sorry, top two-thirds, which I need to defend. And I think this game's going to break around me, as is this. Let's see what we got. All right, maybe we will. Call it quits. I'll give it a minute. Well, I'll see if these games actually break. If somebody continues to play heads up with me, we'll keep it going. If not, then this will be it. All right. Got one player in, potentially. Band for band. Pretty good flop. I'm going to check, though. Moonlight says, Phil, if I'm around, you don't really need to do anything. Okay. For moderating it, thank you. Well, I changed the settings. No timeout needed after that. Okay, cool. Now it's a little too strong. I'm going to bet. Disgrace says, hey, Phil, first time catching you live, but thanks for all the great content. Really loving the Galfon series. Thank you very much. I appreciate you being here live, and I appreciate you enjoying that series. 3-bet, ace, king, 7, 6, double suited. Here on the right table, we're probably going to have to fold unless he third pots. He third pots. I think we can peel. Blair Johnson says, I'm on a horrific PLO downswing. Should I play 2-card to rebuild my bankroll? If PLO is your higher win rate game, like if you're better at PLO, then no, you should just drop down in stakes and win it back at PLO. PLO variance is higher. Like your swings are bigger in PLO than in Hold'em, but that's kind of just because at equivalent stakes, PLO is a bigger game. So I kind of treat like if you're playing 500 No Limit Hold'em and 500 PLO, the 500 PLO game is like more like 800 No Limit Hold'em in terms of the actual like stakes, in terms of like win rates and like achievable win rates and variance and things like that. So I think just it's just a higher stakes game kind of. But all right, we lost our action officially. I really appreciate you all being here, and I appreciate the moral support a lot as we made a deep run. I really wanted to, like, honestly, I wanted to do it more for you than for me, which is weird. But I'm sad that I didn't for you all, as you all stayed here so long and were so supportive. But thanks for watching. I will be back tomorrow streaming a bigger event, the 10K No Limit Hold'em Online Championship, which also has a live final table if we manage to make it that far. So I will see you tomorrow. Until then,